Hey y'all, I'm Ada K. And I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Good morning, everybody. How are you? And once again, I'm trying to get my ears to connect, and they're not being too happy. I may have to go use the other ears. Let's see. We are on target for Melody Farris for sentencing. The judge did come out just a second ago. Excuse me. A sneeze is coming on. And, excuse me. Welcome. I'm Ada K. I apologize. I'm a little behind. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the music. I'm a little bit behind schedule. Forgive me. But an easy day. Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Britt. Hello, Dr. Bull Butter. Forgive me. I literally just ran in here. I had a hard night. And then I woke up this morning with my back screaming. Oh, thank you for the blessings. Thank you. I didn't get any makeup on. I literally ran in. So I apologize. I look like a hot mess. No makeup. This is no makeup, y'all. Well, I did put my lips on. Oh, you guys. I hope y'all are doing awesome. Well, thank you. I had the weirdest dreams last night, and once I got to sleep at about 3:34, sorry. I finally got to sleep, and then, man, dream after dream. I was weird. I don't know if I can. Thought I'd remember it, but oh well. Does that look presentable enough? Yay! I made it. I left my house. Tells you how close I live. If you don't hit any lights, you can make it in 5 minutes. I hit one light, it made it in 7. This thing is still, I will take a break. I was going to clear what it was. I was going to clear out all the sorry. I was going to clear out all the Thanksgiving decorations, but my back has just been killing me. So I might do it today. We'll see. Melody Farris trial, for those of you who didn't know, she has been found guilty of unaliving her husband and somehow put him in a burn pit pile. God only knows how, but he did. Ended up in a burn pile and not much left. I will say that. For the sized body, he was over 6'4", 300 plus pounds. And yeah, nothing left. Much. I'm sorry you didn't get any sleep either. Good morning. Good morning, Toxic. How are you? You missed the slide in. It's one of those things where you're overslept. Actually, I didn't have. I set the alarm so the dog would wake me up, but I had the phone on no alert. Forgot to take it off of no alerts. So I wake up at 8:24 and it's now 8:43 and I've been alive. I've been on my live for a few minutes. Let's see. Yeah. I started my live at 8:39 and I didn't speed. But I do have to edit my post. Oh, y'all. Don't we just love it? I went and had dinner with a friend last night. They cooked, and it was real good. Real good. Oh, thank you, Gabby. Gosh, y'all are so generous. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it, Gabby. I really do. You know, I see a lot of people who get super sticker after super sticker after super sticker. Say that 5 times really fast. Anyway. And they don't even acknowledge. I don't know how that is, but oh, excuse me. I'm cleaning my eyes. Thumbnail. I've got to put a thumbnail on this. I was like, flew in here. Wait, I should have a file on her. Don't have a. What? Weird. I did one on her. That is so strange. Go back in my projects. Oh, you look good in orange, beloved.
All right. You ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. We are here on the state of Georgia versus Melody Walker Farris in 23 CR 0715. This defendant was convicted on November 4th, 2024 of 5 counts. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3, aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death of another. And count 5, making false statements. We're here for sentencing on those 5 counts, which a jury convicted her and found her guilty for. In regards to the sentencing, Judge, both the defense and I agree that under 1617, the court is going to sentence on count 1. Count 2 will be vacated as a matter of law. Count 3 will merge into count 1. And then the court will sentence on 4 and 5. And the range for 4 is 1 to 10. And that's 161031. And the range for count 5 is 1 to 5 under 161020.
All right. Mr. Weaver, Mr. Ray, y'all in agreement with that?
Yes, Judge.
All right. All right. You have evidence you want to present?
I have one exhibit to present and then 2 exhibits to present. And then the family has a few impact statements.
All right.
Possibly just one that they would like me to read into the record, which I have already shown them.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
State's Exhibit 1 is a video of Gary Farris with his granddaughter, Olivia.
At that point, she wants to flip over on her belly.
That's all you is. You ain't the square girl. Don't stand up for me. Huh? Yeah. I know. I know.
She doesn't talk
You
to
had
her
a rough day.
moms.
Who was the child?
Olivia, his granddaughter, Emily Haynes.
Right. Okay.
And that was from May of 2018. And then, Judge, this is just a photo. State's Exhibit 2 that we like to put into that.
Oh, she's already tearing up. Poor baby.
And at this time, I'm going to read into the record a statement written by Emily Payne on behalf of the family. Your Honor, since our father was taken from us, our lives have been filled with an unbearable void. Every day feels like a constant reminder of what we have lost. Gary was a father, grandfather, brother, uncle, friend, and colleague to many. We miss his laughter, his warmth, and his presence in our lives. It's a pain that will never go away. Gary was not just our beloved father, but our confidant and our rock. Now we are left to navigate life without his guidance and support. Every
Good morning,
milestone,
everybody.
Every happy moment is tainted by the thought that he will not be here to share it with us. There will be no more birthday parties, backyard gatherings, holiday celebrations, or other family activities to share together. Those opportunities to say I love you are forever gone. Our family is forever broken from this tragedy. This loss is only made worse by the betrayal of trust we feel for our mother. To know that the person who caused the suffering to our family was someone we relied on the most is a wound that may never heal. Our children are now growing up without their big daddy and grandma. The impact on their young lives is devastating. They ask questions we cannot answer, and we often find ourselves lost for words when they ask why they don't have a grandmother or grandfather.
Hi, Lois Cobb.
We ask
Oh my
this court
God.
to
Long
consider
time.
the gravity of this crime,
Good
the
morning.
devastating impact it has had on our family, and to ensure that justice is served. No sentence can ever bring our father back, but a just punishment can offer a semblance of closure and prevent another family from experiencing this unimaginable pain.
Good morning, Adair. Good morning, Ronnie. Good morning,
Your Honor,
Toxic.
that's all of the statements and evidence the state has. I just have closing.
All right.
Oh, Taryn Dusty. Thank you for joining. Good
What
morning.
do we need? We need to do something with the other indictment.
Yes, Judge, I will be submitting an all that.
All right.
I have informed defense of that.
Okay. We can do that after sentencing. That's fine.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Mr. Weaver, Mr. Ray?
Judge, we have two witnesses, or actually, we have one that he's prepared a statement. We were just gonna call him and let him read the statement.
All right, that's fine.
Let's call Mr. Page.
We're going to talk about that next.
Where do you want him, Judge?
He can just come up to the lectern's fine.
They're in honor of my sister.
go ahead. Yeah, swear, man.
Wait a minute. You swear to affirm any testimony that you give before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, put your hand down. Can you judge this for record purposes? Can you say your name?
David Thomas.
Okay, and have you prepared a statement to read to the court for purposes of sentencing?
I have.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, may I address the court and say a few things to you and the family?
All right.
First, I'd like to address the Farris family. I want each and every one of you to know how sorry I am for the loss of your dad, your brother, and Melody, for your husband, Gary.
Thanks for the lurking.
I understand what it's like to lose both parents. I buried both of mine in the pouring down rain in 29-degree weather on a Christmas Eve not too long ago. So I understand all the questions about death and why. Yours is even more complicated as to who and why. You are all in my prayers and in my thoughts as these years have gone by. No amount of money can ever replace a parent, a spouse, or brother, and no amount of money is ever worth anybody's life. Second, Melody, I am your friend. And I will stand up for you today because in the 8 months, 6 years ago that I came to know you, I witnessed what a true friend could be to another friend of ours who was fighting for his life, as he still is today. I saw what your heart was made of in spite of your own circumstances and problems, and that you wanted to help, not to hurt, but to help. I saw the kindness you showed myself along with other people around you. I know your story always remained the same and it never changed. And in my heart of hearts, I believe in your innocence. For I would not be here today along with our friend in spirit, Alan, who is fighting this horrible disease called cancer as we speak. Third, Your Honor, this is my friend Melody. Melody Walker Farris, whom I come before you today on her behalf as a friend to ask you for mercy.
What? Why the photo? Never saw
I
that
ask
of
you
the
for
living.
grace.
The
I
living.
ask you for leniency upon your decision of her sentencing. Gary's death was a horrible tragedy, and there is no excuse for murder on any level. But to convict someone and sentence them for life is even more of a tragedy in itself, especially if it is the wrong person, and especially if all of the evidence was not able to be presented to the jury as a complete investigation should have been brought forth. There were a lot of holes in this case and a lot of unanswered questions. I don't know who's responsible for Gary's death. I know the jury did the best they could with the information that they had to work with, Your Honor. But there were doubts, and there still are for many of us in this case today. I don't know who will have to live with that burden for the rest of their lives, but in coming to know Melody, I cannot believe she is the one responsible for her husband's death. And if
Judge, I'm going to object. He cannot impeach the verdict. That's improper statement. He can talk about it affects him and the family, but he cannot impeach the verdict.
I'm gonna let him go ahead.
If I gave you a roadmap and tore it in half and expected you to reach a decision in this case without all of the information, that would not be fair to anyone, including Gary, if the wrong person was convicted. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Anyone got any questions?
No.
All right.
We just
Right.
have one more. If the court will recall, there was a gentleman that sat behind Ms. Farris during the entirety of the trial. That is Mr. Alan Wilson. He He's unable to be here due to the sickness.
Okay,
So he's very safe and fine.
all right,
I've
y'all,
seen it.
all right.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Judge, will take this second, because I gotta zoom in. So, Mr. Alan Wilson writes, I've been Melody Walker Farris's friend for the past 30 years. I helped to build her and Gary's house at Hampton Hall, and that's where our friendship began. I have watched her children grow up over the years and become adults. Melody has always been an incredible friend to me. Melody always went the extra mile to make sure that I was okay in my life, even at times when things were not good in hers. I appreciate her more than you know, especially 6 years ago when I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. It took everything she had to help my friend Dave throw a surprise Christmas gathering for me, but she did, even when her world was falling apart. We have done things over the years like dinner, social events, and just plain hanging out, as Melody would give you the shirt off her back. She always loved her children, no matter what. She loved Gary from the beginning and stuck with him over the years, stating and trying to raise their 4 children as a mother should. She was there for Gary when he was sick. She was there for her children when they needed her. And next one. And she was there for all of us.
Judge, I believe, we just will have some argument as to sentence, but, Ms. Ferris wanted to address the court whenever it's appropriate.
I'll generally let her go last, so long as she doesn't talk about the facts of the case. So y'all can go ahead and present.
I'm gonna reserve that, yes.
All right, go ahead.
Judge, just ask the argument, we've already addressed the murder issue. We agree with that. Aggravated assault should merge into the malice murder count based on the way that the indictment reads. So the court will only be sentencing on count 1, count 4, as well as count 5. The court knows you can sentence her to a minimum of life as to count 1, or a maximum of life without the possibility of parole. The court can also run consecutive to either one of those sentences, a maximum of 15 years. We will be asking the court to ask to count 1, sentence Ms. Ferris to life with the possibility of parole. Ask to count 4, 10 years concurrent, and ask to count 5, 5 years concurrent, both to count 1. Looking at the Department of Corrections inmate population, which apparently is readily available online, you can see that once a person gets over the age of 65, their presence in the prison system dwindles dramatically. Melody is currently 63 years old. Any sentence really that this court gives, if it gives her life with the possibility of parole, with the current restrictions on parole eligibility being at 30 years for this sentence, is essentially a death sentence for Ms. Ferris. Before even being eligible and not guaranteed parole after 30 years, that would make her 93 years old before she's eligible for parole. And looking at the female population of the current Department of Corrections, there are currently, her age, only 11 females currently in custody in the state of Georgia. If you go 10 years from that, you get to 74, there is 1, and there are no females older than 74 currently housed within the Department of Corrections. Based on that, Judge, and the facts of the case as the court heard them, there's a reason for this to be a trial and to be such a long trial. I think that there was some doubt, especially with the jury stating that at one point they weren't hung and they coming back with a verdict. And we respect the jury's verdict, although we do not agree with it. So for those reasons, her age, her lack of criminal history, which the court has heard hundreds of times during all the bond hearings and that we had over the years, of which she had no history, that the appropriate sentence in this case would be the court to sentence her to life on count 1, with counts 4 and 5, 5 and 10 to run concurrent. At least that will give her some possibility of being parole eligible at some point in the future.
Judge, a jury has already convicted Melody Farris of all of the crimes in this indictment. They did not find doubt in this case. They did not see the holes. They saw the picture as clearly as Mr. Fogus, Sergeant Hayes, and I did, and the family. I want to start by talking about the aggravation in this case. I think it's pretty clear the jury convicted her of concealment. And within that concealment, the facts were that she burned his body to 33 pounds of a 300-pound man. And the facts in this case also made it clear that she wanted him found. She watched Amanda and Scott both walk by the burn pile. Amanda even tossed something in there, waiting for someone to find his remains because she is not stupid. She knew a body needed to be found. So she pointed out to Scott, strategically, her child. She made her children find this body. Their father burned up in a burn pile. The granddaughters were on the property looking for him. The fact that she used the children and Lake Lanier as an attempted alibi, it's deplorable. When you think about her statements to Rusty Barton, when she states that body should not have been burned up, she wanted her children to find their father. I say all this to say that the way Gary Farris was rolled out after being shot by his wife of 38 years to a burn pile on his own property, disposed of like trash, when he had just been blessed with a third granddaughter 6 months before, and now he will never meet the future grandchildren. He was robbed of a life as a grandfather, a father to his adult children to help them navigate the difficulties of life. That was supposed to be his best stage of life. Being a grandparent. And Judge, I just want to point out under 171030, which does not apply to this case, but a defendant has a depravity of mind who mutilates or seriously disfigures a victim's body after death may have been found to have a depraved mind. That's clear in this case. Melody Farris has a depraved mind. That's aggravation. And then throughout the investigation and the trial, continues to blame her children for this death, for this murder of their father and the grandfather of their grandchildren. She tainted and tarnished her children's relationships, not only with each other, but tried to drag their relationships with their father through the mud when they had nothing but love and respect for him. She successfully divided her family, isolating Amanda, and it's all for her own selfish motive. All of this. The motive evidence in this case was overwhelming. Blaming her own sons for a murder she committed is unthinkable as a mom and just as human. This sentence should not reflect the defendant where she is in life because she chose to commit this crime at that time. She chose to commit this crime 6 months after Olivia was born. But it should reflect the life that was lost and the way it was lost, the manner in which it was lost.
No problem. Good
At her
morning.
hands, with her depraved heart and mind. Gary was a brilliant lawyer, a forgiving man, and a beloved father and grandfather. The sentence should reflect what this family and what the world has lost. And that deserves a sentence of imprisonment of life without the possibility of parole. Thank you, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferris, if you have a statement.
I do.
All right.
I've written this so that I could get through the words.
Okay.
On July the 5th, 2018, 6 years, 5 months ago today, began the worst nightmare that I could have ever imagined. Not only my world, but my family's world was absolutely destroyed at the hands of one person. I have had 6 plus
Is she gonna
years of
name
being
'em?
told not to talk. Don't say that. Take legal advice. I could walk out of this courtroom today and drop over dead. I want to make sure that my children, my grandchildren, and Gary's family, and to be honest, at this point in time, the entire world who has viewed this. I have waited for years to make this statement to everyone. I want the world to know who did this. I have always heard that the courtroom is the last place you're going to get the truth. And has that ever been proven to
She's going to drop her
be
son.
the truth in this case? Not only did I not do this, I know who did. I know Scott killed his father.
He just said Scott did
He
it.
took my husband, the father of Chris, Emily, and Amanda.
Oh,
He took Big Daddy
now.
from our grandchildren, Ella, Addison, Olivia, Jax, and James. 3 of them who never got to know Gary. Scott, this is unforgivable.
He's about ready to come unglued. We may have drama.
Scott has spent an entire life of loving and protecting you, but this I refuse to cover for you. My mother, your mom, begged me to take the blame for this. She said after she talked to you, after Gary died, that she knew you had done it. Her exact words were, "You are his mother. You have to take blame for this." And I told her no, that I couldn't. I still
He's
have
a-
3 other children.
They better get some security.
Grandchildren. And this
They better get some security on that guy. Scott better have security. He's about ready to go down.
is not a stolen credit card, a check, or a diamond ring that you've pawned, all of which you have done. I saw you coming from that burn pile the morning of July the 5th in your truck. You told me that you were checking on the fire to make sure that it wasn't going to get the woods on fire. You told me it was okay. I asked you a few weeks later why you were at that burn pile in your truck. And you told me that your dad had told you to clean up the extra wood that was by the barn. I told Hayes that I had seen
snap.
Scott that morning coming from the burn pile. So Hayes, where is that recording? I want to know.
Uh-oh.
You told me there was multiple recordings.
There's gonna be
You did,
drama.
but you sat here in this courtroom and you told this court that you didn't tell anybody about recorders, but you did. Where is that recording in the interview? You, Scott, immediately started saying that there was a gun missing, a gun that nobody knew about. You never mentioned before. I asked you more days than not where your dad was, and this was the first time you ever had that response. There's a gun
Whoa.
missing. You should have you did start immediately spinning your story when you found out that Addison and Cameron were there the night before. You got so angry. Now I know why. When I went to feed the baby goat the morning
Hold on.
that
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this point. It's all about facts of the case. You, in fact, misstated. Your statement needs to not be about facts.
Well, Ms. Ferris, really not supposed to go into the evidence of this phase of the case. And what I typically do is if the defendant wants to go into the facts of the case, I'm going to allow the state to cross-examine or ask questions, which I don't really anticipate you want to do. But your statements needs to be constrained to the punishment, and if there's things you
I don't
want to talk
smoke
about
either.
in relation to that and
Yeah.
how I should sentence you,
Love that show.
I don't have a problem if you want to continue to profess your innocence, but we're not going to go on for a significant period of time. You resuscitate your view of the case and your opinion as to what the evidence is without your prior testimony and without
She got
the
it
state
in.
being able to cross-examine it. It's not proper.
I'm about
I'm gonna ask
ready
you
to
restrain your remarks
doctor
to
my coffee.
comply with those directions.
Do I need to doctor my coffee?
Judge, this needs to be known.
Well,
I'll just ask to respond, Judge.
all right, go ahead.
She's trying to find where to
I went to
start.
feed the baby goat the morning.
Oh,
of
she's
July
gonna do it?
5th, Before I left for the lake. I saw where you had washed out the barn.
The
I
one
later
without the
found that
jacket.
Several bottles of house wash were missing after this all happened several weeks ago. Now I know why.
That's the brother of
The
Scott.
photos of your bathroom spotlessly clean.
Oh, there goes security.
Now I know why. I know why you demanded me to move the tractor that you so were upset about it being in the place. Now I know why.
Carmen, I want your
Scott, you
comments after
called
the.
me on July the 4th and asked me what my plans were for the day. And I told you I was going to the lake with Amanda, and you
Not
were
him.
so glad that I was going. I thought it odd then. Now I know why.
Hopefully he doesn't have a lead shooter.
I found copies of my birth certificate, your dad's birth certificate, our marriage license in your truck. Now I know why.
That never came out in trial.
Scott, I saw Gary going to that barn the night of July the 3rd, right after you got home. And then Scott is going, and I thought then Scott's going to be in trouble for staying at the lake and playing golf all the time.
That's Scott right there.
Never in a million years did I ever think that this nightmare was starting then.
She should
I
have tested
told
us.
you, Detective Hayes, that I saw Scott going over there to the barn. Where is that in the recording? A bag. I know it.
Toxic. She can't, because when you appeal, it has to be new evidence. If she knew this at the time of trial, it can't be a part of the appeal.
Exactly where and when I was standing. Scott, you put antifreeze under my kitchen sink to set me up for this. That only you would have known where it was because it was for the Mercedes.
I did too.
When Amanda and I were putting that house back together, you sat in there and watched us like a hawk. Now I know why. You became so angry when the fire investigator came in July, weeks after this nightmare started. Now I know why you were so angry. Scott, you failed your polygraph test. You recorded meetings at the attorney's office and turned them over to the DA's office. We hired Manny to help us. Emily is the one who used her daddy's credit card to pay for that
They're
attorney.
trying to calm them down. There's going to be a fight.
Scott, you got so angry that your sister Amanda was getting my.
If there's not a fight in this courthouse, there will be eventually. And if I was Scott, I'd move. I would have me security I'd be getting restraining orders. Holy crap, this is going to explode. Oh, geez.
My personal clothes and my personal things to the point that Cherokee County had to be called. That is not the actions of a sane person. Scott's anger issues have all been a huge issue. When he was in kindergarten and elementary school, Chris
I'm
Whittle,
objecting. At this point, she's dragging Scott through the mud and his character. This is not.
Ms. Ferris, I'm going to cut you off if you keep just wanting to resuscitate facts that aren't before the court. And Ms. Frankish, I'll give you a chance to respond to the extent that you want to and give you closing statement.
I am the mother that was always there for my children, even though they had done things that were wrong. Chris, who took care of your girls and loved them if they were my own, who came and got them off the street when you were acting an absolute fool because they were scared to death, who drove down to Buckhead and got your children.
Now, I will tell you, okay, so just to kind of give you some direction. Things that are appropriate, you helping take care of your family, raise your family, those kind of things, what you've done throughout your life, and asking the court to exert some sort of mercy on you, things of that nature are appropriate. So you can talk about those kind of things, but let's don't go into the individual facts or things that haven't been previously presented to the court. Okay?
This is her
All right, go
sister,
ahead.
and she's coming
I love
unglued.
Ella and Addison more than life itself. And it was their life or mine. It would be mine in a heartbeat. Emily, who helped you move to and from an apartment and a house in 19-degree weather, even though I knew that you were trying to keep it from me. I was always there for you. I came back to you in Thompson Station after your husband was arrested to care for you and Olivia.
Husband?
I am so
He's
sorry
gay?
that your
Not
children
there's something wrong
will
with it,
never
just
know
first I'm
their
hearing
Big
of it.
Daddy. Amanda and Chad, words cannot express my gratitude for everything that you've done for me.
Aw.
Thank you so very much. And I was fortunate enough to get to care for James every day since he was 3 weeks old. He is my pride and joy. Love for that little boy is unbelievable. I spent 18 plus months in the Cherokee County Jail over something that I did not do. The last thing, I thought that was the last thing I could do to Gary, for him, to get justice for him. I can remember thinking, it's
They are
okay. that
all
I sit
upset over
I
here.
just want answers. That's all I want. And I still haven't gotten them. And I don't think that I ever will. And that scares me to death.
Is there going to be another trial? Is there another
Amanda
investigation?
was the only one of my children that got up here and told the truth.
I know.
And I thank her for that every day. Judge Cannon, I had so many questions, so many whys. Why were so many things not their task? Why was the barn never checked? I think that would have given us so many answers. Why did they run out of Blue
True.
Star? They were on my property for days. I beg of you to get answers. Judge Cannon, I am begging for justice for Gary, for my children, for my grandchildren, for Gary's family. And I am begging that you throw out this verdict. Be the 13th juror. Help us get justice. I did not do this. I promise you on my life, The 18 months that I did in Cherokee County was nothing compared to the last month that I spent in there.
I bet.
Now I know that Cherokee County did not do the job in the investigation. They took Scott's story and ran with it. I know that in my heart, body, and soul, who did
Didn't
this,
have that on my bingo
and I'm
card.
begging for help. I'm
Hey,
begging
Brandy.
you, Judge Cannon. Please do not send me to prison for something I didn't do. I did not do this. If I had done this, I would take this charge gladly. If it would bring Gary back, I would gladly go to prison. I do not want to wait years for an appeal. I've waited 6 years and 5 months for justice already, but here we are. Maybe I should have.
She's not going to
testified,
win appeal. She didn't
but I
testify.
listened to legal counsel.
Now she's
I
playing.
wanted the truth out there, and this is why I am making this statement. I will talk to any and everyone who can help me and my family. I never wanted my family's life to be played out for the world to see. It is a mother's job to protect her children, and I cannot protect the person who did this. We can't replace Gary. That is unforgivable. I promise you to work hand in hand with the DA's office. But what scares me the most is that because of several individuals, so many others in this county that did not do their job, justice will never be done. For the last 6 years and 5 months, my every thought has been consumed with this. No matter what I do, it never leaves. And until you have lived this, nobody can understand. And I would not wish this on anybody. When I heard of the mother of the boy at the Appalachia school shooting, she called to tell that her own son was going to the school with a gun. My heart broke for her. This is a mother's worst nightmare. Judge Cannon, I beg of you for help. As one parent to another, help me get justice for Gary and my family. A mother, or at least not this mother, does not blame her child unless she knows he did it. Not thinks, knows. And I would never sit here and let the attorneys lay blame to him if I didn't know. You have no idea how heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching this is. John Luke says that I'm the most stoic person he's ever met. My response was, you never know how strong you are until that's your only choice. So before it's said that the only reason I'm telling you this is because I got a guilty verdict, it's not. If it had come back as not guilty, I would have still been begging for justice, for help getting the right person convicted. As soon as I walked out of the courtroom, I promise you I would have done that. Chris, Emily, Amanda, Ella, Addison, Olivia, Jack,
We will.
James, I am doing this for you. Gary is gone, and trust me. When I say that he is in a better place, because this has been the worst nightmare. It's been hell on earth.
Oh, I'm waiting. This is going to be good, y'all.
Knowing that your own son did this. And it's only been by the grace of God that I have survived this last 6 years and 5 months. If I could, I would gladly trade places with Gary. Judge Cannon, I am begging you for help.
No Christmas
Please do
card
this
to
for
mommy
Gary.
this year.
In my family. I have missed years with the people that I love dearly. Help me restore my family. Be the person in Cherokee County that it is their task. I do not want years. I do not want to wait years for justice, years that I may not have. I know this is something that you may never have seen before. And I plead with you to roll this verdict out. Help me get justice for the correct person. As bad as it sounds, I want to be there to watch him chained and shackled and brought to justice. I plead with you. This is something that I will never recover from. I don't know that my family will ever recover from.
No, they won't.
Please help me. I'm begging you to restore my faith in the judicial system. I'm begging
There was
you not for
There was a lot of question to the quality. It was another Canton PD situation.
me, but for Gary and my children, and my grandchildren.
All right. Ms. Frank, if you want to respond to anything.
Very briefly, Judge.
Oh my
The
God.
attorneys had the opportunity to give jurors. Your Honor was, I believe, present for that. For Scott's sake, they ruled him out in the very beginning of deliberations.
Oh, this is going to be
I
good.
ask that you take note of his inconsistencies with the evidence, respect the jury's verdict, which I know you will do, the verdict is spoken. And we ask, in addition to what we previously asked, Judge, as a condition that she never profit from this story, from this crime, I just ask that you include that into her sentence.
All right.
Let's see what the judge has to say.
All right. As we've indicated, jury have returned a verdict of guilty to all counts.
But it was not a
Count one,
clean
malice
jury.
Murder being the primary charge. Count 2 would be vacated as a matter of law based upon the conviction in count 1. Count 3, aggravated assault, would merge into the malice murder.
He's throwing the book at her. Go by the tone. It's going to be the book.
I don't, without going into a lot of detail or my thoughts on it.
True.
Jury's made a determination that Ms. Farris was responsible for her husband's death, and she was found guilty of all charges.
Bye-bye, Mama.
I don't have much latitude in sentencing. The legislature has spoken, and the penalty for murder is life. The only determination I have is whether it would be with parole or without parole. I don't believe this is a case that justifies a life without parole sentence, so I'm going to sentence to life with parole, or life with the possibility of parole. I don't have any control over parole. That's up to the parole board. Under the current guidelines and sentencing structure with them, a life sentence is a minimum 30 years before you would be considered for parole at this point. I
It's a life
recognize
sentence.
That is likely a life sentence for you. But you'll have the hope and possibility of parole. As to count 4, which has a maximum of 10 years, I'm not, as I said, I wasn't going to sentence life without parole. However, I do feel like there's some additional consideration that needs to be taken as to count 4, the concealing the death of another. Presumably, the point of that was so you were found guilty of burning discarding and burning body of Gary Wayne Farris, hindering discovery of whether the person was unlawfully killed. That definitely hindered the investigation and shows additional level of criminal intent.
10 years.
I'm going to sentence to 5 years consecutive on the life sentence as to count 4, concealing the death of another. The false statements, that being the lying to law enforcement about the relationship with
I think if
with
she
Mr.
did it,
Barton.
it wasn't in the basement.
I believe if law enforcement didn't know about it at the time, they knew about it shortly thereafter. It was well known. Didn't take a lot of effort to make that determination. I don't really find that that's anything additional that needs additional punishment. So I'll run the 5 years concurrent.
Hello,
That's
Craig.
count 5.
Hello, Rachel.
So that will be a life plus 5 with the possibility of parole. And that'll be the sentence.
Count 5 would be concurrent with count 4.
Count 5 would be concurrent with count 4 and the other counts. She'd be eligible for the credit for the time that she served in the Cherokee County Jail, subject to the
So the other
affidavit-
one,
jailer's
count 4 is
affidavit from the
minute.
sheriff's office. To the extent that that gives her credit for her sentence, she would receive that.
Yep. So she just got life. She's already served the other.
With it being a life sentence and her being in control of Department of Corrections, are there anything that you want me to put as a condition of her sentence?
No,
And,
she can't benefit from it.
profiting from her conviction.
Oh, yeah.
I will.
Oh, they should look at this again.
Provision that she may not have direct communication with, well, I mean, she may have some of the family that wants to reach out to her. So what I would say is she's not to have any contact with family members. I don't know who they would even notify other than the prison. So any members of the family that want to have contact with you may contact you. They'll need to reach out to the warden's office first and let them know that they want to allow you to have contact with them, so you can call out to whoever has given approval to the.
Meaning she cannot reach out to them first. If they want to have contact with her, they reach out to the prison first. Then that's fine. I.e., the son she just threw under the bus, she can't just call him. Yeah, I think that bridge has been not only burned, but bombed and exploded.
Warden.
It's non-existent.
As far as the other
as if it never were.
provision, I'm not gonna
Hello, Carmen.
make any condition as to that. That will be
Farm's
something that will
fun.
be left
I like
to
that.
a civil court if there is a lawsuit down the road and judgment, et cetera. So, all right, that being said, court.
I'm with you, Carmen. I know.
Yes.
That's just what he said. Now, she can put their name on the list, but she can't contact them first. She can put their name on the list. And if they want to contact her, they go through the warden. That's creepy weird. Never heard that. All right, let's watch for the fireworks. Get him out quick.
All right. Execute the non-pros on the other indictment based upon the conviction on this case.
Yes.
Her son needs to get out of there and run. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No problem. No problem. Nobody go to jail today.
Okay.
If I was the judge, I would have separate.
We
Oh,
got,
whoa.
I got another sentencing, but it's not for another 35 minutes. So if y'all want to break stuff down, you're all welcome to.
That the courtroom noise. Oh, y'all. I can't believe they haven't come to fisticuffs. I think the lawyer wanted all of them together. Yeah, he called them together. He doesn't want to be there. If I was security, I'd be all over this like white on rice. Right, Carmen? Why they don't have this guy, why they don't have her son under security right now, I do not know. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's ways the family members can stop it. Definitely. And on top of that, there's ways for the inmate to block out the mother of their children just because they want their other family members to visit and don't want to see you. And so the kids are forced to go in without their parent. Yeah, I know. I've been there. I know. Carmen, you want to hop on? If you can. If you can't, that's fine. But that's my point right there. I am shocked that that is not covered. I'm looking to see if there's any kind of interviews. If y'all see an interview, let me know. I am shocked that they did not cover him with what she just said and that bombshell. Holy Moses. I'm floored. I'm still in shock. Yeah, right. Sure. I'll send you the invite through Discord. If you want to come on, come on. Dr. Bullbutter, everything's going to be okay. All right, babe? I'm praying. I'm praying. I'm praying. Okay, I sent it to you. Y'all keep Dr. Bullbutter in your prayers. Her bestie's having surgery today. And she will be okay. I promise. She'll be fine. Be good. She will. Yes, she will. Oh, Lord have mercy, y'all. What, Gabby, about? Oh, 9 p.m. Oh, I'll have to go there. I'll have to go there. I will have to, we'll have to go over to alternate juror. They're having a Star Wars thing. Whoa. A lot of people. I know they found her guilty. I had my questions. Can I see how she did it? Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm clearing stuff while I'm doing this. Yes, I can. She could have unlived him at the burn pit. And while unliving him at the burn pit, just rolled him in. It would have been hard, but she could have done it. But there's too many things that made me go, Now, a lot of people, a lot of people can fail a lie detector test and know they're not admissible in court. However, I've seen people investigated because they lied. I mean, found the test said they were lying, even though some of them were not. Oh, Adair, that's so sweet. For those of you who don't know, I cut my bangs in honor of my sister who passed away. And yes, all super chats and everything are going to her services. We need help. It's been difficult. I need to pause that. I am looking to see if there's any interviews. So if anybody can find an interview of this, I'd love to know. I will play it. I don't see any interviews yet. We do have the Ole Miss getting ready to start. Boy, I need to do some rethinking here. I've got different ones for different days, y'all. See? Let's see if this one.
All right, I'm glad you're doing better, but you may resume your examination.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna look at exhibit S13.
And then when Carmen hops in, we'll go back.
Is that in focus for you?
We don't have any, we don't, no contact on anything, I don't think, right? Y'all got any? I don't have any.
I think you control it. I may be wrong.
I got, all the lights are on up here, like it's been displayed.
It's on HDMI at the podium.
We got the
So I'm
expert-
good here.
We got the expert coming anyway.
I may have done it when I. No, it's gonna be on the.
We getting somewhere
Yeah.
now, I think.
All right. Is it on? It's on.
I have multiple studios open. I apologize. I'm trying to find the right one. Okay. I don't know what that beeping is. It's driving me nuts. Oh, darling. Thank you, Craig. Appreciate it. Don't get me crying. Toxic, that's special. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we'll get some clarity. Maybe they will actually work. Oh, while they're playing with their crap, let's bring Miss. Oh, not what I wanted. Me bad. There we go. Or even better. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Wow.
I know. I was like, whoa.
I was like, ooh, Christmas came early.
I can't believe that. I mean, if he did it, good for her, because that was her time to say it.
But why would she not have said all that during trial?
That was my next thing I was going to say. But also, you had the opportunity to say it during your entire trial. You had the opportunity before your trial even started when you were talking to investigators.
But if you don't have faith in the investigation, you don't have faith in the district attorney. Oh, cute jeans. Holy jeans. You're holy today.
I am.
Yeah, I can see that. If I was her and I didn't have faith in them, I would rather put my faith in the jury. But like she said, I'd rather spend the rest of my life in jail. If I could bring him back, I would. So she's kind of doing that, lack of a better term. But what can the DA do from here? Or can any other agency step up and say, this smells fishy?
So, yes. But the bad thing is, since she'll basically have to get somebody like a private investigator to take this on, because she won't even be able to get the Innocence Project to step in until all the appeals are done. And I mean, they can. I mean, but as bad as it is to say, what police department's going to say that they got it wrong? That's why there's so many people that are wrongfully incarcerated.
Yeah. And with, what is she, 63?
I think
53?
so, somewhere. I think she's
I thought I
60.
heard 53, and I said, boy, if that's 53, I'm rocking it, man.
Oh, yeah.
I hope I'm rocking it in 10 years. But I was surprised the brothers were standing within arm's reach of each other and somebody didn't try to grab the other one.
Oh, I know. Like, and they could have just been right off camera, but there didn't seem to be a lot of law enforcement in there.
I know. A toxic, this is a good thing. But then again, mom protects her own. I think that could have been a possibility. I don't feel like it is with the tone that she took.
Oh, yeah, because she was like, beep, beep, bus is coming through.
I like that. I don't think I've heard that. Beep, beep, bus is coming through. I need to get a bus horn now on my sound machine. So we're sitting here. Her next move, if possible, would be to find, oh, sorry, I thought I saw a bug, is to find a investigator or somebody. Her kids that are on her side have enough money, they can hire an investigator.
Yeah, I mean, obviously do like the appeals, but in the meantime, you can have a private investigator looking at these things. So when the appeal happens, you can also be like, here's everything. They are a dare, but they won't step in at all until all appeals are done. And that basically the court says, we're not doing this anymore.
And with her age, she may not live that long.
Yeah.
But the thing that people don't understand about the system is when they say the wheels are slow, they're molasses when it comes to this. But I bet now her sons get the insurance. And who's the executor of the estate? The one that's accused.
Yeah.
So if he spends any of that money other than paying off debt, he's going to be under the microscope. I wonder if the police will take it from that angle. We didn't make a mistake. With the evidence that we had, we felt we had a fair and just case. And I've heard them say that. With what we had at the time, we did the right thing. And sometimes that's true. But his behavior is going to be very much observed when it comes to the finances. What do you think?
Oh, I would like to say I believe that they'll look into it, but I mean I've seen it one too many times where once they got the person, they wash their hands of it and they never look at it again. But that's not to say that the insurance company ain't gonna be looking.
Well, that and the private investigator and everybody else around.
Exactly.
But it is there. She poked enough holes in the case for me after what she said. Now, why would she not get on the stand? I'm sorry, I'm not used to my hair. I'm just like,
I noticed
why would
yesterday
she?
you were like,
Well, what's happened is it was when she trimmed off some of it. Now it lays in a position where it's
it's
okay.
hitting
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. And it just and I can't scratch there on camera. So anyway, the but why was the barn not searched?
Oh, I know.
Why was all that?
And
That bullet
like,
could have been planted downstairs. I've always had a problem with that bullet
yeah.
because here's the thing. You have a wooden floor. And I don't know if you saw me yesterday. Oh, by the way, not only did I get demonetized, I have to put 18 and over on that video. Thanks, Ian. You should put a warning up, Ian, before you pull out a lead shooter. You screwed me, Ian. You owe me, dude. No, I'm kidding. But like I said, obviously I know a little bit about my lead shooters. But I saw that lead and the way it was shaped and it looked the impact, it had impacted something.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It was all
Yeah.
mangled.
Yeah, it was like mangled up. Yeah.
Why was it just sitting on the floor like that? Anything like that impacts under force is going to cause some kind of mark underneath it. There was no mark. They didn't take pictures of it without the lead. There was no. Am I wrong in that?
No, I mean um even if
Yeah.
you take like a lead shoot and you make it hit concrete, it's not gonna go through it, but it's still gonna make that skip mark. It's still
Exactly. And
going
that
to
was
have
wooden
something.
floor.
Yeah.
And that was wood floor, which means what? Even more, because wood is softer than the concrete.
Exactly. And it would make it would splinter the pieces of the wood. Yeah, they dropped the ball on that one.
Well, people are asking, why did she not testify? Let's talk about that.
I mean,
Why
it
do
also,
you think she wouldn't have testified? I've got my reasons, so I want to hear yours first.
I mean, one, her attorney might have said no, but it is when you are looking at a jury, I mean, that's people you got to convince. And sometimes, I mean, they're not supposed to, but sometimes if they already have it up in their mind, why would you get up there instead of just laying low and letting the judge handle it? But at the same time, that is also her son. And I don't have kids, but I don't know what I would do in that situation. I guarantee, like, if he did do it, then it's, as a mom, I think that she would be like, I'll just go ahead and go to prison so you can live your life. But maybe at
If
the end, it was hitting her like, I'm about to go to prison. And maybe she also thought that there was enough evidence and trusted the defense enough that she didn't feel the need to go on the stand and was also protecting her son at that time.
Well, but also when you get to that point in a trial, you're reading the jury, and she could make that decision to testify up to case rest. And they may have felt that no matter what she said, no matter what she did, it's not going to impact the jury. And sometimes when you get up there and defend yourself, it looks worse than if you keep
Exactly.
quiet.
Exactly.
I think that happened in my ex's case because they watch your if I did this to my bangs or I did this, oh, she's lying. She's playing with her face because it's covering up her face. All these body language experts, which some of it I believe in, but
oh yeah, I mean that's what I was trained on, and the
Yeah.
the read technique is what I was trained on, and it's been under some scrutiny lately, as it should be, because that's not always right. Like for me, one of the biggest things, like if I was getting interrogated,
in a minute.
they would say that I was lying because since I have really bad ADHD, my eyes will move around a lot. And so they would say, "Oh, you're not making eye contact, you're looking around the room," instead of. And then there's other people, like if I'm sitting like this getting interrogated, then I'm closed off, I'm reserved, I'm trying to maybe I'm just cold. Like it could be so many things, and that's where a jury could read it wrong, and she could just be uncomfortable. And like you were saying, like if I do this, I do that, then you get, it can be taken way out of context.
Well, not yeah, and me being a deaf person. Hold on, I'm gonna.
I agree with toxic. That, yeah, I think that they thought maybe the
Hold on, there
defense
we go.
had enough, could poke enough holes to provide reasonable doubt.
Yeah, and I'm getting ready to try and bring to the foreground her thing again, but I felt that surprisingly, if she would have testified, it would have buried her because
too.
I've been on that stand multiple times as a
Yeah.
witness. No matter how innocent or no matter how truthful what you are saying is horrifying.
Yeah,
And
I'm even trained on what to do when I go up there. I still don't even like it. It
I
makes
know,
me
right?
so uncomfortable.
Well, but when I kind of went off and got distracted. So when I'm in my ex-husband's trial, I testified and they knew I was hard of hearing at the time. I wasn't deaf, but I was hard of hearing. Nobody offered me an interpreter, which they should have had. I was that bad. I was bad enough.
Yeah,
And
they're supposed to do that.
well, they had the attorneys stand real close. They had permission to come up beyond the podium.
Yeah,
So
that's a
while they were
loophole.
there, I was good. But then his attorney went back behind his table and asked me a question again, and I gave a different answer because what I heard minimally and lip read I answered what I thought I heard.
Yeah.
And you could hear everybody go, oh, and I
Right.
went, oh, shit,
Yeah, and
what
that's
just
not
happened?
fair.
I had no clue what had happened. And I was made to be a liar. And that's not fair.
No.
See, so just because you're innocent or you're truthful, lawyer, they threw me under the bus the whole time. And I didn't know it, which is not uncommon. I think if she was going to throw her son under the bus, she would have gotten on that witness stand and thrown him under the bus if she was lying.
Right. Because she's good at that point in time. The most logical thing is to get up there and lie and pin this on somebody else.
Right now, she knows she's going to get life. That is the minimum. There's nothing she can say or do to change what the outcome is. It's only with possibility or no parole.
Yep.
And either way, it's a life sentence for her. So she truly has nothing to gain, nothing to lose by confessing her truth.
Which is kind of why I believe her. Like what she said today, I kind of believe her because, like you were just said, she has nothing to lose. She's already been convicted, and so I mean, why not get up there and just be like, you know what? Here's how it actually is.
Well, if I was her, I would have done it if I knew he had done it.
Mm-hmm.
Because here's the thing. If mama say he did it and she discovered he did it like she did, and she took the fall and then he turns on her instead of supporting her, which he did not support her.
Nope.
He turned on her.
Yeah.
If he turned on her and I was in her shoes, I would dump a ton of bricks on his butt. Son or not. Son or not.
Then it's every man for themselves. And
I
mean, I guess what motive would she have? He's got motive. But what motive? That's the one thing that has bothered me.
Yes. And they're saying it's money. But if you really think about it, when you're married, it's 50-50, honey.
Mm-hmm.
And if they had money issues between them, that was between them. But I can't see. All right. I'm going to back up. Same with my case. I was accused, and you know what it's about. Nobody else does, and nobody else will. I was community accused me of doing the crime and framing him.
Yep.
Well, let's think about that. Same with her. Why messed in your nest? Now, first of all, my husband wasn't rich. He was in a job that could earn fairly decent money. But he was recently out of education and training. We were still in quite a bit of debt. Why would I shoot myself in the foot and live the way I've had to live? And thank God for certain people, I didn't have to live the way I could have lived.
Yeah.
And do what I'm accused of. Why do I want to mess in my nest? She
Yeah,
had
that
to go
doesn't
home.
make sense.
Women and men both put up a lot of crap from their exes. Obviously, they both had affairs. There were issues in the marriage. But do you know what? At their age, some people say, okay, we got a good nest here. We got a good retirement here. But we ain't good.
Right.
So you keep on your side of the fence. I keep on my side of the fence. And we just live it out.
Mm-hmm.
Many people do that.
Yep.
Why would she risk this? Going to jail.
Yeah, and losing everything.
Oh, everything. And people are like, well, she had silks on her chairs. Darling, if I had the money, I've sat in a chair covered in silk.
It's nice. It is. It's very nice.
It's very nice. But that's not for us to judge.
Mm-mm.
What was her motive? He cheated on her. She cheated on him. They had an argument out by the burn pile. The only way I think she could have done it was she would have done it at the burn pile.
Yeah, it would have been in the heat of the moment. Like, I'm very upset. Not like a kind of like a crime of passion. Like, in the heat of the moment, I'm losing it. Gabby, that does not surprise me.
That's why you hook your little toe around the leg of the chair and you sit like a princess. So anyway, that's the other thing. The gun. Too late now. Everybody said gun. And the older lady that came forward and accused her. I have problems with that testimony.
See, I didn't see that one.
Oh, she said that Melody was the only one that knew about the weapon. And I love how she said, I was trying to watch the case and I saw the little man in the corner with the headphones. You know who that is. Love you, recovery addict. And so anyway, she had a list. She had a timeline. She had notes in front of her. And when the defense got up there, they walked over there and I went, Your Honor. When they removed those notes, her memory was nowhere near as sharp and clear without the notes. And they rattled her a little bit.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, I know it was, she living on a farm and stuff, and it's not uncommon for people that live on farms to have pew-pews and stuff, but he was also in the military, so he would be more the one that, and then there was something that he said in it never sat right with me. When he said, I know what a burnt body looks like because of Iraq. How the body was, it doesn't take a genius of how it was to know that that's a body. It was almost like he was ready and he wanted to, I know what that.
He had his story planned out.
It sounded very rehearsed.
But let's think about that body. Now I'm getting Nancy Grace. Let's think about the body. If you've seen burned bodies, so have I. How long does it take? There's that question. To die in the snow. But if you're going to have a body of that mass and size, the head and the feet were not as charred because it was on the outer edges. You would smell it to kingdom come, miles
It
away.
smells horrible.
I mean, we would burn coffee grinds and walk around with, when you go in a house with the deceased person that's been there, what's the first thing the police do?
We put
Burn coffee grinds.
Yep, and we put it right here.
Right. I know a lady who carried around Vicks that she burnt coffee grinds and
That's
mixed
exactly
it in
what I
and went,
Yep, that's exactly what I would use is and put it right here.
I have it in my car.
Yeah.
People go, I said, you don't want to know. But
Exactly.
someone said they smelled something horrible within the mile of their property. That's not unusual. When we're rolling up on a scene that there's a deceased person, you, especially in a bad state, you can smell it before you even get within a certain distance. So that doesn't surprise me.
Right.
How long does it take for that body to burn where there was no clothing? Where was the clothing? There was no evidence of clothing. Scraps of clothing. And the rib cage by the foot, that thing been stirred.
Mm-hmm. Like,
you can't sit there and tell me that. Now, I have seen some combustion a little bit and things can move.
Mm-hmm.
But the more I looked at it, I was like, that pit had been stirred. It is attended to.
It had been, you could tell like spots that had been disturbed, and that's not due to that wouldn't like things that can combust would not do that. I mean, you'd have to have some accelerants in there, I would think, for it to do that. Like, unless you physically stirred it, though, then it would go over there.
But the thing is, didn't she have alibis for certain periods of time during that day?
Yeah, and then, but
it would take. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and then on top, but why did he delete the trail cam footage?
We'll go there. But let's get back to the body for a second. In order to maintain, how long does it take to do a cremation? Hours.
I was gonna say, it's a long time because you have to have some serious heat.
He was cremated from the neck to the ankle almost.
That's some serious heat.
That had to be accelerant and a lot of heat. Because when you look at what was left of his remains, there's not much left.
No, I think it's got to be at like 1,000 degrees, something like that.
Sorry, Gabby.
Those are like when somebody's cremated. Those are special units, I will say, that they're made for that. They're made to get to that type of temperature, and so it has to be accelerated. You would really have to know what you're doing to do that. And somebody that is educated with like military and sees other things, they would be more knowledgeable in that, not just some random farmer.
Okay, here we go. The human body usually takes 2 to 3 hours to fully burn in extreme heat of 1100 degrees Fahrenheit. Even after a body is burned at such extreme temperature as in a cremation process, a skeleton usually is left behind. Now, that's at a consistent, controlled cremation. You're not going to get that with a burn pit because the temperature is going to have to come up, it goes down, it comes up, it goes down, fluctuates way too much, and you're going to have to attend that fire.
Yeah,
you're going to have to sit there and who would have, do you think this little woman, well, I can't say little, do you think this wife could sit there and watch her husband literally slowly burned to death with that smell, she would smell like it. Let's
That's
talk about
what,
that.
yeah, she would
If
reek of that smell.
all right, we go into a home where deceased was unattended. We come out. What's the first thing we do?
Take
We
it
want
off.
to do
We want to go scrub and scrub and scrub because
that
we stink.
odor. Permeate. I can't say that word. Permeate.
Permerates.
Everything, including you.
Mhm.
Right? I always carry extra shows. Who got a shower? Whose shower was clean that's normally not clean?
Yep.
Yep.
Exactly.
So for me, the burn pit situation was always an issue. She did things throughout the day. Periodically, people saw her. So there is no way on God's green earth that she could have stood there and attended the remains in the burn pit for long enough for it to burn in the condition they were in.
Yeah.
And a person who's been overseas in the military, who's seen a lot of this, who has become desensitized to the smell and the sights, could.
Yeah.
And the physical strength, oh gosh.
That was the other. So there was, I don't know, somebody asked a question that I think it said, how did she even get him up there?
I don't,
By,
if
by
it happened, I don't think it happened in the house if it happened with her, it happened at the burn pit. He falls down and you roll him in.
Yeah. But I thought it was up a little bit. I thought she would have to raise him up a little bit. Oh, it was down? Okay. I looked at the
I don't
photo,
know.
though.
But, well,
No, I
the
think you're right.
jurors, do you know what one of the lawyers stated or somebody stated? Or no, a witness stated that the photos are a little deceptive concerning the topography because it really does have a little bigger slant than
Than what it
what it
shows.
appears in the photos. But I don't think, and there was just too many holes. Now back to what you were going to talk about.
Which one? Sorry, you're gonna have to remind me. I have really bad
I know.
ADHD.
Burn
Well,
pit? No.
well, the other thing with that is a lot of people don't understand how quickly rigor mortis sets in. And I mean, and that's gonna to just roll somebody in there, especially I don't know if she could move him by herself.
I don't think she could.
I don't feel like it I mean, I know farmers are strong. I grew up on a farm myself. But
Okay.
at the same time, science.
Can you
will
move?
step in.
You're strong, you're young and healthy. Can you move a 300+ pound, 6'5" man by yourself?
No. Even knowing like the different techniques on how to maneuver like the fireman's carries and the unalive
Even with that.
drag, there's no way. I'm not
Now,
physically scientifically strong enough to do that.
But if you would, well, you could with certain rope techniques and drag.
Yeah.
But what's going to happen when you try to do that?
It's going to leave marks on the ground.
I don't care how good that lawn is. And if you look at it, it was dirt, it was country. There would be evidence that that person was dragged.
Yep.
And there was none. And it takes time to hide that drag mark. How would you hide drag marks? You get the tractor and you mow.
Yep.
Or you just drive over it. But I think you were going to talk about the gosh, now I've forgotten. It was a good point. I'm sorry I had stopped you.
No, it's okay.
One of the other points to this, we talked about the gun with the old lady. I find that all suspicious. The fact that they live in the country, they have weapons, her strength and all that to me doesn't get it. But what gets me is all of the things that she did today. So we're gonna, if you got a moment?
Yeah.
I want to replay this. And I want to replay this. Okay, why is it not doing what I'm wanting it to do? But I want us bigger. Let me see if I can edit this. And I'm going to put view on top. We're going to switch. Can I make this bigger? Nope, I cannot. It won't let me. I'll have to take down the Christmas tree. Hi, Christmas tree. Let's bring the reclining Santa.
I like
What do you
that
think
one.
about my little Santa?
I like that one.
Okay, I got a bunch of them actually. I did some fun things. Where did I? Uh-oh. Where did I lose her? Let me.
I've had 6+ years of being told not to talk. Don't say that. Take legal advice. I could walk out of this courtroom today
You tell me where you want to stop.
Oh, just what?
and drop
Just
over
wherever. I'll
dead.
talk about anything.
Sorry?
I said just whenever you stop it, I'll talk about whatever she
I want
talks
to make
about.
sure that my
It's interesting.
children, my grandchildren, and Gary's family, and to be honest, at this point in time, the entire world who has viewed this.
Let's talk about her emotions. She was pretty emotionless during trial, but she did have a lot of emotion when certain people were up testifying.
Yeah, and I mean, and it's hard because if you're a
Go
defendant,
ahead, I'm going to fix this.
you're in a no-win situation on how you act while you're sitting over there. If you're crying too much, you're trying to sell it to the jury. If you're not crying at all, then you have no emotion. There's no way for them to sit correctly over there, and it's, but there's things that are like, we call them crocodile tears versus no, that's real. And I feel like how she's about to get, that was pretty real.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I want. Why is it not doing what I want it to do? Seriously?
We were having
put a-
issues the other night too.
What in the heck? Media slot. Thank you. Well, they're doing some changes, and a lot of them are good changes. So I'm not going to knock it.
Yeah.
There's some
just
things
wish
that
they
I've
would do it.
there's some things I've liked that they changed. Leave it be. Leave what be? I'm old. I can't see her, and I'm half lip reading her. I have to have her at least this size.
I've waited for years.
Anyway, we were saying the crocodile tears, the way her emotions to me, and I've taken the classes you've taken, are genuine.
Yep.
I don't see, and I didn't see, I saw a lot of this and a lot of this, but this is more like paying attention, leaning in. I didn't see a whole lot of self-blocking, did you?
No, it was more listening. And
if you
no, go ahead.
watch her, let's watch her here, because you can't hide it. My education may be different, but one thing I was taught was when someone's reading something, even if it's prepared by them, if it's a lie, it's harder to hide the telltale signs when you're reading something because you're not focusing on what your body's doing. You can't do both at the same time.
No, the human body is incapable, unless you put some mental health things on that, it's technically incapable of like lying. You have to mentally, but then you have to keep up with it. And so what your body does when you lie is because it's not what it knows that it's wrong, I guess. It shows some telltale signs, the fluctuations in your voice and stuff. There's signs there.
See, I understand what you're saying. She had her hand over her mouth, but do you know what? When I'm not here, a lot of times I'm like this.
Oh, I sit like this all the time.
And as a deaf person, I hate it because I can't lip read. So now you'll see me doing this a lot, but I used to do this all the time. That to me is not a tail sign. Just my humble opinion. So let's watch her and listen.
To make this statement to everyone. I want the world to know who did this. I have always heard that the courtroom is the last place you're going to get the truth. And has that ever been proven to be the truth in this case? Not only.
Another thing you cannot fake is that quiver.
No. And yeah, it's, and things like when you're actually crying, like your nose run, and you can hear, not being like trying to be gross, you can hear like the snot that in her face.
I can see it. I can't hear it.
Did I not do this? I know who did. I know Scott killed his father.
And here again, before she says it, and as she says it, there's no change in the emotion in her voice. Like with Amber Heard, she had some emotion, which actors are trained to do in the voice. But when she said anything about Johnny Depp and doing something, it was clear as a bell.
Bull
He
Butter
took my
Scott just
husband.
said, I was answering your question. He said, are you effing serious? I think that's what he just said.
Who?
He says something right when she starts talking.
I'll lip read him. Let me go back. Let me lip reading.
Not only.
I'm going to look at the
did
big
I
one
not
to do this.
I know who did. I know Scott killed his father.
Are you serious?
He took my husband, the father of Chris, Emily, and Amanda. He took Big Daddy from our grandchildren, Ella, Addison, Olivia, Jax, and James. 3 of them who never got to know Gary. Scott, this is unforgivable.
Look at the emotion on that man.
Scott has spent an entire life of loving and protecting you, but this I refuse to cover for you.
Who does that?
He's like, I can't take anymore. That's the way I read that. It's like there's a lady when they zoomed out later that was kind of, I think, her sister who was kind of keep Scott, right? He's the one that's being accused. Okay. Trying to keep Scott calm. And she kept looking back at him and he's looking at her. So there's a kind of a aunt that's kind of like they're both sitting in the same pew, but separated by people. And the aunt is in front and she's trying to keep everybody under control. I hate to be her right now.
Oh, yeah.
And I think he's looking at her going, I can't take this. I can't.
Yeah.
That's the way I read it. Okay, here we go.
My mother, your mom,
Now, if you're lying, would you do that?
begged me to take the blame for this. She said after she talked to you, after Gary died, that she knew you had done it. Her exact words were, you are his mother. You have to take blame for this. And I told her no, that I couldn't. I still have 3 other children, grandchildren, and this is not a stolen credit card, a check, or a diamond ring that you've pawned, all of which you have done.
Scott lived above the garage or the barn. He lived in an apartment at the top. They didn't investigate the inside of the lower part of the barn at all, very much, I don't think.
I don't know if they went in there at all.
No, the barn is separate. He lived above the garage.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. The barn was separate. So would you be, but look at her natural behavior to turn around and look at him. If you're lying, are you going to do that?
No, you're gonna stay, she's gonna stay remaining sitting forward, not turn around and look. And I mean, I also
Confront.
think, like, yeah, and then his original look looked like, like when your heart starts beating real hard because
You're
start
like,
to panic.
oh shit.
Yeah, that's the look he had.
There's a look of, I can't believe you're putting this on me. I didn't do it. And there's a look of, am I caught?
Yeah, because if that conversation really happened with her mom and her, he thinks he's golden. And and then for her to turn around and be like, "No, I'm going to say everything." It would make you panic. It would give you that look of, "Oh shit." Like,
Talk. I understand Dad paid for a lot of things because he could. Now, I know
Yeah.
someone who's a father. I'm not going to say who has helped not only his children, but other people in the community out because he had the funds to do so. And it blessed him to be able to give to their kids. I'm not, that doesn't bother me so much. The accusing of pawning things, taking money, and stealing bothers me.
Well, it
I
gives him
saw you
motive.
from that burn pile.
It gives
Go ahead.
it like what Toxic could be say. Like it would still give him motive.
Hmm?
If Daddy over here cut him off, he
Big
probably
motive.
wouldn't. Yeah, it's a huge motive right there.
Well, let's talk about the polygraph. You've done them?
Several.
Now, do you believe they can be tricked?
Yeah.
Do you think someone can lie and still get a clean read?
Yeah. And there's also times on the flip side where you're telling the truth, but that's because we're going more towards just stop using polygraphs. You can't use them in court, so I mean, kind of what's the point? And anxiety, medication, like so. The last one I had to take, since I take ADHD medicine and I also take seizure medicine, and those are things I have to take. We had to do it a few times to get a base, but you can absolutely, those can give
False
wrong
reading.
readings. And it also, the other thing that can go one way or the other is what how skilled is your investigator? Because if just because you passed a class and you passed a test to do it doesn't mean that you weren't at the bottom of your class. And if they're not very skilled in it, that can also throw it off.
Well, here's another thing. If you say, I'm trying to keep my personal life out of this. Say you committed a crime. And there are some people who get themselves so invested in trying to prove their innocence, they believe it.
Yeah.
If you believe what you're saying at the time as fact and true, that lie detector is not going to catch it.
Right, which is like sociopaths and psychopaths, we're not even going to bother giving them one because they'll pass it every time. And like pathological liars, there's no point in giving them one because they're going to pass it every time.
Yeah, because people who lie and sometimes commit a crime and they take a test, multiple, and pass them, and you know they're guilty, a lot of times they've rehearsed and rehearsed in their head, and they have got it to where they believe it. And also, if you're on blood pressure medication, for example, what does that do? It keeps your heart rate steady. What is part of this test on? Your breathing and heart rate and sweating and eyes and all of that. And so, I don't have faith at all in lie detectors.
Oh no, because like I had some issues with some of mine and I had to show them some of my medical stuff. So I have a condition called POTS that I was born with.
I know what
Basically,
that is.
Yeah, so like you'll see me if I sit down, like my face will get really red. But my heart rate is a lot higher than everybody else's. Even if I'm laying down, it's still about 120 or so. And for people that don't have that, that's that would be your heart racing a little bit. For me, that's just normal, but it shows up on a polygraph that my heart's racing and it's not.
Yeah. So the polygraph thing, if I was on a jury, I would dismiss it. I wouldn't rely on it at all.
Morning of July the 5th.
Okay,
Your
wait.
truck.
Here's a question. Many kids feel entitled to help. Yeah, that may be true. Question, Dr. Bullbutter. My low blood pressure and meds might make my results squiffy.
That's a new word. I've never
I
heard
like
that word
that.
before. I do
Instead of
too.
iffy, squiffy.
I like that.
Ooh, now I won't remember it. Remind me of it. I won't
I'm
remember.
gonna write that down. That's a cool
Yeah,
word.
I think I'm gonna screenshot that one. That was squiffy. Haley Mouse, I don't know where you came up with that, but guess what, girlfriend? We just photographed it.
I like it.
I like it. That good. Okay, let's watch her some more. Oh, Dr.
You
Bullbutter.
told me that you were checking on the fire to make sure that it was.
I'm sorry, Dr. Bullbutter. What would happen with my physical disability will almost guarantee a failed polygraph? Not necessarily.
I don't know what it is, so
The thing is if you have disabilities that affect your heart rate or blood pressure, that kind of thing, that yes, definitely can affect it.
that and even enlarged sweat glands,
Yep.
things like that can throw it off.
Yep.
Doesn't go get the woods
No.
on fire. You told me it was okay. I asked you a few weeks later why you were at that burn pile in your truck. And you told me that your dad had told you to clean up the extra wood that was by the barn. I told Hayes that I had seen Scott that morning coming from the burn pile. So Hayes, where is that recording?
Ooh.
I want to know. You told me there was multiple recorders. You did, but you sat here in this courtroom and you told this court that you didn't tell anybody about recorders, but you did.
Ooh, spicy.
That still could have been protecting her son. I don't know. I have to go back and listen to him again.
I think at the beginning she was until they turned on her, and now she's just like, here you go.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I feel. I'm not sure. The whole thing is she may have had knowledge after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
But I just feel I could not convict her. There's too many holes. It's beyond reasonable doubt. There is reasonable doubt in this case in my mind. I'd hang the jury. So when the docs, etc., say don't move, that's fun.
They probably wouldn't even give you one anyways, because you do
No.
have to sit pretty still.
Yeah. Oh, in the wiretap, she suspected Scott. Yeah.
Where is that recording in the interview?
That's what I want to talk about. Where is the interview that the police had with her? Where is it in the recording where she says,
Yep.
I saw him. So when they interviewed her, she wasn't covering for him. So there goes our cover story.
Yeah. But that doesn't, I mean, she might have said it then, like I suspect Scott, but if she can tell that they're not budging and then she talked to her mom after, because we don't know when she talked to her mom.
True. That's a good point. Could have been after.
So if she had talked to her mom afterwards in private, her mom's like, okay, we know that Scott did it, but that's your son. Mom
True.
is always supposed to protect their cub.
Yep.
But I don't know.
See this woman right there?
Mhm.
That's the aunt. She is in shock, and she's
like
trying to
angry.
keep him under control.
Look at the look on his face. Whew.
Look at the look on her face. Here's another family member you can tell.
And if he did it, and if everything she is saying is true, how much of the family knew? But they basically were like, okay, you're his mom, you're older, he still has, some of his life to live, what have you.
Thank you, Doc Ronnie.
And now that if she agreed to all of that and now this is coming out, yeah, I mean, it would go with the looks on their face.
Yeah, definitely. But we'll look at that, Ronnie, in a minute. Ronnie sent me the interview and the wiretap.
Oh, sweet.
We'll look at that. Yeah. Look at the
You,
reaction.
Scott, immediately started saying that there was a gun missing, a gun that
That was
nobody
strange.
knew about.
That, to me, was strange.
Yeah, if
But-
nobody even knows about it, then why are you going to sit there and go around saying that there's one missing if no one even's supposed to know about it?
Sorry. What is it, Tash? Love RA, but was totally bothered by what happened with the witness that came out after watching him. Sorry, I finally caught up. Yeah, I would throw that old woman's testimony out. Let's talk about that gun. I have a new lead shooter. I'm
Oh,
a
do you? I actually
semi.
just-
I usually am a semi-automatic,
Yep.
but I got a revolver.
Nice.
Because I'm going to be out in the country a lot, camping and whatnot, and a semi-automatic with a snake shot doesn't work well.
Mm-mm.
So I got one that I could put snake shots in for that.
Right.
I don't know if I've told my daughter about it, but she doesn't live in my home.
But
So if something happened and one child knew about it and knew where it was, doesn't matter how long I've had it. If you have a lot of weapons, all right, let's be realistic. If you have a lot of weapons, and nope, I know I love the judge. Somebody knows their weapons. So can't wait to go shoot it. But if you don't live in my home and I have multiple weapons, do you think I'm going to tell you where every single one of them are and every single one that I have? And then especially when you had as many as they did.
yeah, and because I was thinking, I was like, actually, I know where mine are, and I know where I've placed some in case I ever had an intruder or something like that. But I can tell you,
Different places.
my parents' house. I know that they have them. I couldn't sit there and list every single one that they have, and if I know where some are, but I also know that there's some I probably don't know where they are. But yeah, I'm not gonna tell somebody. So yeah, you're right. You're very right about that. That you're not gonna tell somebody.
No, I'm not. I got flagged like crazy. I have to have 18 years and older. I got I took the monetization off, but I got a warning. No, it's okay. It's 18 and older. It's flagged as restricted. So it took them a while, but yeah. Okay. It's a missing weapon. How would Melody know where she kept it? If anything, Rusty would have knowledge, and she did give her that. I'm gonna ignore that testimony because I think it is tainted.
I do too.
Oh, my pineapple. Somebody doesn't like what I'm saying. Okay.
Oh, my pineapple.
You never mentioned before. I asked you more days than not where your dad was. And this was the first time you ever had that response. there's a gun missing. You should have you did start immediately spinning your story when you found out that Addison and Cameron were there the night before. You got so angry. Now I know why. When I went to feed the baby goat the morning
Hold on.
that
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to this point.
I'm going to skip their arguing over this. We don't need to. I would have said, put me up there. Let me testify. No skin off my nose now.
Exactly. I mean, for anybody that missed it, it's just basically the judge saying that he can't really stop her from saying what she's saying, but also it does give for like prosecution to cross her if they wanted to.
Yep. Sorry. My back, I don't know what happened, but I laid down last night and it was like knives in my lower spine.
That is weird. I did the same thing, and it was almost like my leg was giving out too. Like when I walked, it was like a really sharp pain.
That sounds like a disc.
Goody.
Mine is because my spine is fusing on the belly side, not the back, but the inside. They're fusing together. And some days it's just like, holy Moses, can't wait for the wheelchair. Because
Haley.
the wheelchair is designed to angle my knees in certain angles to take that pressure off.
Sorry,
Okay,
I was laughing
so-
at Haley. She really does.
Yeah, sciatic pain sucks too. It really does, Haley Mouse. But this is, that's why I'm not decorating right now. I couldn't even pick up a box. It's so bad.
Examine it. It's not proper. So I'm going to ask you to restrain your remarks to.
I went to feed the baby goat the morning
She did. She just
of
kept
July
reading.
the 5th before I left for the lake. I saw where you had washed out the barn. I later found that several bottles of house wash were missing after this all happened several weeks ago. Now I know why.
Oh, that's new. I
Wow.
saw where you washed out the barn. Remember, the barn, they said, had water. They looked in it. They didn't process it, if I remember correctly. Woo-hoo. But see, here's the thing. People said, well, she can throw all this in an appeal. No, she can't. Because she knew it at the time of trial. Appellate is new information that was not known at the time of trial. And it has to go through a litany of things to qualify for the appellate to be introduced. Am I not correct?
Yeah, about 95% of the time, if not higher, they're going to say no.
Maybe I should be a lawyer. I just don't want to go through the school.
The photos of your bathroom spotlessly clean. Now I know why.
Yeah, mama knows their kids. They know. Look
I
at
know
the
why
rest
you
of it.
demanded me to move the tractor that you so were upset about it being in the place. Now I know why. Scott, you called me on July the 4th
Twice she's
and
done
asked
that.
me what my plans were for the day. And I told you I was going to the lake with Amanda, and you were so glad that I was going. I thought it odd then. Now I know why. I found copies of my birth certificate, your dad's birth certificate, our marriage license in your truck.
What?
Why? And with the tractor, that could have been you drive the tractor because she's smaller than he is. She's got to adjust the seat forward. So if it's left in that position, it could easily be like, well, I wasn't the last one because the seat is I'd have to push the seat back.
He was setting her up.
Yep.
And some of this stuff was denied to be brought in. That'd be true. What are you sending me messages, YouTube? Oh, please don't send me a message that I'm banned. I was worried about getting, you know how you get those little trouble, what do they call it when they ding you?
Oh, we get put in timeout, and then
I was afraid I was going to get put in timeout.
Now I know why. Scott, I saw Gary going to that barn the night of July the 3rd, right after you got home. And then Scott is going, and I thought then Scott's going to be in trouble for staying at the lake and playing golf all the time. Never in a million years did I ever think that this nightmare was starting then. I told you, Detective Hayes, that I saw Scott going over there to the barn. Where is that in the recording? A bag. I know exactly where and when I was standing. Scott, you put antifreeze under my kitchen sink to set me up for this.
wow.
What is up with the antifreeze?
There's something that it does. I don't remember.
Was it the accelerant?
No, I think it. I mean, no, because I don't think that one. I have to look. There's something with that because I've seen it in other cases.
Or
and
is it cleaning up the blood?
I would think that would be ammonia. You're gonna use it. Use ammonia.
Poisoning? Nah, they didn't find any of that in his body. Let's talk about the blood real quick. If you went through my home, you're going to find drops of blood somewhere.
Sorry, I'm looking up the antifreeze. I don't remember.
Okay, but there's not enough blood in her home, even under the illumination, for an unaliving. Although I did state, just because someone gets shot doesn't mean there's going to be an explosion of body matter. I've seen people get it through and through in just two little holes and barely anything coming out.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Only you would have known where it was because it was for the Mercedes.
Well, baby.
When Amanda and I were putting that house back together, you sat in there and watched us like a hawk. Now I know why. You became so angry when the fire investigator came in July, weeks after.
I've got to go do a pupper break. Can you handle that for a minute?
Yep,
Thanks. So, pick a topic.
So, what was it? It isn't unusual to have you're right. Was it? I don't remember what time of year it was there. Sorry, I'm trying to read if anybody had anything. Yeah, toxic. I forgot about that part. And you can't really, if somebody's burned, there's no real way for medical examiners to, to find out if that's what happened, if that was the cause, I guess, or if that happened previously. And but yeah, Tash and toxic. I forgot about that. That was the theory. Which I don't know why you would pick antifreeze. Because there was, it's most of the time when people do that, it's rat poisoning, because like they'll put little bits in it because it won't show up in your system if it's in small amounts. But you'll get more and more and more sick as time goes by. And But I would assume that antifreeze would show up. But again, if he's not there, yeah, could it taste sweet? Yeah, there was a trial that happened. You are right. They put antifreeze in the husband's drink to unalive him, and he couldn't taste it because it had a sweet taste to it.
Yeah, like a sweet tea. But here's the thing. They could not do a toxicology because there was not enough of the remains to do that. So even if he was being poisoned, it may have been his son.
Yep.
May not have been her.
Which would go with why he was like, I'm going to go ahead and stick this underneath the sink real quick.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. It can cause organ failure. And if you're diabetic, well, didn't he go to the hospital and wasn't he found to be diabetic?
Yeah, because I thought that was like a more recent diagnosis within his life.
But if you're getting a little bit at a time, it can cause the blood sugar to be high. And they're not going to test for arsenic or antifreeze without a reason to.
Arsenic won't show up if you have it in small. Like that's why people they've done that. Yeah, is because it makes that person really, really sick as time continues, and they get more and more and more sick. They can have cancer, like different cancers and stuff to pop up, but it does not, unless it's used in high doses, it doesn't show up in there. And even sometimes if it does, I mean, it sounds gross, but you go test your food sometimes.
Well, and we actually don't we produce a little bit of it in our own bodies? So, but the thing is for me with all that, I've got to do this. My ponytail's driving me nuts. Is that we get it high. Higher it is, the closer to God I am. But my thing with all of this is, you know what? That did not unalive him. Do I see how they could be using it? Yeah. But she herself, I wonder, as much as everybody is going on and on about the poison, that could have just been planted there just to give the investigators a trail to chase and not him. Even if it wasn't being used, if you find that underneath the kitchen sink, you're going to go, all right, you walk into a house where someone's been unalived and you find a bottle of antifreeze under the sink. What are you going to think?
I wouldn't really think much of it. I mean, I would test it and I would look, but I would have to know.
To say you yourself as a professional won't put as much weight in that, but people who are lay people would think you would. So that to me would scream possible setup.
Yeah. And then the other thing that could have been, maybe whoever really was poisoning him and they got impatient because they just got impatient.
Yep.
After this nightmare started, now I know why you were so angry. Scott, you failed your polygraph test. You recorded meetings at the attorney's office and turned them over to the DA's office. We hired Manny to help us. Emily.
See, I go back and forth with that one because that's actually it's not really talked about, but that happens more than people think it does.
But it's not. Well, when you say you're my lawyer and I'm alone with you, that's a lawyer-client privilege.
That's
the moment I introduce another person into the mix and there's three of us, that client privilege is out the window.
Yep.
and they can record it and they can release it. There's no a client privilege established.
But how she said it was he went to his lawyer's office and recorded this and then sent it to the DA, which is weird because like
That
if
is
it's
weird.
just like why if you have a lawyer, why would you do that? Like why would you go to your attorney's office and then record that and then send it to the DA? Like that.
And if you send it to the DA, you forfeiture your client privilege, and that is dangerous thing to do. That's a good point, Ronnie. He knew that was there. Well, let's talk about that shot.
I thought there was a bullet found by his ribcage.
The bullet, you know, your ribs are shaped like this, right? We're looking like from the head down to your toes. Okay. Not this way, but so you can see. A bullet was found on the inside curve with the rib and some soft tissue. That means it went through and stopped on the inside. It didn't hit on the outside. And so in order for it to land on the inside of the rib cage, it has to go through the torso.
Yeah, it'd have to go like through
one way or the other, front or back. They couldn't ascertain. I don't think they said which rib it was. And so they didn't know if it was a back rib or front rib. They didn't know any of that because it wasn't a complete rib. But there wasn't enough to reconstruct. If the rib is always curved, if this is the fatty tissue, like the fat of my finger, that's on the rib and the bullet is in that, it had to pass through the torso, period. You cannot get there without it going through the torso. And I felt that the Emmy and other people failed in explaining that very well because a lot of people were talking about could have been shot in the back, could it have hit here? It had to go through the torso.
Right, because if it went through anywhere else, even if it bounced around, there would be. But that's what it wouldn't work. It has to go that way. Like what you're saying, it has to go through the
front or
torso.
back. It could go between the ribs, front and back. It could go from the stomach up into the rib. Remember, he's tall. His son's tall too, but it had to go through organs.
Right. But there's
vital or non-vital, we don't know. But you can't sit there and tell me that that was not a shot that did not pierce the torso. It was either back to front or front to back. Period.
Could it have been put there afterwards?
I don't think so because it was mixed in too well. The bullet itself was what I call flayed. And it was mixed in with the meat and the rib itself. If you did, you were going to pick up a burning part of the body. You're going to take it and you're going to be doing this. And
that wouldn't work. That would gross me out too. I mean, so just a theory. Scott and him could have gotten into a struggle. Like that he was going to unalive him, gotten into a struggle, went ahead and did it, pushed that, made him fall down. So now he's pushed him down, light him on fire.
He could have shot at him to make sure he's dead later.
Yep.
They technically couldn't prove he was actually shot. That's crazy to me. He was shot. There's no way unless you see, this is where I would love to have been a lawyer. I would have said, so are you telling me that somebody took a bullet, dug up the remains out of a burning 1,000+ degree fire pit and shoved the bullet into the meat in the rib cage and tossed it back into the fire? But how did that bullet get displaced?
Exactly. That's what I was just about to say. If it was, it would explode. if it wasn't already fired. A barbecue sandwich does sound good right now. Not a good time for one, but it does sound good.
Isn't it funny how you and I can sit and talk about this and it doesn't even faze us?
Yeah.
But that's
Is
a
the
good
one
point, and
who used her dad.
nobody talked about that. I mean, they talked a lot about some of it, but they didn't talk about that. And I was like, y'all, explain this to me, please. Tell people. And Scott was leaving the burn pile in the morning after tending fire all night, says Melody. Yep. Look at this woman. She's trying to console them, right? Here's his brother. That's his knees. So she was turning back at, I mean, there he is. Sorry. He's right next to her. My bad. There he is. There she is. So, y'all, I'm surprised he didn't jump over and go for him.
Daddy's
Kudos for
credit card
holding on to your
to pay for that
emotion.
attorney. Scott, you got so angry that your sister Amanda was getting my personal clothes and my personal things to the point that Cherokee County had to be called. That is not the actions of the same person.
What?
He emptied, just so you know, he emptied the house while she was in jail before she was convicted. The house was foreclosed on eventually. But right after she was arrested and put in jail, he started taking her stuff out before the house was even foreclosed on.
Oh, like selling it and just getting, it's all mine. I'm getting all the money, but also maybe getting rid of some things.
Uh-huh. But her own personal clothing.
Yeah, that one's weird.
Oh, man. And my fire radio is not in here. And we got a bunch of fire trucks going off.
Scott's anger issues have all
It's hard.
been
I
a
wanna go.
huge issue. When he was in kindergarten and elementary school, Chris
I'm
would,
objecting. At this point, she's dragging Scott through the mud and his character. This is not.
Ms. Farris, I'm going to cut you off if you keep life.
She's so
I
struggling.
can remember thinking, it's okay that I sit here. I just want answers. That's all I want. And I still haven't gotten them. And I don't think that I ever will.
Okay, she's going to get off that boat. Let's talk about something she asked. Your Honor, you need to be the 13th juror. What's your opinion on that?
Ugh. And you get
Can
in
he
some
be?
real legal technicalities there. But at the end of the day, oh, well, before I get to that, I was going to ask if you wanted to put a poll up to see if the chat thinks she was wrongfully or if they think, or if you
I
want.
was just thinking close to that. But yeah, I'll put it up. Go ahead. Keep talking.
So even if a jury comes out and they're like, this person's guilty, a judge has the right to turn around right there and say, no. They can technically overrule that, but I don't think they could be a 13th juror. It's virtually never happens that a judge, I can't even think of a case, but I know they can. But that's hard because that's a hard question. I don't know how I feel about that one.
I don't either. I think that he kind of sort of showed that
Mm-hmm.
because the way he worded, and he was being very careful in what he said and how he said it. But I think he has doubt because he could have added maximum 10 years for this and all of that, and he didn't.
Yeah.
And he could have just said, if he firmly believed 100% she was fully guilty of this crime, he would never have given her the possibility of parole.
Oh no, he would have said you're just a cold-blooded unaliver and threw the book at her. but he didn't.
Mm-mm. He left the open door. So that to me, people go, well, you can tell a lot by what a judge is thinking. Look at Sarah Boone. Life, boom, I'm out. I'm not even
couldn't-
discussing it.
He
I'm
couldn't
not
even
going to
get
give
out of
my
there.
opinions. I was
Oh,
like, it was life. Bye.
I'm surprised he didn't have his coat on while he was reading it off. He could not get out of there fast enough.
He's like, I'm done. I'm done. See ya. Now I'm going to go play golf, get a stiff drink, and bid you farewell because this has been one hell of a case. Yeah. You know what? You're right about that. He
did.
didn't appear. He's like, oh,
Yeah, he was
he's-
very calm and soft spoken and almost like he
apologetic.
yeah.
And he let her get away with it even more after he warned her.
Yeah.
He said what he had to say legally, but he didn't enforce it.
And that scares me to death. Amanda was the only one of my children that got up here and told the truth. And I thank her for that every day. Judge Cannon, I had so many questions, so many whys. Why were so many things not their task? Why was the barn never checked? I think that would have given us so many answers. Why did they run out of Blue Star? They were on my property for days. I beg of you to get answers.
That is a good point.
Yep. I think
How hard
I mean,
would it be for them if they're there for days to get more Blue Star?
it's not. It's literally a phone call. You can even just call the next county over and say, hey, we're out of this. Or call the state and be like, hey, we're out of this. Can we?
And they can hold and sequester that house for as long as they want. They can post somebody there to guard it, to ensure that nobody goes in. They can hold that crime scene for weeks. They could hold it for a year. There was no rush. That bothered me in trial. And remember the picture where they had her candlesticks in the table where they sprayed everything?
Yeah.
And then they said, oh, well, the candlesticks are glowing because of the age of them and the paint and ... Okay, that's fine. But why did you not do the barn?
Yeah. Why would you? To me, it
Why
was
would
almost
you
like
not
a
do
waste.
his apartment?
Yeah. Even with her going, like, if she said that she thought, like, she suspected that Scott did this, as an investigator, you go look at every avenue, every different possibility. And it's not that hard to get a search warrant. It is not hard.
Just need what? What do you need?
Probable cause.
Probable cause.
And
And
it's not hard it's not hard to word something in a certain way to where you get probable cause.
Canton PD.
Yeah, that's a terrible police department. I don't even know.
I'm going to make an invitation when you're not with your mother to come on for the Karen Reed trial. I've talked to, for the Karen Reed trial, I talked to a retired police officer who ended their career in evidence, but was an investigator. I've talked to some experts, and let me tell you, I got the same reaction. Okay.
Exactly.
What does anyone remember Scott's alibi?
I thought Um, what was it? Because I thought it was proven to be a lie. But I thought
And
that
here,
they showed that that wasn't true.
I would be interested in rewatching this if we have enough downtime. We have enough downtime. Went on a little bit. I just want to hit the key witnesses.
Judge Cannon, I'm begging for justice for Gary, for my children, for my grandchildren, for Gary's family. And I am begging that you throw out this verdict. Be the 13th juror. Help us get justice. I did not do this. I promise you on my life, the 18 months that I did in Cherokee County was nothing compared to the last month that I spent in there. Now I know that Cherokee County did not do their job in the investigation. They took Scott's story and ran with it. I know that in my heart, body, and soul, who did this. And I'm begging for help. I'm begging you, Judge Cannon. Please do not send me to prison for
Look at
something
his-
I didn't do.
He
I
is
didn't
zoned
do
in.
this. If I had done this, I would take this charge gladly. If it would bring Gary back, I would gladly go to prison. I do not want to wait years for an appeal. I've waited 6 years and 5 months for justice already, but here we are. Maybe I should have testified, but I listened to legal counsel. I wanted the truth out there, and this is why I am making this statement. I will talk to any and everyone who can help me and my family. I never wanted my family's life to be played out for the world to see. It is a mother's job to protect her children.
Would a liar say all that?
Nope.
Oh, they'll talk to anyone and everyone. Let's look at what's his name with the tattoos all over his face. He'll sit there and he'll talk to everyone, but he wants money.
Right. And it's not very often that they say that to a judge. That sincere.
Yeah. Body language. I think what we'll do when we get done with this is we will go back and watch some of the testimony. Because you're
wanna
right. We
watch
were
this.
doing 2 trials. We were doing 2 trials at once. So we'll go back. We will zoom through some of the dull, not the testimony dull, but some of the break stuff. I think it would be cool. We'll go back and rewatch this. That I don't like
And
the
I
other
cannot
trial.
protect the person who did this.
Boring.
We can't replace Gary. That is unforgivable. I promise you to work hand in hand with the DA's office. But what scares me the most is that because of several individuals, so many others in this county that did not do their job, justice will never be done. For the last 6 years and 5 months, my every thought has been consumed with this. No matter what I do, it never leaves. And until you have lived this, nobody can understand. And I would not wish this on anybody. When I heard of the mother of the boy at the Appalachia school shooting, she called to tell that her own son was going to the school with a gun. My heart broke for her. This is a mother's worst nightmare. Judge Cannon, I beg of you for help. As one parent to another, help me get justice for Gary and my family. A mother, or at least not this mother, does not blame her child unless she knows he did it. Not thinks, knows. And I would never sit here and let the attorneys lay blame to him if I didn't know. You have no idea how heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching this is. John Luke says that I'm the most stoic person that he's ever met. My response was, you never know how strong you are until that's your only choice. So before it said that the only reason I'm telling you this is because I got a guilty verdict. It's not. If it had come back as not guilty, I would have still been begging for justice, for help getting the right person convicted. As soon as I walked out of the courtroom, I promise you I would have done that. Chris, Emily, Amanda, Ella, Addison, Olivia, Jack, and James, I am doing this for you. Carrie is gone, and trust me, when I say that he is in a better place, because this has been the worst nightmare. It's been hell on earth. Knowing that your own son did this,
That's heartbreaking.
and it's only been by the grace of God that I have survived this last 6 years and 5 months. If I could, I would gladly trade places with Gary. Judge Cannon, I am begging you for help. Please do this for Gary and my family. I have missed years with the people that I love dearly. Help me restore my family. Be the person in Cherokee County that it is their task. I do not want years. I do not want to wait years for justice, years that I may not have. I know this is something that you may never have seen before. And I plead with you to roll this verdict out. Help me get justice for the correct person. As bad as it sounds, I want to be there to watch him chained and shackled and brought to justice. I plead with you. This is something.
Okay, this is pretty much all she said.
But did you hear what she just, the very last thing? I
What?
would like for him to watch him be chained and shackled.
What?
That's what she just said.
That's my hear.
Years.
Sometimes I don't hear everything.
I do not want to wait years for justice, years that I may not have. I know this is something that you may never have seen before. And I plead with you to roll this verdict out. Help me get justice for the correct person. As bad as it sounds, I want to be there to watch him chained and shackled and brought to justice. I plead with you. This is something that I will never.
Oh, snap. If I was her son and I didn't do it and she did that to me, honey, there'd be so much dynamite under that bridge. It never existed. The river it crossed or the road it crossed wouldn't be existing. I'd be an orphan.
I mean, and the thing that really strikes me about everything that she is saying is most people, when they did it and they're placing blame on somebody else and they're standing in court like, I'm innocent, I'm innocent. They come off angry and they don't really have that raw emotion there. She just comes off heartbroken and sad. And I mean, I believe her. I really do. I believe her.
Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I was saying hi to my son.
No, you're fine.
Hold on.
We're on it. I would like to be a fly there at the family dinner or the Christmas dinner. Could you imagine? And I feel for her. Like Adair was saying, as crappy as this whole family was, it's, yeah, sad.
There will be no family Christmas dinner at that house. Well, the house, do you know what sucks? If she is innocent, if she's innocent, oh, the dog is chewing on antler. If you hear, she's chewing on an antler. By the way, best chew toys, old antlers. Yeah, forgot my train of thought. People in Ari's chat are angry because didn't show enough.
So I have something to say to that. People, you got to think, if you put yourself on that trial, you are in that defendant's chair. Everything, I mean, and you've been incarcerated, you are so emotionally drained.
You're out. You're done.
Yeah, and you are, and how tired you are, because, I mean, those aren't the easiest places to sleep. There's constant slamming doors. It's 24/7 facility, so people are constantly moving in and out. And there's a lot of time that you're not going to have emotion because you're just so drained.
Okay, guys, I appreciate, I love RA. I have no problem with y'all mentioning RA, but let's not talk about how they are. RA has no control over what people think and say on his chat. So I appreciate it, Rachel. It's not just you. I have people doing this all the time. I know you said his chat. I agree. I get it. But how do I put this? I've had people come from other, not RAs, that say that this person's chats are always so negative and this and that, and they're horrible. That kind of may put somebody who doesn't know who that person is, may not want to go and watch them because of that.
Yep.
Maybe you can say it better.
No, that's exactly. I mean, if there's times, yeah, 'cause I haven't went to some people's because they've said that.
And I agree. I think some chats can be more toxic than others. That's why I'm very careful over here. But when you get to be as big as RA, you can't catch all that. That's why your mods are very important. Your mods should be stopping that immediately. But I do get your point. It is valid. I've just had several people posting recently, and I love RA. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for RA. And a lot of us wouldn't, actually.
Yeah.
He's one of the few YouTubers who will actually help you.
Yeah.
No, it's not just Rachel. It's not just you. You're okay.
Yeah, you're good.
No, we love you. We're happy you're here. Do you know what? I love to hear discussions in Discord.
Yep.
But Rachel, we love you. This was not just about you. I've had a handful in the last couple of days. And so it just reminded me. I was going to say this prior to this. You just reminded me. You're good. You're good, babe. We love having you. So I have done something. Let me get it up. It's hard, though, when you have situations where you have differences of opinions. And I welcome differences of opinions, especially if they're respectful.
Absolutely.
I've disagreed with Miss Bullbutter wholeheartedly. We're still friends. Then I made her a mod. Go figure. I'm always the one who does the devil's advocate. I will play the devil's advocate. You will never know exactly where I stand unless I say it.
Very true.
Okay, let's get going on this.
Rule 22
I'll
that I
figure it
have,
out.
Tracy will print out yours and we'll take care of that. All right, anything else we
I want stable volume.
need to take up before we get started with the jury?
I want to control the volume.
Just the only thing is that after we do our openings, we can take a short break.
We will take a short break. The camera crew wants to do a short break so they can reset that camera so it's out of the way of everything too. They're there for openings and they're going to move it. In this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then
I'm skipping all that.
Blowing on me right now. It lets y'all know that just as y'all have taken an oath and the attorney.
All legal investigation is the discovery of truth.
Are y'all hearing it okay?
That's why you're here.
I don't like the sound, but I can't control
Why
it.
are you here? I want to put you at ease through this trial. It's going to be a long trial. It will be a slow burn. There's a lot of evidence in this case. But why is the media here? Look around. Why are these people here? Why are the attorneys here? Why is the
I'm an
defendant here?
Aries.
Gary Farris will not walk through that door. No problem, Judge. Gary will not walk through that door. In this trial, what you have to do is ask yourself, what is the truth? You have to ask yourself certain questions. You do not have to ask yourself, was Gary murdered? He was. The evidence is going to show that. You do not have to ask yourself, was Gary Farris burned on a burn pile? He was. The question you have to ask is, who did this? Who did it? This is a murder. This is a heinous murder. It was shot, killed, put on a burn pile.
Quick question for you. Do y'all hide that logo on your channel?
No.
Because I've heard sometimes they come after you.
I think they used to, but I think now since trials and streaming trials have become like more and more and more popular, I think they've kind of backed off a little bit.
Burned. The question you have to ask, what the evidence demands an answer of, is who murdered Gary? And these people that are here to see the trial, what I want you to do is they're going to follow the evidence too. I want you to look at me. Don't worry about that. Follow the evidence. The evidence demands an answer, and the answer is close. It's at hand. It's close to me. It's close to you. It was close to Gary.
Where's
the object
Zach?
of all legal investigation is the discovery of truth.
Probably
This
getting
trial,
milk.
what you have to do is you have to shrink the world. When you see the evidence, this is Cherokee County. They don't have a lot of murders. They definitely don't have a lot of murders when someone's shot and put on burn pile. You shrink the world. And when you shrink the world, you're going to come to one conclusion and one answer of who. Not what happened, not how it happened, but who did it. And she's near.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Brandy has some big news. What? She getting married? Got a boyfriend? What's going on with Brandy? Somebody spill the beans. Anybody know?
Stomach's making noises. Sorry.
Here, I'm going to move.
I don't know.
I'll talk loud so everybody can hear me, but what I want to do is, as we go through this, be comfortable.
If so,
Be at
I'm
peace
happy.
As you go through this evidence, relax and listen to what there is. I know there's a lot going on, but you are the most important people in this matter.
She's
It doesn't
pretty.
matter what I say. It doesn't matter what the defense says. It's matter what does the evidence say? What does it speak? Let me introduce you to the Farris family. You'll see in front of you there's the family line, the lineage. You'll see on the screen here there's a photograph. You see Gary. Thank you.
He's
You see
taller
Gary
than
in
his
this
father.
picture. This is a happy time. This is Emily and their daughter. This is a wedding, I think, about 2 years before the murder, 2016. You see Gary, he's in this picture. He's standing there with his wife, the defendant.
Congratulations.
Now, there are
Can
4
I have a
children.
boyfriend?
And as you go through this, you're going to probably take notes because you hear the same names over and over again. You're going to hear about the Ferris. You're going to hear about the Ferris wheel. Unfortunately for this family is they have drama. They are not a perfect family. My family is imperfect. Everybody's family is. They didn't ask for their life experiences and the good and the bad and ugly to come in, but that's what the evidence is going to show. And I have to present it. I have great sympathy. Everybody does for families like this. But the evidence is going to show what was going on in their family. It's going to be the good, the bad, and the ugly, just like anything else. Most
I'm
families,
still
however,
listening.
don't consist of murder. Now, in this family, you're going to see Chris. On the right side of the screen, you see Gary and Melody. To the right, as we look at, is Chris. He's the oldest, probably about 37. On the other side is Scott. Scott's about 35. Chris was living, in many ways, his own life. He was married, had his own kids. You hear about the kids. They're going to be here. You're going to hear about Ella and Addison, the grandkids. Scott was in the military over Iraq. He came back for a while, lived on the property, worked the property, had kind of an agreement with his dad that he would work the land and he would get paid. He didn't have a job really after he came back, and then ended up with the family. But that was his agreement with his dad. Gary was a very generous man, loved his family. So you had the 2 guys, the 2 sons, Chris and Scott. Then you had the 2 girls, Emily in the middle and Amanda beside her. Amanda was the youngest, the baby, if you would. They were probably around 30, 28, around those age. Gary and Melody got married at a young age. I think it was around 20, 38 years, almost 39. They were married for a long time. They were together, Alabama, small family. Gary worked hard. You're going to learn a lot about Gary. You're going to learn a lot about Melody. And what you're going to learn is the evidence is going to show that they're both, I dare say, brilliant. He practiced law, corporate law. He went to the University of Alabama. I think he graduated first in his class. Extremely smart, introverted. The defendant, she liked the life of being married to a rich lawyer. Gary did so well when he was in Alabama. The firm he worked for, corporate law, real estate law, things like that, very successful. They sent him to the Atlanta area here to open up an office for the firm. Did very good. Very smart, worked his way up. I think he ended up being a senior partner. Very smart, loved his job. One thing with lawyers, the longer they do it, the longer they get better at it, the more they get better at it, and they stay at it. But sometimes what they do is they don't interact with, because they interact with people all day long. Oftentimes when they get home, they get close, they get small. Gary's like that. In their wedding, their marriage, they had some issues that we're going to talk about. And it looks like they were happy here. This was about 2016, but there was a lot going on behind the scenes. Gary, you could set the clock to his routine, his habits. He's one of those guys. The question you got to answer in this trial is not was he murdered, not how was he murdered, but who did it. The evidence demands the answer. He was murdered. He was shot and killed, put on a burn pile, this burn pile, behind his house. His remains were found. Not much. Gary was a big guy, about 6'4", 300 pounds, give or take. About 33 pounds remained. Whew. When you shrink the world, no robbery, no home invasions, no enemies, no road rage, nothing like that. When you shrink the world, in a case like this, husband and wife, wife kills husband, husband dies. The answer to the question, who did it, sits right there. Melody Walker Farris. Let me talk to you about their property. They were affluent. When I grew up in South Carolina, I would say they were rich. They were rich. He made a lot of money. He would make probably hundreds and hundreds of $1,000s a year. Sometimes his paychecks, even after you take all the taxes out, $20,000. They'd have profit sharing and things like that. He made a lot of money. His property that they lived on in Purcell, 2511 Purcell Lane, Cherokee County. It's a hobby farm. If you see, there's actually a road coming down Purcell Lane, and you see that white area, that's dirt. They had horses. If you go up the driveway, it's along the trees at the bottom, and then there's a driveway in the middle of this photograph. That's to the barn where Scott stayed. Now, the family had trouble. Chris had some issues with drinking. He got in an argument with his mom about a year before this. She says that he said something along the lines that Chris was going to beat her to a pulp, put her in a pine box or something along those lines. That's what she says. No, he says. But they had a problem. Scott got back from the military, was living there, getting money from his dad. Emily was married. She had a husband. Melody didn't like. He got in some financial troubles, some legal troubles, criminal troubles. Amanda was young. And they all took money from their dad. Not in the bad sense. But he had money. He was willing to do with it. And he gave him a hard time. When you going to get a job? When you going to pay this back? Those type of things. But he could afford it. House, I believe, is worth the property more than $1 million. Now, when you go through your notes, you think about this. We know this case, and sometimes we have to slow down because you don't know the places where this occurred. And the murder occurred in this house. The shooting occurred in the house, in the kitchen, down to the basement. Now, as you look at this house, it's kind of unique in the sense that it's 2 or 3 car garage right here. But as you look at this photograph, you'll see the front. If you go to where that pine tree is, go right behind that pine tree. That's the front. This is looking, if you were kind of looking. If
Nice house. Would you do something to lose that?
Front, but it's not. It's really
No, absolutely not.
But it's got a deck there, and it's a circular deck. And under that deck was where Gary stayed. The basement or the ground level was Gary's domain. That house was the defendant's. She had everything she wanted. It's immaculate. She liked to live the lifestyle. Furs, coats, jewelry, nice paintings, nice furniture, things like that. That was her domain. She was she'd go get it.
And why not? If you could afford it and you wanted it.
Almost OCD to the point that she.
Exactly.
Beautiful. Gary lived in the bottom.
I lived in that house.
Bedroom down there, had a CPAP. He slept with that CPAP every night. We're going to talk about that, but he stayed down in the bottom. If you kind of walk out, you see where that it starts on the right side. There's an oval where it juts out. Below that is 2 doors. You'll hear me talk about it. You probably hear me chuckle at some point. There's doors that slide open like this to where he would have his couch and his TV and things like that. I call them American doors because right to the right are French doors. Just how I remember. And you could walk out that American doors, and when you come out there, if you turn left, that's where the burn pile is. This is over by the barn, looking back towards the house. They had horses. This is nice property. This is the barn. This is where Scott stayed. Scott stayed on top, basically being an employee of his dad. Scott wanted the property, loved the property, liked the property, loved the horses. He was invested in it. He was thinking to move on one day and get another job, but he was locked in this property. And he and his mom worked. They made bicker and things like that, but they worked the property. They did a lot of work. And he lived in that barn there on the top.
Okay, so he is living in the barn on top. Now, something I said before. People were saying that he was taken from his daddy and all this with the credit cards, but he worked that property. And if you've ever done farm work, y'all, that's hard work. In exchange for rent, paying his phone bill, maybe a game of golf once a week and gas in the car. There's nothing wrong with his dad saying, you know, him using the card and then his dad saying, I need the car back now, son. I got to make a bill. That credit card issue was a dead issue for me. And people were saying he was mooching off his father. Y'all take care of a farm ranch all by yourself.
It's hard. I mean, that's why down here in Texas, we literally hire people to stay in there's places in Texas that the ranchers, they'll hire somebody to be their ranch hand, and that's what they do. They stay in the barn and they get.
Or they have a ranch house.
Yeah. But yeah, working a farm is hard. And especially if it gets cold. I mean, you're dealing with different weather, but those animals depend on you, and the work does not stop.
Mending fences, painting, gardening, although she did that, he helped her. So it really bothers me that people really zoned in on that as him being a freeloader. I have baled hay. I've helped fix those fences. I've been a country girl, and let me tell you, I don't want that job.
Oh, it's hard. It's a lot of work. But you can go ahead and play. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah.
This is back to the house, transitioning back to the house. If you walk in that front door, this is what you see. Now, as you walk in, you're going to see evidence. If you walk in that front door, and I'm staring at the steps, I'm staring at the steps and I turn right, you're going to go to what I call the kitchen table. You turn left, there's a bathroom. If you go straight, you're going to go down the hallway to the master bedroom. This is the master bedroom. That door right there, you can walk out and go to the balcony. And that's where that oval porch was. You can stand out over that, look, you can look at the pond. Study room, library, very nice. Very
Nice house.
This is the dining area, looking out towards the pond, nice. This is the kitchen. This is the doorway from the kitchen to the basement. You go down the basement. To the left here, if you look at the picture, there's that light switch and whatnot, and there's that cabinet. Right around the corner is the steps you come down. It's 12 steps down, the landing, 4 steps down. You come down that landing, you stand right there. If you're standing off the steps, you get off the steps, you look straight forward, you're going to look at that bar. Just looking back from the, kind of to the side of the American doors, looking back towards the bar. As you look at this picture, to the right is a hallway. You go down that hallway.
I got a visual. I got a visual there, Ronnie.
He liked to get up in the morning. Because he was a partner, because he'd been doing so long, because he had those routines, he would get up and go check email. To say that Gary Farris was a workaholic is an understatement. The man's like a lot of attorneys. Check the emails at night, vacation, it doesn't matter. He's working, he's checking the email, he's busy. He has such patterns and routines you can set your clock by. So as you look here, you go to the right, his office. To the left, if you go to the left, there's a hallway that goes to his bedroom. Now you may want to write these dates down. In July of 2018, we're going to focus on 3 main dates. July 3rd, July 4th, and July 5th. You're going to hear us talk about Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Y'all, when I do trials, I am not perfect. I'll mess up names and dates and times, but this is what we're talking about. I'll catch myself and say, I didn't mean 2020, I meant 2018. What we want to do, again, this trial is not about being perfect. It's about truth, to be authentic. When we did jury selection, you heard me say to be authentic. These are the dates we're going to focus on, July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Now, I just want to kind of give an overview of some of the evidence. This is not all the evidence. You're going to hear a lot of evidence, including evidence that we're not going to present. But this is Tuesday, July 3rd.
I'll let you control you. You know how to do it. I forgot.
Gary was killed, and we don't have to prove that. The evidence does not require us to prove you the exact time that Gary was shot and killed. But we have a very good idea. Tuesday night around 10 p.m. most likely. Last time he used that CPAP, it's Tuesday morning. A little after midnight, he got on it. He got up that morning and turned it off. And that machine, when they did a search warrant, shows the times. He's not going to bed without that CPAP. He never used it again. We have no reading that was used again. Now, on Tuesday around lunchtime, Gary had an interesting relationship with his family. And they had some good times, but it was also different. I don't know about y'all, if I go to a restaurant and I see a friend or a family, I'm going to go up and say, hey, Tom, we're going to hang out, we're going to do stuff. Especially if it's my dad. Well, on Tuesday, Scott and the defendant were working, and they decided to go to lunch. They went to Cherokee Ranch restaurant, a local restaurant. While they were there, Gary was already there. He pays his bill, and he leaves, and doesn't say a word to him. And that's not uncommon, because their relationship is not a touchy-feely type of relationship in his family. That's not his family. They communicate a lot by text messages, emails, instead of just calling and talking.
Rice.
That afternoon, Scott went to the lake house. He was there that afternoon and evening. There's a text asking about sleeping over for Aston, which is Chris's daughter, grandchild. There's a text from her, from the defendant saying, what about tomorrow night, not tonight? And that was going to show that the defendant loved her grandchildren. If they were close where she could get to them, she would get to them, but not this time. There was a visit Big Daddy and Grandma. That's what they called Gary Melody, Big Daddy, Grandma. Chris and Aston came over that night. Gary was getting the burn pile ready to go. He liked to burn things. He liked to do it. They were there talking to him, see what he's doing. And
They had to call the fire department a few times on him. They literally had to call the fire department on him more than once.
About 10:52 p.m. there was a call between the defendant and Scott, and it was basically the whole defendant.
He liked to burn things in a good way. He just didn't have the patience to stay there and take care of the fire.
Yeah, you definitely gotta stay there.
I have a story about
They're
that.
saying the horses are out. When you coming home? And Scott's with his friends. He's down the lake and whatnot. She's calling. When you coming home? The horses are out. He gets home. Scott does about 11:30. Sees burn pile's burning. I think it says something along. I see Dad's burning the burn pile, or he's burning the burn pile, or something like that. Wednesday morning. Scott gets a debit card from his mom because he's going to go play golf. He has this thing on 4th of July that he would play golf. He and his buddies. You're going to hear about his buddies. Philip and Ted. That's just what he did. So about 6:15, I think he goes to the door. I think he calls or texts his mom, the defendant, says, needs a card. She comes out, gives him the card, he goes to the ATM real quickly, right down the road, gets some money, comes back to go play golf. He's playing golf with his friends, Chris and family. They go to the Peachtree Road Race. Chris and Aston, they then go to the Cracker Barrel, I believe, that morning. Scott goes to the lake on a pool party. He's there in the afternoon and evening. The defendant actually leaves from Lake Lanier to go be with Amanda, Chad Brooks. And you're going to see some things here. You're going to see it's kind of this way. Chad Brooks was the fiance, now husband to Amanda Brooks, was Amanda Farris. And they go there and hang out, and you're going to hear about that. And at some point, they come back from the lake. Chris drops Aston off at the house on Wednesday night because they want to see and hang out. Now, these times, they change, and they get them wrong, but you're going to hear the times as we go through. Wednesday night, July 4th, kids around 11 or 12. They come in, they live out of state, they come in, they want to see everybody, they want to see Big Daddy, they want to ride some of the stuff on the property, they want to do things. It's 4th of July, and the defendant wants the kids to go to bed early. July 4th, 3rd, Tuesday, 4th, Wednesday, 5th, Thursday. The defendant goes to Walmart, checks out around 9:30. Scott spoke with the defendant and Amanda about 11 o'clock that morning. Now she goes and gets some supplies and some things at Walmart. So here's 5th is where it breaks open. Scott has got a connection or connect for some golf clubs. He's going to go to the PGA and get some golf clubs. He sees Amanda up at the house. So he's driving down his driveway from the barn to leave. He sees Amanda, so he goes up and starts talking to him. And the defendant is asking, have you seen your dad? And it's got to be sarcastic. And he can be hard on his mom. He talks to her. They kind of go back. He says some things, kind of sarcastically. We talk about where's dad, things like that. And they start looking for him. And the defendant starts asking people, are you on the bank accounts or something like that? Is it maybe he's using the funds or the accounts to try to find where he's at? But his Mercedes is at the house. It had been moved. Now, they would say Gary would kind of go away sometimes and just kind of disappear. Now, he was last seen on Tuesday night by someone other than the defendant. So Wednesday, Thursday. Now they're just starting asking, where's he at? They go around the property. At some point, the defendant's behind the burn pile, and she points out to Scott, gets his attention, brings him up there. Something about goats. Did you burn goats? Scott gets to that burn pile. He was in the military. He's probably was in the military. He tries to take a leadership role when things break bad. And
Y'all, no, there's a character in court. Can we find the character? Where's the character in court? Go for it.
I'm good. I'm gonna let the chat answer that. But there is something he just said that was weird.
Hold on. Yeah,
I know.
This woman here, I don't know what her job is. She's there every day. Some days that hair is nice and smooth, but she's like, watch her. She's funny. Okay, go ahead. Your comment. That was interesting.
That he said, that Melody said, did you burn the goats? Why would you burn goats?
If a goat passes away,
What?
sometimes it's better to burn it than it is to bury it or leave it on property, because then you get coyotes and other critters that can come in and harm the other goats. So
Gotcha.
I know she's got natural. That's natural. That's awesome hair.
Yeah, that's true. Because we would take, if we had like a cow or something pass away, we had an exotic feline rescue center. Then we would load it up and take it there. Because if not, then you're right. We had a problem with coyotes and getting calves and stuff like that.
So sometimes if there's a big enough fire, she may have just assumed, hey, did we lose a goat? Did you burn a goat? I mean, that's a little bigger for wood, but it looks like something that we've done before. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if I know what a wood burn looks like, but burning of hair, flesh, fat, and tissue smells, whether you're a goat or human.
Yep.
So if she had, are you burning a goat?
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
That is very logical.
Yeah.
Did we lose a goat?
Right, and that's just a different method. Because, like I said, we just took ours to the Feline Rescue Center, but that you are, yeah. I mean, it could have just been a very innocent comment.
Yeah. By the way, we get a Jesus. Jesus comes into this picture of characters eventually.
Okay.
I think I'm on the right trail. But yeah, Jesus walks in.
He
Jesus showed up.
Remains.
Didn't help none.
He calls 911. You're going to hear. During this time that's going on, a couple of weeks before this, while the cable guy or something was over at the house, Scott
Kelly.
saw a .38 pistol. It was in a leather holster of some sort. And he thinks something's afoot. Foul play. Something's not right. He's suspicious of his mom. You're going to hear how he is. He starts talking about this missing gun. And people are like, what gun? What are you talking about? He starts talking about this missing gun that was downstairs in the basement. 38. Nobody knows anything about 38 or anything like that. Scott has a suspicion that something's up. He actually says a statement to the effect of, did my mom finally do something? When he talks to a friend. Now, the defense is going to point at Scott or other people. But the evidence is going to show it's Melody. No one else. It's her. And what you have to do is follow the evidence. And what does the evidence say? What does it speak? What is the truth? It's not Scott. Law enforcement gets there, they start talking to people, and when they get there, what you're going to see is they get a call to someone in need, emergency services. So they bring the big long back thing you carry people on like a stretcher. They bring all this
Backboard.
defibrillator, things like that. They get there, they don't know, they think they're going to find a person back there who had a heart attack or stroke or heat exhaustion or something, pass out. And they get back there and they find nothing but remains. Law enforcement still doesn't really know what's going on in the beginning. They think it was just an emergency. They don't think anything about crime. They start talking to people, and then they realize the conditions of the remains had burned for a long time. The CSI people at the sheriff's office, they're like, all right, we have to call in an expert, forensic anthropologist, Dr. Gooden, comes in, and you're going to see what she does. They interview the defendant, they interview Scott, they ask him what's going on. And in the beginning, the defendant, she starts right off the bat talking about, well, Gary had these medical conditions. And then she says his family's got some mental issues. He was suicidal. And she starts laying that foundation of these other things. Any enemies? No. Will the kids do this? No. Anything else? No. Anything missing? No. She's laying the foundation. These are the pictures when law enforcement gets there. Dr. Gooding gets involved. They start marking it. And then things change. When they get the remains of Gary, and we're stipulated these remains of Gary, he's actually identified dental records. He's burned up so bad. When they get there, they find in his rib a 38. They think it's a 38 in the beginning, but it's a 38 special bullet projectile. It's in his left ribs. It's front to back, anterior to posterior. It's in his ribs. So now they think he's medical condition, but he's burned up too bad. Then when they're doing it, that's a bullet. Changes everything. There's no gun. We do not know where the gun is. We look for the gun.
I see you have a thought forming. Go for it.
He said that when they went to the burn pile, then he got suspicious about his mom, and he started talking about his 38. No one said anything about a firearm yet.
Or that he even been shot.
Exactly.
So what some people, I'm sorry, I'm getting my coffee decaf now. Had caffeinated. Some people are sitting here saying all this stuff about, things, but he had health issues. He was previously in the hospital within a reasonable amount of time before this had happened. And we have had scenes where people were out doing ranch work and maybe at a burn pile and they have a heart attack and die and the pile gets out of control. It starts a fire and you find the remains. That's a plausible thing to happen.
Yep.
And at first, some people thought he had a health issue and was standing there and fell in. And that's all she wrote.
Yeah, but
So
then
it's
that
not
just goes
a reasonable assumption.
right. And it's so if you know your dad has health issues and that's more plausible that he had a heart attack and he fell in, why would you immediately start asking where your fire all of a sudden, well, my 38's missing. You don't even know if he's even been shot yet.
That's why I believe he did it. Now
do
that
too.
we're going back, I didn't know back then we were doing 2 trials at once.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The missing gun is evidence of consciousness of guilt. Because if it was a suicide, the gun would be right there. If it's murder,
True.
you can't get rid of the evidence. Burn the body, get rid of the gun. Things changed now. It's a homicide investigation.
That woman
Now,
just
this
went.
family had problems. They had disagreements. You're going to hear about dishes being broken. There's several instances of dishes being broken. One time, when she's talking about dishes, you're going to hear the defendant talking about, I had some dishes on top of the car and they fell off onto the ground and broke. Scott's going to talk about an incident where his mom said some very terrible things about his dad, wishing terrible things upon him when she broke some dishes because she was mad when she went down to the basement where he lived and got the dishes. He spilled Mountain Dew or something like that. The man loved his Mountain Dew. Loved it. Cigarettes and Mountain Dew. She got so mad that she broke the dishes. Slammed them.
If you want to slow unalive yourself, there's your recipe.
That's what I was like, what a healthy combination.
But wait until you hear how much Mountain Dew and tobacco.
Found it in his trash can. A set of dishes. When she's talking, the defendant is kind of all things to all people. That's what the evidence is going to show you. It's going to pivot. It's going to pivot. You're going to hear about 2 people in this case that pivot. She pivots. She's talking, she's smart, she knows what's going on, they're asking questions. She says, at one point, their marriage is not good. They live in the same household, but they're not living really as husband and wife. There are some good times, they try to do some stuff. They're living in separate rooms, separate floors. But at one point, she comes across and they ask, you've been married to him for 38 years, and, if it's that bad, you'll hear about how she describes the marriage and things. Why'd you stay with him? I took a vow to him. I took a vow. The evidence is going to show in this case that the defendant is loyal to 2 people. Very loyal. She's loyal to a man. There's something called prior difficulties. About 10 years before the murder, the defendant had an affair. We believe a guy named Ted Wiley. Ted was in a relationship with Gary's sister.
He had an affair with a woman?
They hung out and they started doing stuff and the family knew what's going on.
He had an affair with a man.
Said, we believe because of this, Gary considered
And she testifies.
divorce, didn't do it. They reconciled, but they lost trust. And this is where things change. The whole relationship changed because of this. Now, Gary worked with a lady, probably had a fling or something with her, not to the same degree, years ago. So they both had their issues. But the degree and the extent and the blatantness of this changed everything. Gary started controlling finances. Her mindset was to law enforcement, I took a vow to him. But you're going to hear evidence in a text message between her and another guy that would shrink the world and rule out. A guy that's a neighbor that met her when she would walk, because she would walk all the time. She's tough. In a text message, when she was upset with Gary, we believe, she said, my response to his fit he threw was, I hope you die alone in a gruesome death. She's asked on law enforcement, she didn't say anything about hoping he died or anything like that. Terry responds and says, there you go, he's going to push you over the edge. I know, and that scares me. Told him finally to go where could not even see or hear him. It would be in his best interest. You're going to see some text messages, things in this. She portrays this, pivots. But an ever constant in their marriage, an ever constant tension is money. She did not like that Gary uses money the way he did. It's referred to sometimes by people as a Ferris wheel because there was drama. And there was definitely drama. Chris had his issues. Melody didn't really like Chris. Chris would use checking account numbers and credit card numbers and things like that. And he had paid for, coming up to this point, he had paid for a beach vacation. I think we were in a condo or something like that. Melody was furious. She did not like that Gary was just going to go with him. And Gary basically he'd say stuff, but he'd write the check and say, okay. He wouldn't really do anything. It's his kids, his sons. He could afford it. She'd say things like, this is the last straw. I've had it, I'm taking measures. It shows that her mindset is this money, this money, this money.
Respect the opinion.
At least this.
I was on that boat.
Bullet in his ribs. They go in the house and look at the house. These are steps going down to the basement. There's blood. There's going to be evidence of blood and cleanup in the kitchen. Her domain.
I have to stop on that. There was blood drops here or whatever. but none here.
Yeah, I was about to say
Try to
that
clean
Bob-
blood out of a gray and white carpet.
Yeah.
It
You're gonna-
you would see it.
even if there was, you got most of it up, the carpet will it'll soak into it.
Yeah, they can pull it up and look on the back and see where the blood was.
Yep.
But guys, how many of us have nicked our fingers in the kitchen?
Yep.
How many times have you do you know how you have meat and you thaw it out in the container? Now, I rinse the blood and rinse it out, but not everybody does. My kids just throw it in the trash. And they've taken the trash outside after it sat there a day or so, and it drip, 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 as you're walking out, and I'm yelling.
Oh yeah, I mean when I was cleaning I was doing the dishes it's like 2 years ago. I got myself, but because of how much came out and it dripped everywhere, and the bathroom, like it looked like a crime scene with how much was there. But I mean, it was
And that's a
dripping
lot
everywhere.
coming from you.
Yeah.
Well, but here's what they're going to say. Guys, we're not going to watch 100% of the trial, but I wanted you to hear the state's opening. I don't think I need to go through the defense's opening unless you want to hear it. But I wanted you to hear the state's opening because this is the path that they're going to take. They have to prove this. The defense doesn't have to prove crap. So she is an immaculate cleaner. I wish I had that energy in me. Her house was immaculate. So if she had a situation where there's you see my mouse, that's where the blood spot is. If she had blood spots on her floor after getting her finger under control, she would have been on her hands and knees cleaning that floor.
Right? Did they not spray the stairs to illuminate it?
I don't know if they did or didn't. But if you could see that blood drop there, right? It's not been cleaned.
Right. Yeah, she wouldn't do that. Especially if because I think he said that she has OCD too. Like she wouldn't
Oh,
be
that
able
house
to.
was a showroom.
Yeah, she physically wouldn't be able to like mentally she would have to do it. She would have to clean it.
Yeah, they said they ran out of the luminol. Yeah, but I don't know at what point. But she wouldn't leave that. And if she couldn't get that blood out of that carpet, she had money, what do you think she'd do?
She's gonna hire somebody. Also, did they test it to see what if it was just an innocent thing where like maybe, I mean, because she said like grandkids have been
Read
there.
the comment below.
Exactly.
So I'm really struggling with the blood issues. And I'm sorry, my back is killing me. I've taken the prednisone. I'm just trying to get comfortable. I'm going to be moving a lot today. I'm sorry. This is an extremely comfortable chair. But the way when they sprayed the luminol, you can see the white patterns. If you're OCD, you're not going to randomly just do that and leave.
No. Yeah,
Nope.
and it just. So I wonder why they didn't test it. I mean, you just gotta swab it and send it. Hello, mama.
Hello, mommy.
But
She's doing fabulous. We invited her on and she stayed and I'm happy for it. I thrive off of this. I prefer this any day.
Yeah.
But you can go whenever. You're not obligated.
No, I don't have anything. I have to work later, but I'm good till about 5.
Okay, but you hadn't seen any of this.
Mm-mm.
Oh, this is so new.
So all of this is new
to you. Okay. Yeah. Alternate juror, everybody. I don't care who you are. Leave thumbs up for me and then go sub over to alternate juror. I did. I even became a member.
Down the steps. When you get off those steps, if you take off those steps, you can see it. Scott saw some blood on the floor.
Wait, And that's also in his domain, isn't it? Or is
Oh.
that a regular kitchen? That's not in the upstairs domain. That's
Mhm.
downstairs. And she would not go down there and clean every single day. That was his domain. Not upstairs for her.
Floor down there, law enforcement saw it. They go back and spray Blue Star, this chemical stuff that lights up, and you'll see it. You see those 4, 3, 2, 1 placards there? It's a trail of blood. I've circled this so you can see. Down there is a sofa. There's a ottoman, I believe is the term. And as you get closer, law enforcement found another bullet.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What?
Honey boo. All right. For someone who's in the field that you're in, what does that look like to you?
To me, that looks. I mean, it's been. It doesn't make sense of the placement on it because that looks planted.
Do you think it's going to stop that shy of a carpet?
No, and even no, no. That doesn't make any sense.
Remember,
to
it's
me. Yeah,
it's
it
a
doesn't
spin.
make any sense to me.
What do they call it when I'm having a word pulled? Chemo brain.
Spent round.
Huh?
Are you talking about the bullet or the spent round?
The bullet is, or the spent round, it's blade open. It's
Oh, you would ask me that question.
there's a specific term they use for that. That's right. Where's the scuff? There's no blood on it.
And if it would have been, it would have had to ricochet off of something, so there would be a mark, a hole, something. And so you just made me think of something, Kathleen. I was gonna, whenever the way that a blood will, like if it drips and it splats, if it's on your ankle, it's not going to have as big of a splat mark because it's closer to the floor. If it's higher up, because it's going to be a little bit bigger because it has.
And what direction does it splat in?
Exactly. And yeah, it's just.
What direction? Why didn't my radio go off? What direction does it splat in? Oh, are you alerted? Oh, good girl. She alerted me to the fire truck and I'm ignoring her.
Aw.
Doesn't it splat in the direction you're going?
Yeah, it's gonna, if you're like, yeah, this the state's not selling me on this right now.
Yeah. Remember, that's why I wanted you to see this. Because, y'all, there's no evidence that that landed there on its own.
Yeah,
None.
it's because there
We
would
do
be
not know how many
something
times
else.
Gary was shot. We know he's shot and killed. We know there are at least 2. The blood trail from the kitchen up there, I believe the evidence is they had an argument. She shot him. He goes downstairs trying to get away. She shoots him again. Whether he was able on his own to get out those doors, or
Maybe
she got
that
him
was
by
up in
herself,
her kitchen. I don't know.
top and bottom. No home invasion, no robbery, nothing. That brings us to what we call means, motive, and opportunity. How do you get away with a murder if there's no confession? How do you get away with a murder if there's no video of it? How do you get away with a murder if you try to burn and destroy all the evidence? You don't. When you use your common sense and all the evidence to put it together to shrink the world, and the only reasonable answer is she did it. For example, if they say Scott did it, Scott's not going to shoot us dead when he's paying all the bills. It's great.
Why would you, as the prosecution, in your opening arguments, start planting doubt in the minds of your jurors by bringing in if Scott did?
Yeah, and because I mean, if I was sitting there as a juror, I'd be like, well, if his dad cut him off, then that would go back to Scott. And the whole like the affair thing, I thought she had an affair 10 years before this. Why
She
would
was currently in a relationship. In fact, the man came to her
Ah.
daughter's wedding and danced at the wedding.
Oh,
Daddy knew. She knew when he was having an affair.
I was gonna say,
It was
and
no,
that's just
I mean, it
it
wasn't
happens sometimes.
broadcasted, but it wasn't like he didn't know. I just,
Yeah, I mean, there's times that people will stay together for like
convenience.
kids, grandkids, convenience, but they also are they're well aware that they're going and doing other things.
It's an open relationship.
Yeah, I mean, and it has to be pretty open if he's at his daughter's wedding.
Well, they're saying that the father didn't know. But honey boo, you know.
Right.
It gets good.
That's just not gonna happen.
Why do you put
Let's first
doubt
talk about opportunity.
in your opening statement?
The reason why you shrink the world down, and you will see at the times in this case, when he was killed and when his body was moved, when things are going on, the only person that's going to be at that house, the only person is her. No one else. Just her. Sure, people were coming and going, but not when things were going on. The other thing you consider is sometimes in the case,
Hi,
where
Sheila
strong
B.
evidence is deception.
Sheba.
Mendacity.
Thank you.
When you see that, she's cloaked in lies. You'll see it through the trial. The evidence will show that. Here's the thing she says about fires. The context, the common sense, the circumstantial evidence. Gary liked to set things on fire. He liked to burn stuff. Think about 2008, they had another house, Alpharetta, that they moved from to the farm. He said, I think the backwoods on fire or something like. Caught on fire. She hated that with understandable concern. That's dangerous. People are scared of fires. I get it. She's concerned about that. And then in the same house before this murder in 2016, I believe, he set the house on fire from the basement up, smoking cigarettes in the trash can, left them there, and they caught the house on fire. She went after him. She is strong-willed. She has a backbone. She's tough-minded. And she would tell him how she felt. She told investigators things like this. I tried to put together some of the things you'll hear. She had gotten so scared of fire after that. She had been just scared of the fire. She was scared to death. She figured Gary would burn her house down. They just didn't leave him here much alone because he would, I think she said, break a steel trap or something like that. She told Gary, don't leave the fire. She told Gary, please don't leave the fire. She told Gary, we discussed in dinner that he cannot go off and leave that fire. She told Gary, you got to watch the fire. She said there's no reason with him. He's a lawyer. He was going to burn it or die trying. Slip of tongue, but that's what she said. That was opportunity. It's going to be her. Means. Means is how could you have done it? But the question you're going to have in your mind that's going to boil down to this case is how did that little lady get that big man on the burn pile? She's cowgirl, farm girl.
Hold on. I have a question.
Her daddy owned a hardware store growing up.
If she shot him inside and he was going down the stairs and he was struggling, trying to get away from her, and then let's say he goes outside, there's going to be a trail all through there.
Well,
I mean,
remember though, we did say earlier that there have been people who've been shot through and through who do not shed a lot of blood.
true. But I
He
mean,
was
you'd
not
be
a through and
knocking-
through. He was
you'd be
not a
knocking
through and
things-
through.
even if the blood's not there, you'd be knocking things over.
Oh yeah, there
throwing
would be
things.
evidence.
Yeah.
By the way,
and
real quick, I'm going to share this. This here is the face unmasked of the man who shot at the CEO and killed him. That almost looks like a woman,
that's exactly what I was just about to say.
but that looks more like a man.
Yeah.
Wait. Where's the backpack in this picture?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I think those are two different people. That's weird.
Well, he could have had it in his hand on the floor and then
Yeah.
popped it up before he left to put the stuff in it. That's possible. But anyway, I just wanted to show that because I know everybody's interested. Yeah, right. Good point, Eddie. He was 300 pounds. If he was shot, he would have ran into walls and there would have been definite evidence of struggle of something
She's been around it.
moving.
She had ropes, leads,
Oh, he's a person of interest.
tow lines. Did I mention they had a tractor?
A nice.
Means. Necessity is the mother of all inventions. You just commit a murder, you'll be motivated if you have means. Did I also say they had an RTV? She knew I was driving boat. Wednesday morning, Scott leaves to go play golf about 7 o'clock that morning. She doesn't leave, goes to the lake till around 1, 12 something. No one's in the house. She comes back at night and tell the kids they go to bed early. Motive. In my business, there's nothing new under the sun. You don't have to be smart to be an attorney. You have to have common sense. When it comes to motive, the question you're going to have is, one is, how does she get him out there?
What?
I forgot. You don't have to be smart to be an attorney. You just have common sense. Then I will do great at law school. I'm thinking about it.
I think you'd be good. But he's 300 pounds. And on top of that, I don't know if any of you guys have been shot before. I haven't, but my partner Cheyenne, she has, and she said it hurt. It was a stray bullet.
Still,
she said it hurt so bad, like the burn of it.
it's like having a fire. What do they call them? A torch on fire.
Yeah.
Just go right into, or an arrow on fire.
Yep. And so you're gonna be moving around, and like I don't remember who said it, but like running into the walls, and it's not just gonna be.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go outside and bleed out.
Yeah.
No. They're saying that the shooter left a water bottle at the scene. They think they'll find him based on DNA. Red hot poker. That's the word I was looking for. Y'all, I've never been shot, but I've been stabbed.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I've been stabbed before, and that doesn't feel very good.
Even with that, yeah. I won't go into it.
When it
Don't
comes to
ask.
motive, the question you're going to have is, one is, how did she get him out there? That's answer. They're just going to answer that. Why did she do this? Why would a wife, even for a husband that she doesn't like, he has money? Well, she'd inherit intestate succession. She gets stuff under Georgia law. Even if he died of an accident, she'd probably get more money. Motive. Let me introduce you to a person called Rusty. Law enforcement trying to figure out what's going on. They're at the house, they get consent and things like that. They search a purse and they find, the things you think you find in a purse, but they find this bank card, credit card, debit card, whatever it is, this financial card. And they find the name Roy Barton on it. And so they're asking, hey, who's Roy Barton? Well, she says, my cousin, Martha Jane, was married to Roy Barton years ago. In fact, in 2014, that's when this kind of starts off. But she doesn't mention Rusty. She's playing it off as Roy Barton Sr. And he's died. And I just had that and forgot it was there, something along those lines. The Rusty Barton, though, is not senior, it's junior. And he's a character. He's reluctant. He's talking about the evidence going to show he's going to change. You're going to be introduced to Rusty Barton, who's from Tennessee, and we're bringing him in. I do not know what he will say on that stand. I know what he said in the past, and he's flip-flopped. That's what the evidence is going to show. But you're going to be able to use the law, which is called prior inconsistent statements. You're going to be able to judge when he said this, and when he says this, and when he says this, what do you believe? A little background on Rusty. He knew them since teenagers. I think he knew her when she was 15. Martha Jane, which is her second cousin, more like a mother figure. She loves Martha Jane. Martha Jane's a good woman, a godly woman. Martha Jane loves the defendant. They were married to Rusty's father. So Martha Jane, Roy Sr. were married. Rusty and the defendant became romantic in about 2014. She was up there helping her, Martha Jane. I think she had open heart surgery. In fact, Rusty actually took Martha Jane to Emily's wedding, up close and personal. The affair was going on for about 4 years, 2014, 2018, in Africa. Gary knew about it. There's an email he received that put him on notice about from Rusty's girlfriend. You're going to hear him ask questions about Rusty talking to her, telling her, don't do that. Rusty did internet searches about the wedding rings when law enforcement was talking to him. They would rendezvous in Dalton, which is about halfway from Tullahoma, Tennessee, now Alpharetta, almost halfway exactly. Exit 333. They meet up there. It began monthly several weeks ago, and then it became weekly. She would just disappear. Family knew what was going on. They had suspicions, but they didn't realize who Rusty was.
By the way, Rusty is a
They kind of had
character.
a 6-month plan. Rusty believed based on what the defendant was telling him, according to Rusty, that Gary had some esophagus cancer or something, bleeding, something going on, so he was sick, he was going to die. And they kind of had this plan after Gary passed away. Naturally, they would, for 6 months, lay low, and then they would come back and get together. They were in love. They talked like junior high kids in love for the first time, all the time. They had a regular pattern. Law enforcement interviewed Rusty on certain occasions. There's these days where Rusty was interviewed and it basically goes from, I don't know anything, and then they press it. We told you in a trial like this, it can be a contact sport. The attorneys can get after it, we can get after it, I can get after it, and they get after it with Rusty. I'll be professional. But they did the good cop, bad cop with Rusty, because he didn't want to give up on Melody. And you're going to hear how they talk to him about this is a death penalty case. You can be arrested for this. You can be what side you want to be on in the courtroom. All techniques law enforcement use to have someone talk. He talks to them. And they use him in the sense of they would get information from him, and then he was willing to cooperate and record some calls and some things like that. But look at this pattern here. He talked for some time, and in June of 2019, he recants something he told law enforcement in July of 2018. And y'all familiar with the first 48 hours? In law enforcement, in this business, you get to someone as quickly as they can because if there's time, they will change. Feelings change. In the beginning, he says one thing, and then he gives up more and more. It's like pulling teeth. Finally get it out. But he recants. And this is what he recants. The evidence in the case is going to show that when you shrink the world to the only person that had the motive was her, the only person that was home when this could have occurred, Tuesday evening, going in from Tuesday the 3rd to Wednesday the 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning, law enforcement talks to Rusty and says, all right, what did she say? And he describes it as the last minute, last conversation. And this is what he tells law enforcement. She said, Gary's in the burn pile. No. She said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he is in the burn pile. I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know that. This is what, before the murder's known, anything like that, he's on the phone. The record's going to show that he had 3 or 4 main phone calls during this time. It's going to show that his pattern when he would talk to her was abnormal for this time. There's a phone call, and he says, I talked to her. And this is what she said. He's in the burn pile. This would have been July 4th. Now he comes back a year later and recants. Well, his presence and companionship is with the defendant. Law enforcement goes, gets arrest warrants, goes up to Tullahoma, Tennessee to arrest her, and guess who she's with? Russell. After she's arrested, she's in jail before she bonds out. There's actually jail calls. And you're going to hear some of those. And we told you there's going to be calls and things like that. And you're going to have to be patient with us. It's going to be a lot of information. It's just a piece of this puzzle. But at the end of the day, it's going to show the defendant. So it's past to be arrested. He recants the law enforcement. No, I didn't say. She didn't say that. I was pressured. I was under duress. I was taking sleeping pills. I was under alcohol. And then she's talking to him on a phone call. And this is just a part. Now you're going to hear the whole thing later on. But this is what we call consciousness of guilt. The evidence is going to show that she says this, and this is not what an innocent person would say to her lover.
No. Well, like a long time ago, I just stopped talking.
Right.
I haven't done anything.
I know that, Norman.
It's because others, what you keep talking about, you're going to single-handedly hang me.
Speak the truth.
She did speak the truth. If you continue to lie,
This is what charges.
you're going to single-handedly hang me. When she's talking,
Sorry, I was focused on getting my headache medicine. What?
no, he was saying, speak the truth. But if they were on the phone and she said, I didn't do anything, but if you continue to do what like Rusty's doing on his end, she said, you're going to single-handedly hang. Yeah, I think that's a fair statement.
But at one point, Rusty was handed a recorder by the police and was persuaded to try to get information from her on the phone calls. And he couldn't figure out how to make the recorder work. And he finally told her that they tried to have him set her up. That right there, if I'm on the jury, who does that
Yeah.
Here's a recorder. Call her and see what you can get her to confess. They don't need to do that. They can have access to the prison phone calls.
Yeah, all of them are recorded.
So why would you do that? Unless you're
they were
being
in
stupid.
that, I mean, well, I was gonna say if they were like in visitation, but that wouldn't make sense. And yeah, Tash, I know that's a lot of people don't take it that way. Take it as more of a
Who?
confession. She said that's not how a lot of people look at it. That could be an innocent comment, like, hey, but yeah, a lot of people could take it as a confession.
I guess I'll assuming death another making false statements. We are here because Gary cannot be here. And the only reason we're here is by her hand. Malice murder is the unlawful killing of somebody with malice aforethought. It doesn't mean someone's wicked in that sense, or malice in the sense that is hatred or things like that. It is the unlawful intent to kill. The judge is going to charge on that. One shot could be felony murder if they're fighting and she just reacts. 2 shots and burning.
Why are they
Like-
saying 2 shots?
Yeah,
Felony murder, the evidence is going to show that even if she didn't intend to, with malice, to kill him, that intent to kill, that she had that gun in it, just went off. Not the case because she shot him twice. That's still felony murder. It's not the intent to kill, it's the intent to do the underlying felony, which is aggravated assault. Pointing the gun at someone and shooting them, and they die. Even if you didn't mean for them to die, it's still felony murder. There's no malice involved. There's no intent to kill. Aggravated assault is just the shooting. Concealing death of another. The law is designed to prevent certain conduct, and the case that you have before you shows was designed.
The problem with the one in the living room does not mean that that was fired that day.
Yeah.
You know, they do a lot of hunting. They do a lot of shooting. It could have impacted a tree, and they could have taken it out of the tree and brought it into the house and set it on the coffee table, and then it got knocked off and landed on the floor.
Yeah, if I was him, I wouldn't have said twice because you can
gotta
prove
prove
one.
it.
Yeah, you can prove 1. You can't prove 2. You can't
That's
prove
why
that he
I
was
have
killed.
problems with his opening. That's why we're listening to his opening. Because he is making claims and saying things that he's not going to be able to prove.
Well, he did say you don't have to be smart to be an attorney.
And he's an assistant district
Not only
attorney.
was Gary Farris murdered, and he has friends.
You can be
family
dumb.
that watch this, that are here, but they were deprived of him because she burned him up.
Stop and shop.
False statements because she lied to law enforcement about Russell. Y'all forget about all this out here. My job, representing the district attorney, is to present this case to you without fear, favor, or affection. Your job.
No
under
problem,
your oath,
Tash.
is
Thank
to
you for
speak the
joining.
Truth. I talked to you about veritas. You see the word verdict. It's truth, speak. It's the word veritas with dit in Latin, to speak. When you're done with this case, take all the time you need. Forgive me when I bumble through things, when I get sideways, when I'm doing my job. But remember, I am representing a voice that has been snuffed out and taken away. And Megan Frankis and I are going to present you with the evidence. And there's 2 sides to the truth. That is, where you see the deceit and the lies in this case, that points to who did it. When you see the opportunity, the means, and the motive, money, sex, new life, the truth, as sad as it is, as hard as it is that the defendant murdered and desecrated her own husband.
Oh, by the way, just FYI, there's now 7 other people covering the trial that we were watching yesterday.
Really?
Seriously.
Oh no. What Britt said, yeah, like if you go to my parents' cabin, because it's where the farm is, you're gonna find bullets everywhere. And I mean, and then when Cheyenne and I lived in Indianapolis, because we lived in like the ghetto, I mean, you have one, they're stray, you'd find them all the time. Like we'd find them on our property, like one that like a stray one that hit our house, but it doesn't mean that I did it.
Well, and here's the other thing. My grandpa used to make my dad with a big magnet and a rake.
I'll go through and pick them up. Yep.
The reason is if a lead shooter impacts a surface, it's going to spray and it gets sharp. It can hurt a dog's foot. It can get embedded into a cow's hoof. Grandma could step on it and hurt herself, and infections. And it was a safety issue.
Yep.
Now he had a berm that you could unload all you want and it was fenced in, and that was, but if you shot off the berm, you were expected to do your due diligence to find the expended bullet.
Yeah.
So I'm 50-50 on that bullet, but I don't think he was shot in the house. But I think we're gonna zoom past the fences. Is this okay? Just real quick. This is just the family tree. I think you can tell who's the sons. She's got 2 daughters. Do they have a witness on day 1? Okay. Want to get into witnesses on day 1. Because the prosecution has to prove their side. The defense does not.
Use both of them. So.
It's good, Joseph. We keep it.
Oh, also
Now, the
eating
person's
it by
ever gonna
accident
get
will tear them up.
911 call, and it is July 5th, 2018 at 12:47 p.m. July 5th, 2018 at 12:47 p.m. It's about 2 minutes and 21 seconds, and it's Scott Farris. And Judge, I've seen that evidence.
Listen to his tone.
Yeah, folks.
And before we do it, I don't care if you've been in the military, in a war zone. I don't care if you're a first responder or work in the business. When you have an emergent situation, you're going to have an urgency to your voice.
Yep.
Let's listen. Now, I don't remember what it sounded like, but I was just prefacing that. She's already innocent.
Already?
Look.
Yeah. She's already about to burst in tears.
My father has come up missing, and we just searched the property. It's a small farm, and I just found something near the farm that doesn't. He was burning brush. Now there's nothing to fire that. It could be him. I don't know.
Okay. All right, sir. What's Purcell Lane run off of?
It's right off of Birmingham Road.
You said 2155 Purcell Lane, that's correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is your name?
Scott Farris, Farris.
What's a good callback number for you, Scott?
404-861-2667.
How old is you said your father?
Yes, sir.
How old?
He just turned on the 68, yeah.
68, okay.
Now I'm calling you to say that we've been walking around looking for him, and I went where the fire is still small. I'm ex-military. I was deployed to Iraq. I assume what burned the bodies look like, and this looks like a body.
Okay. All right, sir. I've got him on the way out there for you. I'm going to send the police and the fire department out there. Just try and lead everything that you can, the way you found it down there, and we've got him on the way out there for you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else I can do for you, sir?
No, that'll be.
Now, in your field of business, after listening to that, your thoughts? Penny, for your thoughts?
It didn't sound very urgent. Oh, like, and that one's hard because people react to different things. And like, because I've seen it where someone was completely innocent and it was a horrible thing that they walked into, and they were such in shock that they were almost monotoned. But but also what the prosecution said, that 911 was showing up because they think that they're just showing up to an emergency, or what he flat out said in the call, that there's a burned body. So that right there, I would have been sending detectives out, and I would have told them no, because I need to preserve the scene. Like, let me go in and look real quick, and then if we can save, then yeah. But I would not just let him go run rampant in there, especially with the statement that there's a burned body.
Right. Haley Mouse, I think everybody's on that trial because there's nothing else.
Yes, it's the end of the year.
If they watch yesterday's, they're going to go, I'm done halfway through.
I can't tell you what happened yesterday. I was just
What do you mean?
Like, the chat was fun. Like, but if you ask me what was said on that trial yesterday,
I don't have a clue. No. And we're pretty good at listening on those things. But the thing that got me here was, you're right. Why did they send an ambulance, an EMS and fire truck? They come out, they're ready thinking that somebody's got a burn to their leg. They burned like 30% of their body. They're coming out like they're alive or possibly alive. I just struggle with his call. That bothers me.
Yeah, and it's just weird because he even says a burned body. So 911 is not saying, can you do CPR? Can you do your own first aid before first responders get there? None of that's, and he's like, yeah, we were looking for him, and
Matter of fact.
yeah, it's odd.
And I understand, trust me, I do, that people are gonna sit there and be different. I get it. But what bothers me is, hey, yeah, my dad was missing been missing since yesterday, and we were out looking for him, and I think I found him in the burn pile.
Yeah, because I don't care how desensitized that I am to things. If I found my parent and I thought that was my parent, I would be a wreck in that 911 call.
Robbie, oh my gosh, I can't believe, oh God, I hope it's not him. Please, please tell me it's not going to him. By the way, there's a dead body in our burn pile and my dad's missing. We need somebody to get here right away. We don't know, there's going to be something.
Yeah.
If you love that man.
Yeah. Like, and if you didn't know any, like, to me, if you knew something previous, then you're going to be like, yeah, so there's a body over there. Not like, I would be like, get here right now. Like, where are you? Like, it would be a lot of urgency. I would be.
Well, but then again, if he's burned beyond recognition and you just have skeletal remains, there's no urgency.
No, I know, but I would be wanting the panic that would set in, like you were saying, like, please tell me that's not my dad. Please get here, please.
Oh my God, I hope that's not my father. That
Right.
It doesn't have to be dramatic.
Yeah.
In the pauses, I'd be going, oh shit, I hope it's not my dad. Oh God, please don't let it be my dad.
And I'd be crying. And I don't know if he is. He doesn't sound. I mean, you can hear him take some deep breaths, but
then
there's
again,
no
he comes from a war zone. He might have that dissociation kicked in. I'm gonna get water.
Okay.
Headache. And we're gonna keep listening.
All right, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Say, Sarah Love. Sarah Love. doing that system, so it's just 911 or it will go into like it goes to my whole back on.
Sorry, anytime anybody types that in the chat, I have to say it. It's like a tick.
Stand up and stretch.
Did you say a tick?
So anytime anybody says papa, because like that's what I would say to my and I have to do it.
Yeah, I saw your thing. Papa! Am I close?
Yep.
I loved it. Go, what was the name of that live
Sarah Jane Love.
that you did?
What do you do?
I'm a firefighter paramedic with Cherokee County Fire and Emergency.
Okay, what was that live that y'all did? Can you give him the name of it so I can tell people to go watch it? Because that was funny.
I have to look it up because she changed it because we didn't put it in correctly.
A members only live, right? I thought it was a members only.
So she accidentally hit the wrong button. So the live itself was not members only, but the chat was.
Got it.
I'll see what it was.
That's a good way to do it.
I mean, it was fine, but it also made me feel bad because there was people watching, but they weren't a member, so they couldn't comment anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Services.
What's your rank there?
Captain.
Tell the jury how long you've been doing what you do.
Well, I've been a paramedic for 28 years and I've been with the fire department for almost 22.
And what is I know there's paramedics, EMTs, and firefighters. What are they all and how are they different?
So there's an EMTI, which is like a basic, the lowest level you can work on an ambulance, and then an advanced, and then a paramedic.
And do you have a certain area that you work in the county, or is it just, how does that work?
You're typically assigned to a station.
You ever had to testify before at a trial?
I'm sorry?
You ever had to testify before at a trial?
Yes.
And you know why you're here today?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention now back to July 5th of 2018. It was a Thursday. I think y'all responded around right around 12:59 p.m. to the residents in this case. Is that right?
I don't have the date and times in front of me, but yes, we did respond.
Do you remember, was it midday, afternoon?
Afternoon, I believe.
Okay. If I told you it was around 1 o'clock, any reason to disagree with me on that?
No.
And do you remember where you went to, where the property was?
Yeah, it was in the area of Freeholm or Alpharetta.
2155 Purcell Lane in Alpharetta, Georgia.
Yes.
Oops, my bad. There we go. Trying to get that one.
And this was the Farris house, is that right?
I believe so, sir.
And was the house where you went and where all this occurred, what county was that in?
Cherokee County.
Do you remember what you got called out for?
We got called out for a person fell into a fire.
Just a person falling into a fire?
Initially, yes, sir.
Now, as you were heading out there, tell the jury just kind of what did you pack up, what did you take, and what did you expect to see?
Well, we responded with the fire truck and the ambulance. I was on the ambulance that day. We were originally dispatched to a person falling into the fire, and then it became a person down call, which means that they need resuscitation.
Means what? I'm sorry.
They need to be resuscitated. They don't have a pulse or not breathing.
As you were going there and going to the scene, what did you think you were going to find?
I'm sorry. I had a visual of them trying to resuscitate a half-burnt skeleton.
Yeah. It's like
we were going to find a patient that needed to be resuscitated.
Like a person?
Yes.
Maybe just falling out or something?
Yeah, just from the information, he fell in the fire.
When you got there, do you remember seeing anybody from the family, a son or not?
Yes, somebody met us at the end of the driveway.
Objection leading.
Right.
When you arrived, who did you see? Son.
Driveway was pretty long, so the guys on the fire truck were getting onto the ambulance with us to ride in, and there was a gentleman there at the end of the driveway so that he would show us where the body was at.
Were y'all there first before law enforcement, the sheriff's department?
I believe so, but they wouldn't follow me.
How long did it take to get there from the call? The call came out about 12:47. Did it take very long?
I don't believe so. I don't have my reports. I don't know exactly how long.
Was it a short drive?
Fairly short, yeah.
And when you arrived, just kind of tell the jury what you remember seeing and what was going on.
So initially we stopped at the driveway, picked up the, what we found out later was the gentleman's son. He was telling us that he had been in Afghanistan, he had seen burned bodies before, and he knew what they looked like. And I was trying to get information about if he was, breathing, if he was alert at the time, or, more information about the patient. And he just kept saying that over and over.
He's
And then
sucking
when we
air so much there's
got to
no
the
skin.
house, he rode in the back of the ambulance. When we got to the house, he walked us around to the back side of the house, to the large burn area.
When you first met with, it's going to be Scott, we believe, the son.
Yeah.
When you first met with him, when you were talking to him, were you trying to ask him questions to see if he would answer him?
I was just trying to find out what kind of condition at the time we assumed the patient was going to be in. If it was, we were going to be working a cardiac arrest or just treating a burn patient, or what we were going to find when we got around to the back.
Was that because you thought there was going to be a human being there?
Mhm.
And did you, when you were asking him questions, was it his state of mind? Was he telling you stuff? Was he able to tell you things?
He just kept saying over and over that he knew what a burned body looked like. And I was asking him, was he breathing, and was he conscious? And he just kept saying he knew what a burned body looked like.
Which, okay, if that could go more into on the other side of what we just said, panic, where he's not really answering anything else. It's just, I know what a burned body looks like. I know when they say things over and over and over again.
Well, yeah, that's one of the first things that kind of I had to get used to on scene. People repeat themselves. They can be calm.
Mm-hmm.
They can say, she's pregnant. She's 6 weeks pregnant. Okay, great. Got it. And then they keep repeating, oh my God, she's pregnant. She's pregnant. She's pregnant. It's like, I got it. I got it. I got it. But
Yeah.
it's how they're dealing with their stress. So I get that. Oh, come on, Sensei. Thank you. My dog has been super clingy lately since my sister passed.
Now,
Sitting
Bob
here with her
Barkley did
head on my
select
lap.
everybody in this case. Like I said, going through whatever it is, we've met and talking about numbers. Go ahead and take those if you have them. Look at those. You had an opportunity to look at photographs before, probably.
Thank you. You're first responder
Go ahead
too.
and look at those and see if those. Now it's going to be labeled aerial, as in aerial photographs. Go ahead and look at 1 through 14.
She's not a super playful dog. She's pretty chill. But when she brings me now you won't take it? Go get it. She goes, I don't fetch. I'm not a retriever. She's a Labrador retriever. Don't put me in the retriever category. I don't play.
Yes, sir.
Just this time I turned to evidence. They fairly accurate.
Okay.
Present the area that we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Just this time I turned to evidence aerial 1 through aerial 14. Judge, after you didn't, I just published them without asking permission.
Anything we can do.
You see on your screen there, this is aerial 1. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
If I look at the screen, this is just showing from the courthouse to the scene. Can you tell the jury about how long, how many miles it is, approximately normal drive, how much time?
From the courthouse, 34 minutes and 16 miles.
34 minutes or 16.5 miles, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And personnel
Wait a
planning,
minute.
what area of the county?
Why would you show this when you know dang well that this map out was not done the day of the incident?
In the moment.
So how do we know there was traffic here?
Yep.
And if there is traffic here, this is just longer in distance but shorter in time.
Right.
So you just look at the phone. This is when it was called in. This is when we arrived. This is how long it took for us to get there. Showing this route to me is,
it's kind of irrelevant. Like,
I would be like, objection, Your Honor. Was this taken at the time of the incident? When was this photo taken? When did they pull this up? Oh, yesterday? Irrelevant, Your Honor.
Yep.
County is that in? Cherokee County?
That'd be the northeastern corner.
And what is that? What type of homes and things are out there? Nice homes?
Yes, fairly large homes.
Expensive area?
Yes,
Affluent
sir.
area, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, sir.
And where were you coming from when you went there?
So where it says free home on the map and Highway 20, our station is about very close to Highway 20 at that where where you would have turned off of Highway 20. Our station's right there.
This is aerial 2. This is showing coming down the road Purcell Lane as you come down Purcell. And was the driveway where you picked up Scott, was that at the time right there where Purcell Lane is and the driveway meets?
Yes, sir.
So do you remember the long driveway going up?
Yes.
So did you meet Scott down here or up in the driveway? Where was it?
At Purcell Lane, the fire engine's too big to get down the driveway. So the ambulance stopped there and the crew from the fire truck jumped on the back of the ambulance.
So everybody hopped in the ambulance and went up the driveway?
Yeah.
I got a visual of that.
Aerial 3, this is just another head of Google Maps.
Hanging off the ambulance going.
How do you describe this property if you just say, this is the type of property this looks like?
Wait a minute. What do you mean you could not get a fire truck?
Yeah. Because it's not like you're going to
Now,
drive it in the grass if you need to.
Yeah. I mean, we've literally cut ranch fences and driven through ranch land to get to the other side of the ranch where there is no road. So do you see the initials there? Don't understand that.
Yeah, because what if there was what would you do if there was a fire over there that was out of control and there's a person in it? You got to take the fire truck out there.
Park it back here. Now, if they parked it here and then drove the ambulance around that way, I'm sorry. That sounds slow and lazy.
It's a very large, nice property. Couldn't really see the house at all from the road, from the trees. It's a very large property.
We've taken some aerials about a year later, some drone photographs that you've been able to review. And this is aerial 4, so this is
By the way,
you're going to tell
look
me
at that picture.
You're going to tell me that fire truck won't go down there. What?
Guess when this photo was taken, this drone picture? Not during the actual investigation. This was taken when they all visited the property. Look at the car. And security lineup. Yeah, I'm serious.
Wow.
That was not taken the day of the incident. That's when they had some kind of visitation to the property. There's no horses. There's no animals. This was after the property was sold. Why? I wouldn't, if I was the defense, I would say, Your Honor, objection. When was this taken? I'd cross on that big time.
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong?
No, because the property could look different.
And this is aerial 4, so this is a snippet, if you would, from an aerial. Does this kind of look like the area that you went to on July 5th of 2018?
Yes, sir. I was more or less looking in the back, talking to the son.
Looked like
so I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention to the driveway, but yes, sir, that is the.
As we look at aerial 4, this photograph on the left of the screen is this big long driveway. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
As aerial 5, as you move up the driveway, is it correct to say
So the house is back here. The burn pit's over here.
The barn,
off over here.
straight up to the house?
Correct, sir.
So they drove the ambulance to here?
And then aerial 6, is this an aerial showing the pond?
Yes, sir.
Is this the house behind the trees here?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
How about that? Aerial
Yes, sir.
7?
Yes, sir, that is the house.
Aerial
And the
8 is
burn
another
pile's over here.
overview. And when you parked, and again, this is
I
about a
think,
year later,
or
but
is it back over
as you
here?
walk, did y'all walk around as where my mouse is on this item that's here, this
Mhm.
white item? Did y'all go around
Sorry, I'll be
this side,
right
this is the
back.
left side, if you're facing the house?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And then as you came around, did you come over to the back side where the burn pile was?
Yes, sir, we did.
Tell the jury, when you arrived expecting to see a person, when did things change for you? What did you see and what changed it?
As we're walking up to the burn pit, you could see some long bones. I saw a foot and the skull.
And when you saw that, what in your mind was going on? What were you saying to yourself?
It's trying to make sense of it. It's not something you would typically see. So I was like like the skull, I thought maybe it was a rock. So I kind of moved it a little bit and put it back the way I found it. And the foot, is probably what stands out the most is the foot.
What equipment did you have with you to expect to find a person?
So the guys from the engine grabbed the bed and the equipment, the cardiac monitor, the dump bag, and they were coming behind me, and me and the son were walking, a little bit ahead of them.
When you got there, what was found and what happened?
Well, when I saw the bones, I advised dispatch that it wasn't a person down. It was a signal 48, which means a deceased person, and then to have the coroner en route.
Did anybody touch the bones or do anything with it?
Only like I said, sir, the top of the skull looked like it may have been a rock, so I kind of lifted it a little bit and then put it back where it was when I realized it was definitely the skull.
So things changed from the person being held to a body, basically?
Correct.
Remains? Is that
Yes, sir.
fair? Did law enforcement, were they quickly on the scene at that point? Did they come up?
Yeah, I remember them being right behind us.
I know you've probably seen a lot of things in your career, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But did this shock you?
Yes, sir.
Let's take aerial 11, just showing there's a photograph showing the house in relation to the pond.
Yes, sir.
Aerial 12 going back over the pond to the arena, the sand pit. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
13 just marching back down the driveway, leaving.
Yes, sir.
And then 14 just going back to the road.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've had an opportunity to look at law enforcement was able to do some drone videos about a year later in June of 2019. You have an opportunity to look at those drone videos?
I did.
Just at this time, and were those videos fair and accurate as you know the property to be when you saw it?
Yes, sir.
I tend to have now aerial 15, aerial 16, and aerial 17, which are 3 drone videos done by the sheriff's office about a year later.
All right, any objections? Okay. All right, they're mid. Go ahead.
I'm just going to let this one play. It's about 2 minutes and 10 seconds long. Just maybe dim the lights or it's not light. Dim the lights no better.
Oh, I see now why the fire truck. I see that it's fenced on both sides.
Ah, okay.
Get it?
My apologies. I need heat
No, you're fine.
on my back. I love this heated blanket.
Oh, yeah.
Better than a heating pad.
I just got Shire a new one for Christmas, actually. Waiting for it to get here.
I have a heated mattress pad on my bed. Okay, so they're saying what now?
They're just going through the aerial. I don't.
No, but
she's
what
just-
did they say about the fire truck? Because they couldn't get through here?
So they couldn't get down the driveway. So that's why
Is that right there?
the driveway starts on the
Right
other
here?
side. Yeah.
Oh, here. This is the barn. So they'd have to go straight and keep going.
Yeah. So and then I'm assuming since it's fenced on both sides, it physically just doesn't fit.
Well, I think it fits widthwise because it's a standard road
Oh,
size.
yeah, that's true.
I think they were concerned about backing it out. But do you know what? When I've driven a fire truck, and I don't often because I don't like to, but I will if I have to. Dagnabbit, why don't you turn it on? I am very much adamant. And, some people are all like, oh, well, if I can't back it up safely, I don't drive it in.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, don't tell me you're broken. No worky. No worky. No light.
Oh no. That's not
Ooh,
good.
and I have a bad smell. So, ooh, yeah. Electrical smell.
That's not good.
I have had this thing for about 5 years. Guess it's time to order a new one. Dagnabbit.
She said that
So
she
we're going to
thought the
zoom
skull.
through this.
Yeah,
Hmm?
I was gonna say we could probably go through
Play
hers.
now.
Yep.
But she
Number
she
16,
said
which is
that
about
the
7 minutes and
skull.
13 seconds.
Okay, this is what we want to see. I mean, that's a nice one. Okay, this is a pun. Do you know what? I see why. Do you see why his fires got out of control so easy?
Oh yeah, because there's a bunch of trees around and all the pine needles and stuff on the ground.
Pine. What does pine have?
Oh, it has that
Sap.
sap because there's a lot of pine trees at my parents' cabin.
And those pine needles, pine cones, those kind of leave there like it's like the best thing to start a fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Here's the thing with the truck. Okay, we'll keep going. So this is, I guess, the path. See how it does go downhill?
Yeah.
There's some ups and downs, but they're saying that she got his body. Are they going to where they used to shoot? Because they used to. I guess they're going to where they used to do the shooting. Oh crap, something's going on. Well, it looks like we have a fire. I'm gonna zoom.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah. Zoom.
Zoom.
Good afternoon, Captain Love. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris. And it is Captain, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on that day, you responded with who?
Me and my partner, Kenny Holland, were on the ambulance. On the fire truck was Jacob Kenny and Megan Hamilton.
Okay. So you got off of the ambulance.
Yes.
And the fire truck could not make it up the driveway.
Correct.
Why was that?
Because the weight of the fire truck, we don't typically drive the fire truck on driveways. If it's a long driveway, they'll either have to walk or they'll jump in the back of the ambulance with us. And on that call, they jumped in the back of the ambulance.
So you get out, you've got your pack, you don't really know what you have at the time, as you testified to earlier, but you walked up the driveway and you encountered, who did you encounter?
So at the end of the driveway, when we stopped and the crew from the fire truck was getting on, there was a gentleman at the end of the driveway telling us that he could show us where the.
Okay, somebody once asked, why don't we drive things in? I remember us making this comment last time. Now that I'm triggered, and this is my answer. The reason why we don't drive a fire truck down, even though you can get down it, can we quickly remove the truck if the fire got out of control? Backing up on a narrow road, even though we can fit on the road, and not having a fast route out is why.
That makes sense.
Because there's a burn pile, somebody's burning, they don't know if it's out of control.
Where at the time we thought a patient was.
Okay. Now, you stated earlier that he kept saying to you he knew what a burned body looked like.
Correct.
And that's something that's resonated in your memory 6.5 years later.
Yes, sir.
All right. That was Scott Ferris, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was his demeanor?
He was, I guess the best word is just panicked.
Now he's
Do
panicked.
you
Okay.
remember anything else? Did he say anything else to you about where the location of this was?
That he would show us. He said it was a pretty good walk. He would show us where it was.
Now, were there any other family members close by as this was happening?
I did not see anyone else.
Did you speak to any of the other family members on the property?
No, sir.
Did he mention to you or to anybody that worked with you that day, did he ever bring up anything about a missing gun?
No, sir.
But how many times do you think he said he knew what a burned body looked like?
Probably 2-3 times when I was asking questions when we were still in the back of the ambulance.
Do you remember anything else he said?
I don't remember when he said it, but he said his dad had been missing for a couple of days and they've been looking for him, but that wasn't unusual for him to be missing, I guess.
He said that to you?
Yes.
And that's when he walked you back there himself?
Yes.
And that was just as we saw in the video, back down the house, from behind the house. What would you say the grade?
That's okay, Gabby. I understand. Is AJ going on soon?
It was a little bit of a
No, she's not. She's not streaming this week.
Behind, I mean, because videos and pictures certainly don't do justice necessarily to being there in person. How far behind the house would you say that burn pile was?
I couldn't tell you. Because, I mean, at the time, I'm not thinking about how far I'm walking. I'm just like walking, trying to get some information and thinking about what we're going to do.
So generally speaking, so the images that we saw today were taken roughly a year later. You didn't take those pictures, correct?
Correct.
Right. But compare and contrast the state of the burn pile that day, July the 5th, 2018.
Just in reference to my report, I estimated it was probably about a 6 foot in diameter. I think 3 feet maybe high.
Was it still smoking? Could you tell? Was it hot?
I don't remember seeing any smoke. And we didn't bring our thermometer down there to check because we were on an EMS call. We were thinking, get the patient, go to the hospital.
And you mentioned that, now, did you have any gloves or anything like that on?
Yeah, we had medical exam gloves on.
So I imagine that you wouldn't have thought it was
Oh,
a very
okay.
hot fire if you would have reached down and touched it.
No, sir, it wasn't.
Right. When you touched what was a remain, was it hot?
I don't remember it being hot, not like to burn me.
So it had time to
it was warm
cool.
outside, so it wasn't like it was on fire currently
Or did they ever look to see if water had been put on it to cool it down
Yeah.
quickly?
I was going to say it had either naturally cooled or it was forcibly cooled.
I mean, for it to get that hot, that'd take a while to cool down. So I would think somebody put water on it to cool it down.
Yeah. That would be the quickest way to cool it down.
enough to burn me, but it was, I guess, ambient temperature.
There'll be a number of expert witnesses. I expect that the state is going to. I keep thinking there's a map up there, but there's not. There's a number of expert witnesses that I believe the state's going to call, kind of talking about how they have mapped out the burn pit, the burn pile, where certain things were found within the burn pile. But you stated that you picked up what I believe you believe to be the skull of Mr. Farris.
I didn't know who, but yes, it appeared to be a skull.
But you picked it up, yes?
I didn't pick it up.
Okay.
I lifted like the corner and let it lay back down to where it was.
Immediately
I
laid it
did-
back down.
Yeah, I did not move it.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't
Wait.
pick it up to move it.
You didn't pick it up, hold it in your hand?
No, sir.
You just
I just
rolled
made
it
sure
and
it
put
was.
back.
I just made sure it was like not a rock, and there was,
And that would have been when you made the signal 48?
Yes, sir.
Was Scott Farris standing there when you were doing that?
I assume so. I mean, he walked us back there, and he was still back there when we were leaving. I don't think he left.
Any other family members around?
I did not remember any other family members.
Did you ever remember speaking with my client, Melody Farris?
No, sir.
And did you see her even?
I did not.
When you walk down there, and I believe this is important, so take your time to answer this question. Because all of Cherokee County responded following you after your signal 48. Did you ever notice any tractor marks near the fire?
I did not notice, sir.
All right. Did you notice any RTD tire treads? Tire tread, a car tread, any kind of a...
I did not notice.
How about, could you see where horse hoof marks would be somewhere around the fire. Could you see any of that?
I didn't notice anything like that.
All right, any tools or implements for the fire?
I didn't notice. I wasn't looking for stuff like that either.
Yes, ma'am.
But I did not notice.
Anything else you would remember about that day?
No, sir.
How long did you leave after the Signal 48?
Pretty quickly after I called and told them that it was a Signal 48 and law enforcement was there, we turned the scene over quickly as possible, especially for the ambulance to get back in service for, the next emergency call. So we left pretty quickly.
I may have one brief second, Your Honor. That's all I have, Judge.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you sit down. Thank you, ma'am.
Jesse, name on call.
All right. That's fine. All right, call your next witness.
This is time to take off Robert Raleigh. Robert Raleigh.
Okay. What are our thoughts on this witness?
I mean, I think she's credible, but there's little things that she said that make me go back and forth. That his demeanor panicked, but
yeah.
Was the fire hot? No.
So if you've got a fire that is burning at 1,000 degrees hot or hotter, 1,100 is a minimum of what it takes to burn a human body within 3 hours. Consistent, non-wavering temperature, i.e. crematorium. How long does it take to a fire to cool down to where you can handle the remains? Ow.
Yeah, that would take a long time. I mean, think of even just like a stump or something. Like if you burn it to get it, how long that burns for and how hot it stays for a long time.
And then if you poured water on it, there would be evidence of that. There's no evidence that water was poured because no one has, well, if it was, nobody brought it up yet.
Right.
But in my humble opinion, there's still, I mean, if I was on the jury, I'd be going,
yeah.
This is your first time hearing it. That's why I appreciate your views.
Yeah.
Our little character friend is gone.
Just probably went take a nap.
And what do you do at the sheriff's department?
Jesus hasn't shown up yet.
Car crashes,
surprise,
supervise, and road patrol.
I want to turn your attention now to Thursday, July 5th, 2018, right around 1 p.m. Did you respond to 2155 Purcell Lane in Alpharetta, Cherokee County, Georgia?
I did.
Tell the jury what you responded for.
I responded for a person down. Essentially, I guess the son of the mother called and said he'd been to Iraq, seen a person burning before. He knows what it looks like, and I responded as the supervisor.
Where'd you come from?
Precinct.
How long did it take you to get there?
It took me quite a while.
And when you respond, what do you remember seeing there?
There was some family outside, and there was another deputy at the front porch.
You got your cell phone with you?
I do.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Do me a favor, Judge Lyles. Can you Google what day of the week is July 5th, 2018?
Judge, you okay?
You should know this. Why would you?
This is perfect. No, Judge. Judge,
Am I wrong about that?
Stacy Exhibit
No,
Raleigh
you
1,
shouldn't.
which is a calendar. Did you beat me?
Yes. There you go.
All right. So looking at Stacy Exhibit Raleigh 1 for your name and your one exhibit there, number 1. July 2018, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So you respond July 5th, which is a Thursday,
Yes, sir.
about 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
And now you put it up there.
Do you have an opportunity to review Stacy Exhibit Raleigh 2, which is just a portion of your video from your patrol vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate and describe you pulling up the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, I'm tendering to evidence Stacy Exhibit Raleigh 2, which is a clip from his patrol vehicle video.
We'll see about this.
Tendering to evidence this time. Issue.
Yes, sir.
I get there's plenty enough room on each side for that fire truck there.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, maybe did they want to stay down by a water source?
but no, they have enough water on that tanker to handle this. But there's vehicles up here. So up here is the issue. Let me get my mouse showing. Up there's the issue. But he could have at least pulled up closer.
Right.
There's enough room. That fire truck, if it had to, could have pulled and parked here and turned around. You know,
Right.
he could have pulled up right where these vehicles are, right up here, and then backed up and gone back out. There's plenty. We learn how to drive those trucks, especially if you drive them all the time. You could turn those things like crazy. It's like an 18-wheeler threading needles all the time. Let me.
Clip.
Oh, that was really useful, dude.
It's
Do me a favor, Judge Lyles. Can you Google what day of the week?
That's really useful.
The record reflect. You go to, how did you see in the house? Did you see Melody Farris, the defendant in the house?
Yes, sir.
Now let the record reflect. Is this the defendant that you saw in the house?
You know, I believe so.
I
It's
tell you
6
that-
years ago. Yes, sir.
She looked like the person that you saw.
Yes, sir.
When you went in, where was she at?
She was on the outside, and then she came on inside.
Did you clear the house?
I did.
Tell the jury what clearing the house is.
So clearing the house is anytime you go on scene, you need to make sure that nothing else is inside the house, and that's just standard operation.
Funny question. Do you clear to the right or left?
I always
How's
go
the
left.
You go left?
I go left.
We
I'm
were
left-handed.
taught to clear right for fire.
So, no, so if I clear a house, I'm clearing a house because I'm trying to find somebody.
Well, we do.
But I always go left because, so the person, if I'm in front, I'll go right. If I'm behind, I go left.
I go left. Yeah. Well, and do you know what? I was told by an ex-agent, if you clear the house to the left, most people run to the right.
Yep.
So if they're going to exit, you're going to run into them on the left.
Exactly.
Am I right?
You are right about that.
I amaze myself. Now, I'm being haughty. I shouldn't be that way. My bad. I'm not wondering if I missed my calling.
Operating procedure.
I think you might have.
When you walked in, did the defendant go and get anything from
I
the
can
house?
still get in the legal
What was that?
field.
She asked if she could enter the house. She forgot to get 2 rings.
We're gonna have to
inside the
go
drawer.
camping.
I allowed her to do so.
All three of
And
us.
We went inside the house. She went into a junk drawer
Absolutely.
and pulled out 2 rings and put them on her ring finger.
Where was this in the house? Do you remember?
It
I
was on
got to
the
zero in my new one.
Kitchen area.
Yes, sir.
We can do that.
And then after that, what happened?
I haven't
And
shot that
she
much.
left. She went back outside.
At any point while you were out there, were you, I guess, tasked with doing security or make sure nothing was getting moved, things like that?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever?
Oh, by the way, the last time somebody saw him was almost 24 hours or more.
So what also bothers me is that they let her go back in the house. You're supposed to like corral everybody so you know where they are. So, because you got a deceased person over here that's been burned, but you don't know how big your crime scene is. So at that point in time, that whole property is until you can kind of zone it in. Why? I don't understand why he let her go back in the
I
house.
would be putting people in cars. You go in that one. We're going to put you in this one. We're going to put you in this one. We're going to put you in this. We're going to separate everybody.
Yep, because you don't know what you're dealing with yet.
But remember, they are not looking at it a crime scene at first.
True.
Okay. And that being the case, but they still didn't do some things quite right.
You're telling me that a police department dropped the ball. What?
Really? Really? Are you sure? Oh my gosh, I gotta find it. I don't have my glasses on, so it's kind of hard for me to read. Let me see this.
We had a good day. It was a good day.
I'm sorry. I just love that one. And then the other one is,
Oh my God!
Oh, I wish I
reminds
could
me of
use
my
those at
aunt.
work.
Huh?
I wish I could use those at work when I instead of just answering it, just have that come up.
Oh, here's a good one.
Once upon a time.
And then,
Once upon a time.
oh, shut up. Where's the one I'm looking for?
And so it begins.
This guy was good.
Where is it?
Uh-oh.
That's a good one for right now. The uh-oh.
All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
Lift going down.
Where is it?
Addie sold.
All I ask is a chance to prove that money can't make me happy.
It's so hard to read these. They're so little. Okay, I'm going to leave it on that didn't happen because
All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
that's a good one for this. Oh, we're not talking about Boone. This is a Boone-free day.
Just like cleaning solution.
Except for it's a good day.
like bleach. It was very faint.
And I haven't cried yet. Don't get me going.
About candle.
Yes, the candle was reflected in my report. I can't remember exactly the candle. It was 6 years ago.
But there was
Candle?
burning in the house.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further. Judge.
Huh?
All right, so you're. Now you said, are you corporal?
Yes, sir.
Corporal, I'm John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris. So what you just summed up, was that, how long were you there that day?
I was there for a while. I mean, if it happened at 1 o'clock, I wasn't relieved until about 5:30, 6 o'clock.
All right, so you were there 4 or 5 hours.
Sure.
All right. And you were the first one to respond for Cherokee County Sheriff's Office?
Incorrect.
Okay. Who was?
I believe it was be on CAD, but I know that I relieved Deputy Moss at the time.
All right. So there had already been a number of people there by the time you got there.
Sure.
All right. And you walk in, were you the first person to talk to Miss Farris that you know of?
I don't know.
Had anybody else, so you walked in the house.
Where,
immediately when
Ronnie?
You got there?
I don't remember.
All right. And you walked in the house and you immediately smelled, what did you say you smelled?
The odor like a cleaning solution, like bleach.
7.3
Did
earthquake.
you walk into a laundry room? Did you notice there was a laundry room
Earthquake?
close by when you walked in the house?
I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember. And a candle, what did you say you smelled a candle burning?
I believe there was it reflected in my report that there was a candle. I don't recall.
But you don't recall.
How many of us have
Correct.
candles going?
Then why would you write
I have
in a
one right
report
now.
that this candle was important to you, but you don't remember what it was?
Because that's 6 years ago.
Is it unusual for people to have a candle burning in their house?
Sure. Is it unusual?
Yes. Is it unusual? Or is it usual?
Yeah.
It's normal.
Correct.
So why was that unusual to you?
I don't know.
And is it unusual for people to clean their houses?
Yeah, that's standard.
It's standard. And when you walk into a house, some of them smell clean, correct?
Sure.
All right. And would this have been
So
any more different than if you walked into
Smell like
anybody's clean
monkey.
house? Yours, for example.
No.
Go ahead, Judge. Okay, hold on, one more.
Y'all. Oh, I got to say this because if you notice throughout this entire trial, Melody never will stand up for the jury.
Oh, really?
Her attorney in that area, her attorney said, you were equal. The only one who's above you in authority is the judge. You want them to see you as an equal. They are not superior than you. They are your peers. And that's why not everybody's that way, but I just wanted to explain that because people are going to start going off.
All right, so you cleared this house, yes?
Correct.
Right. And was anybody else with you?
I believe Deputy Moss.
And when you cleared this house, did you notice anything else out of place?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you notice any blood splatter?
No, sir.
Did you notice any droplets of blood?
No, sir.
Did you notice a bullet surreptitiously placed in the floor in the basement?
No, sir.
Okay. Nothing else. You just noticed maybe the smell of, you say bleach, maybe.
Yeah, cleaning solution, bleach.
And a candle.
Yes, sir.
But when you're
What does it
OCD,
smell like?
that's normal.
Anything else?
Who's OCD in your house in the cleaning?
Diane.
Debbie, I'm going to follow up on this. Candle. I think you were in the kitchen. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said it's been 6 years?
Yes.
Don't remember everything?
Don't.
Did you write a report?
Yes, sir.
Or you taught to write something significant or important to put in your report?
Absolutely.
Would it refresh your memory, your recollection, to be able to look at your report and see what you said or wrote down about the candle?
Yes.
Judge Matt Roach? With all this technology now, I have the reports on my laptop. So what I want you to do is take my laptop, just hold it to yourself. Is that your report?
Yes, sir.
Do me a favor, go ahead and just read it to yourself. Don't read it out loud. Go to the section at the bottom there where it talks about the candle. All right, now being in the kitchen, there was a door. Where was the candle at?
I don't remember it was a big house. I don't remember exactly where the candle was.
Okay. Do you remember what room it is?
No, sir.
Why is it
Do you
important?
now recall what you wrote in your report where the candle was?
Yeah, the candle was being lit in front of the basement door.
We're skipping the candle.
Are they under the deck? Does anyone have any idea? Drive around till you see someone who will direct you where you're supposed to go, or you see cones. There'll be some orange cones when you come in. I believe they're going to be under the parking deck. So when you pull in straight from the...
They're talking about how to park for day. We're done with day 1. Are you doing good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Let me see if I can find day 2. But day 1, I would like your impression.
It's so confusing because it's like, I don't know. I mean, but I guess it really starts to show from the very get-go the cracks in how the police did their investigation. Like, you didn't even get it right day 1. And why? I can't think of a time, like if I was there, I wouldn't pay much attention to a candle. Like, that just seems odd.
Well, and that's where I'm at. Why are we so focused on that?
Yeah. And it's like, I mean, I use bleach and stuff here. There's times that my house does smell like bleach, and it also, I have a candle going. Like, it's just, who cares?
Yeah.
Apologize.
Now, this day, I think it's interesting. This is when things really start getting interesting. Is this the day that the boyfriend comes in, or is that day 3?
I think yesterday where one of y'all just tried to get in the camera line by reaching over and grabbing your chair. So if y'all will stay out of that. Y'all shuffled up a little bit, didn't you?
What? I'm going to Discord.
So y'all have... We're going to tick that box on our grand social experiment in which we see who stays in their seats or not. All right, a couple of things to discuss with y'all. I told y'all again, wear your badges and everything. If you happen to, we don't have secure elevators from the rest of the building, so there's a chance you may.
I like your mom's
share an
music,
elevator
by the
with
way.
one of the lawyers.
Thanks.
If that happens, that's okay. They want to make sure that you don't hold it against them if the prosecutors. Again, that's not an issue. Just make sure that y'all don't talk about anything or, but usually the lawyers don't want y'all to hold it against them if there aren't, your normal pleasantries exchange when you bump into somebody in the hallway. Also, I've talked to Miss Baker and the court administrator about getting lunch for y'all. My plan at the moment is for us to do that maybe every other day, starting tomorrow and Friday. And y'all do lunch on your own.
Sorry,
today,
finally got it right.
Thursday, and then we can kind of chat about it on Friday and whether y'all want to eat in every day or not.
All right, zoom.
My thought, if we do it on Friday, that we might.
Oh, and she does
Every year,
sit
again, how many-
a little
if you're-
bit
if you're an
back
officer-
and away from her attorneys, and they wanted it that way, not her. And she loves her pearls.
You work for the sheriff. How many hours does the state require training, and how many hours do y'all actually get training?
So the state requires, all the state requires is 20 hours. And then there's certain classes that the state requires you to take. The sheriff's office.
How many hours did you get?
Obviously wants more hours than that.
Did you enjoy those hours?
Depends on the year. When I was
Are they
going
good
to
for
school
you?
working on my master's degree, part of that applied towards post training.
I'm sorry.
So that in those years, I got several hundred hours of training on top of my departmental training and stuff. So I mean, it could be anywhere from.
I
mean,
I don't know how many I have.
50, 60 hours.
Too many to count.
200 hours. It just varies.
What kind of education degrees do you have now?
So I hold a.
I got to do
bachelor's
it.
degree and
I
a
can't
master's
stand
degree.
this. this qualification stuff drives me nuts. I understand it has to be done, but
Doesn't
how
mean
do
we have to
y'all,
listen.
when y'all look at PD people,
that kind of
is
stuff
it
and
kind of
learning the
like,
process. So basically training on the job. And I think the state requires actually 40.
like volunteer, like paid
That's what it was.
firefighters to volunteer?
No,
Mhm.
it's a
But do you know what? Your volunteer actually sometimes are more qualified and more
Oh.
trained than you're freaking paid.
Yep.
I'm skipping.
kind of household chemical or cleaner or whatever. It's out of a spray bottle. You know,
Okay, now we're going to get to good stuff.
sections. And there's a lieutenant over each section. So he's the
Okay, let's get back.
it's a mid-sized farm tractor, no cab. What they
Whoa.
wanted me to help with.
If I have your time down.
Assigned to, he's now not longer
Okay.
with our agency with school police, but he was a Sergeant Chris Shaw. And so anytime
Yeah,
Chris got
I
called
have
out, I got called
23 FEMA
So
courses under my
basically,
belt.
Chris was showing me how
And people
the
go,
process
and
works, showing
I'm
me how
like,
to do
you
things,
do a
showing me how to
FEMA
properly
course.
collect evidence
Yeah.
at the crime scene.
How many do you got?
We call it holding the dummy end of the tape measure. I got to hold the
I
non-smart
don't
end of the
think
tape
I
measure
have that much.
so I could learn how things would. And I'd be scribing and taking notes and
think I only have
that
like
kind of stuff
5.
and learning the process. So basically training on the
Not a
job.
lot.
And I think the state
You got incident command. You have the iOS incident command system, right?
Yep.
ICS. Yeah. There's the basic 5 that everybody has to take.
That's what I thought. It's like, I think I only have 5.
I've got everything from, well, Red Cross. No, I chose to do it, but mass sheltering, also animal, because
that's
I
a
used
good
to
one.
do animal rescue. In Katrina, I went and for 2 weeks was there for American Red Cross and 2 weeks was there for animal rescue. So I've got all of the things you do for humans for animal, large animal. Yes, I even know how to move a hippopotamus.
requires actually 40 hours of on-the-job training before you can actually get your
Zoos.
certificate, even if you've taken all your classes.
As a crime scene technician, what are the basic things in your toolbox that separates you from other people? When you get in this job and you're
In your toolbox.
what are some of the things that you have in your toolbox that you use on a scene?
So
did you hear that?
Certain classes,
Yeah.
and there's you mean talk about like the required classes that
Yeah,
are
the things
taken
that you're looking for to do.
to get the certificate.
Guys, listening to it for the second time, you catch a lot of things you missed the first time.
I'm gonna start referring to it as that. No, don't worry there, Lieutenant. I have it in my toolbox. It'll be just fine.
And he'll look at you like,
Yeah, he's gonna be like,
"Please."
"Are you okay?" Yeah.
Would
He
he
would
say
ask-
that to you?
He would ask me if I need a mental health day and if I was all right.
And I would refer to, and which toolbox are you referring to? The personal or the professional one? No, I'm not going where some of you think I'm going.
I was about to go there, but I decided not to.
We could go there in Discord, but you know, I have a toolbox in the car for the car. And I have a toolbox in my car for my emergency stuff, and I have a go bag. I mean, I've got about 5 bags back there, but anyway,
I'm gonna
prepared
start.
much.
I'm gonna start referring to like my bag that I have and my duty belt and stuff. I'm gonna be like,
Yeah.
this is my tool belt. This is my toolbox.
Yeah, I am struggling.
Hello?
Sorry. I bet you're. I am struggling finding a belt that I can work with my lead shooter.
Okay.
I'm a little bigger woman,
Yeah, just
and it always hangs out.
yeah. I'll send exactly what it is on Discord, and then I'll try to help you out then.
Yeah, because I've got 3 of them, and it's like they always, when you sit down, they do this.
Yeah.
And I don't like to have the end where the lead leaves pointing into my gut. Just don't feel very safe.
So I don't wear
Why do
mine
we
on
have
my
a tone out?
What I'm
Nothing.
interested in is when you go to a scene, and you're like, okay, I have to process the scene.
Come here,
Two
Sensei.
walks
Good girl.
metaphorical. What
Correct.
things do you actually start doing? And as a crime scene, what are the basic things you're doing, like taking photographs?
Okay,
taking
I got
notes,
you now.
stuff
Sorry.
like that?
So the first thing that you do when you go to a scene is, as a crime scene investigator, you meet with the lead detective, right? So, and I say that because we want to know what kind of evidence we're looking
Hi,
for.
Mom.
So,
Ta-da!
you know, if I'm gonna,
Papa.
I don't know, am I going to process a car for, you know, is it a stolen car? Am I going to look for a gun? Am I looking for a knife? Am I looking for a baseball bat?
Whose
I need to
baby?
know what I'm looking for. I can't
My
just go at
brother's.
it blind. So first thing I
Her
do is I meet with the case
granddaughter.
detective and say, hey,
I've
what you
seen it
got? What's
before.
going on? I'll make
Mama.
some general notes. And then before I do anything, after that, I'll walk through the scene, sometimes by myself, sometimes with the case detective, depending on how complex the scene is, and get kind of an idea of what I'm doing. Because after that, the first thing you do is you take photographs because you want to properly
can't help
document
it.
the scene as you found it, right? And I don't want to be stepping in the middle of evidence that I should be collecting or kicking stuff out of the way that I didn't
That's a
see
good
originally.
thought.
So I want to try to get a basis of what I'm looking at before I start doing anything. And then sometimes before I take pictures, let's say that I look up and it's going to rain and there's evidence like outside that could deteriorate based off weather, like blood or DNA or whatever. I got to
keep it
kinda go out of
PG-13.
sequence and grab that first and put it away so that I can protect the evidence accordingly. And then typically the first thing you do is
You are
photograph.
so
And
red.
once you photograph, then you start collecting your evidence. And you know, it depends on circumstances of what you collect first, whether it's your biological evidence or other things, you know, because you have to have a kind of a process where you systematically go through the house or the outside or wherever you're going, because otherwise stuff gets missed.
How many at the time, so turn your attention back to the case in July 2018, how many officers, whether it's certified, have arrest powers, or people that just work in CSI, how many did we have in the sheriff's office at that time that were kind of involved in this case?
I mean, I couldn't even give you an answer. I mean, I would say most of our criminal investigations division was out there. I think most, if not all, of the crime scene technicians were out there.
Was this a all hands on deck call at some point?
Pretty much.
I remember talking to you about this case. You remember
How many is that?
It was a long
Everybody.
time we were out there.
Tell the jury about how many hours y'all were putting in, what y'all were doing.
So for me, I know that I'd worked the day of on patrol, because when I was on patrol, I was also a crime scene technician as well. So I was carrying double duty. And as soon as I was called by our Chris Shaw, and he said, hey, I'm going to need you when you get done with work. So when I get done with work, I change clothes, because this is not something that you want to, you know, walk around a crime scene, and it's not easy to move around. Went out there and I helped. We worked most of the night, collecting evidence, taking pictures. And then obviously there comes a point where you've got to take a break. So we took a break, we went home for several hours, and then the scene was held, and then we came back the following day and continued.
So you could have gotten more illumination when you came back.
We were out there.
Exactly.
I can't give you an exact number of hours, but we were out there
That's fair.
quite a while.
You said this scene was contained. You talked to the jury about when law
Lock it
enforcement
down
first
until
went to
you
the
get
scene,
more.
At some point when they realized they're investigating, did they do anything to maintain the scene or secure it?
Yeah. So, I mean, depends on the scene. So if the scene is per se in this room and I can see everything and there's nothing real big, we may not crime scene tape it off. Right. But we're going to have somebody in the room with a crime scene log. So at that point, once we realize it's become a crime scene, everybody that comes in and out of that scene is logged on a log. So like
Technically, you need. Why am I hearing? Am I on the right channel? Yeah. Okay. Technically, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you get there and you don't realize it's a crime scene, and then you realize it's a crime scene, of course you're going to pull out that log, but you're going to also go back. You're going to put a section line previously ... These people were on scene, and then you're going to go validate what time the call came out, what time they arrived, and you're going to document that. Is it as accurate? Not as much, but it gives you you at least make sure you have the names and everybody on it. You don't start the log 5 hours in.
No, you start. Yeah, you're supposed to go back.
You're going to
and
go
backlog.
backdate that log.
Yeah, get put names, social security numbers if you can get it, driver's license numbers, and just be like, this person was here. Because also there's times where like DNA, that person's DNA is going to show up because they were there.
Hey,
But if
there have been perpetrators who've gone back to the scene of the crime as looky-loos. Sometimes the perpetrator is on the force. But the other thing is that if you don't have like the EMS and all those people that were there, you can always get the dispatcher log to validate we arrived at this time, whatever. But he's not saying that. We started the log at this point down.
It's so weird. Yeah, because like, I mean, I guess if it was in CAD, but still, that's you're still
You
supposed to
still
go
need
back.
to. You need to have even though it's in CAG, you still need to go back and have a complete log.
Like if say that I'm in charge of the crime scene log, I would be like, Lee Stewart in 7 o'clock, reason in crime scene processing, out at 3 o'clock, back in at 2 o'clock, out at whatever. So that keeps a registered log of who's in and out of the scene. Also,
Canton PD,
technology-wise, we do
you
have
didn't have a
system
log
through the sheriff's office that
at all.
like for instance, if I call out on a scene, it logs me in the computer. So it says that I was out there at X time, or I was out there at Y time. I left at Y time. But the crime scene log is really your most accurate representation of when people are in and out.
So, Lieutenant, are you a country boy or a city boy?
I'm from.
I've been through many an
Working
earthquake.
Contractors and farm work and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you use your common sense and things like that in your job too?
I try to.
And when you, how would you describe this farm, 2511 Purcell Lane? How would you describe it in your own terms? What kind of property is it? What's it like?
I mean, it was an extremely nice home and small farm. It was a nice. I mean, obviously, it was set up for equestrian stuff because there was a barn, there was chicken houses, and it was just a small kind of do-it-yourself type farm.
Kind of a blue collar farm or more of a hobby farm?
I guess that
little combination.
Little combination of both, probably.
When you were at the scene and you arrived, I guess Chris Shaw, was he the lead CSI person?
I would assume. So,
and you had other people, Melanie Thrasher, William Ballard.
yeah, we were all out there.
Sorry, Misty. Thanks for joining.
Was there delegation of duties or assignments or tasks for your response team?
Yeah. So typically, on a scene like we're talking about right now, it can be large because you don't know what you're looking for. So basically, it's a lot for one person. So it might be you go over here, you go over here, you go over here, you go over here. This is the kind of stuff I want you to do. This is the kind of stuff I want you to do. Because if not, one person can get overwhelmed. So it's easy if you break it up into individuals. It's like anything, you break it up into individual duties, and it makes it everybody's more mission focused instead of all over the place. If that makes sense.
When you arrived, so I want to turn your attention now to July 5th, 2018. It was a Thursday. Do you remember about what time you got there?
I don't. I mean, I know it was after I got off work. So typically on a patrol, our shifts were 5:30 to 6. So sometime in the afternoon.
And when you arrived, just about how many people do you remember seeing there when it comes to emergency personnel or law enforcement?
The number I was not going to give you is going to be accurate, but I would say there was at least 20.
Why not? You should have a log.
Yeah.
And when you came to the property, where did you go to first? What were you doing?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay, you're going to testify. You know you're going to testify. What are the standard questions that you're going to be asked?
The time.
Would you not?
Date. Yeah. Why would you not go back, even if it's right before you get up there? Why would you not go back and refresh yourself, refresh your memory?
And if you were the person in charge of the log, then you should know between this time and this time, or you can say, let me refresh my memory and look at the log and say there were 15 people.
Yep.
That's your job to know how many people, who's where, who's coming, who's going. That's your job. So why are you not able to give that answer?
Yeah, it's like
Actually,
with
where I met, but I remember I
this
went up and I met with.
Versus yesterday, where you had like a stack of papers that they brought up there, and it's like, and then this guy is just like, whatever.
The other crime scene personnel on scene and was directed to I was given my initial task of what they wanted me to help with.
If I have your time down, y'all use military time, make sure.
Blinders is all you have.
512. Yeah.
Is that about an accurate time you think around that time?
I want to do this, but it's tacky.
So when you get there, what is the first thing that you?
You know what I mean?
So the first.
Look, just because you were given a task to do, what is the number one of the number one things you're supposed to do when you're working a scene? Are you supposed to put your head down, or are you supposed to be observant to everything?
Observe everything, because this might be your task over here, and this might be this person's task over here, but this person might miss something. Be observant to absolutely everything.
Your perspective is different from everybody else's perspective, and it's everybody's job to keep the head on a swivel.
Yep. Yeah, that's like law enforcement 101. Keep your head on a swivel.
I think I miss my calling again.
Kind of thing that I was tasked with doing was processing the.
Well, that's firefighting too.
processing
Head on
the,
a swivel.
A Kubota tractor that was parked over next to the barn.
And we're gonna get to the pictures, things like that, but just to cut to the chase, did you get any samples for blood from the tractor?
I did, sir.
This is a tractor, and there's an RTV there too.
This is going to
Yes,
be
sir,
fun.
there was.
But we're talking about the Kubota tractor.
No, it's a mid-sized farm tractor, no cab, with a loader on it, with a loader on it.
What kind of tractor you have?
I've got two. I've got a New Holland 6635 and an LS MT122.
Now, Kubota tractors, those are they nice tractors?
They are.
Are they easy to drive, this type of tractor?
I mean, I think they are, but
And so, what size of a tractor is it compared to a regular tractor on a farm?
I don't remember the exact size of like the horsepower and all that stuff of the tractor. I'm gonna have to look at a picture to tell you, but it was an adequate tractor for, in my opinion, for what they were doing.
And on this tractor, so I want to make sure we get this. If you were stepping up, if you're sitting on if I was driving the tractor, sitting in the driver's seat.
Correct.
So this is left side, right side from where I'm sitting in the
Correct.
Driver's seat. So on the left side, there's a footstep. Did you take some swabbings from blood there?
I did, sir.
And did you follow your procedure and how you did all that swabbings?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you properly seal it, bag it, package it, send it to the sheriff's office, and then it was sent off to the GI?
Correct.
And was that the blood that came back on the foot there, on that step?
You talking about the one that was tested that returned? Yes.
Did you check for any other type of evidence on the tractor?
Yeah. So I also took touch DNA. I did 9.
Wait a minute. I want to see that. Watch the woman at the DA's table, the assistant DA. Watch her reaction.
Did you check for any other type of
Watch.
evidence on the tractor?
Yeah. So I also took touch DNA. I did.
Oh, you
9
missed it. It was like
DNA swabs in various locations around the.
I had to go back.
Around the controls of the tractor. So the steering wheel, the examples of the steering wheel, the shifter, the lever that controls the.
How much touch DNA can you relatively expect to get? People think the moment I touch this and do this, you know exactly who I am.
Yeah, no, that's not how that works.
So touch DNA is how reliable.
Yeah. It's not a lot.
The loader on
And
track.
yeah.
Now, you see this here? That has a lot of ridges. It's rough. If I rub my fingers across this aggressively to tighten it, you're going to have enough touch DNA there.
Yep. Because the skin cells will come off of it.
Right. But this here, like a tractor handle, is smooth. And how many people have driven that tractor? And
oh, yeah.
How much it doesn't have a cab on it, so it's exposed to elements. Dude, you're wasting your freaking time.
Tractor, stuff like that. I took where people would commonly touch.
And please tell me if I'm wrong.
No,
it will not
you're-
offend me.
The tractor.
Yes, sir.
No, I mean,
And
you're
think
right.
You were working at times, helping, assisting,
You wanna
watching,
hire me?
present with other crime scene technicians did things.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Ballard, who was that?
So Lieutenant Ballard, he is actually the lieutenant over the crime scene unit. So he's assigned to CID as a department head. So under CID, there's several department heads. So prime example, and I may get the names wrong, but we have white collar, we have, general crimes, we have major crimes, that stuff. So what they do is they have them broken down into sections, and there's a lieutenant over each section. So he's a lieutenant over, I'm not sure what he does. He's over the crime scene unit and another section.
You don't know your lieutenants and what they're in charge of?
Very good guy, very smart guy. You like
Yes,
working with him?
I do.
He may not testify because y'all were kind of other people were with him at the time, but
Correct.
Is he over the crime scene?
He is, sir.
Very, very
He's
good.
not very observant. You
Now,
don't
when he
even
was
know your own
playing the
lieutenant.
Kubota, the RTV, he was using something called Blue Star.
If
What is
there's
Blue Star?
So
if we have things broken down into departments and say there's white collar, blue collar, whatever, there's 5 departments, you darn well better know every single person. By the way, I'm ending our poll. Melody Farris, was she wrongfully convicted?
I completely forgot we did that.
Yes, 47%, no, 57.
Interesting.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to let this play. I got to grab the door.
Blue Star is a chemical that's designed to enhance specimens of blood or where we think blood may be. And when you spray it on, like you would any kind of household chemical or cleaner or whatever, it's out of a spray bottle. You spray it on, and when you spray it on, it fluoresces.
So it's a technique you use, a chemical you use to see if there's blood present.
Yes.
Now, when Blue Star, can it interact or react to other things besides blood?
Yeah. So Blue Star is designed to react to blood of a mammal, humans, other mammals. Also, it's designed. It will react to, because what it's reacting to is the iron in the blood. And it will also react to iron as well. But if it's just straight iron and not blood, it will show differently, basically.
So mammalian blood.
Yes.
And
So,
mammal blood.
so if it's just a sample of iron, it'll flash real quick and go away typically. If it's a sample of blood, it'll flash and stay for a period of time and slowly, I guess the illumination will slowly go away.
So let me go back to that. So if you spray it and it's not blood, it pops?
It'll pop real quick and go away.
Okay, but if it is blood, mammalian blood, mammal blood.
Correct. It'll stay, and it won't stay forever. You gotta, you basically have to be set up ready to photo it when you do it, but you got 30, 45 seconds for it to kind of stay up, and it kind of just slowly the light, the fluorescence will slowly dissipate.
And when you were with,
Is he correct on that?
Yeah, it's not how it is, and it's not like what you see in the movies. It's actually it's quicker than.
Yeah. You got to be squirting a lot of it to keep it. No, I'm kidding. Stay, dang it! I haven't got that photograph, man.
The side by side, like a Polaris Range.
Hurry up!
I forgot my camera.
Use your cell phone.
The lever for the hydraulic dump bed in the dash area, when it was Blue Star, did it fluoresce?
It did.
When you went over the tractor, the dash area, did it also?
As an ex 20-year professional photographer who used to work with private investigators, but we only had film back then. We didn't have digital. That's how old I am.
Don't remember. I haven't. In my report it says that the step did, but I don't remember the dash. I'd have to look at photos.
Sorry. So the lever for the hydraulic dump, the bed, and the step did indicate presence of blood.
Correct.
Now at
What?
some point, step.
How many points?
I haven't. In my report it says that the
I didn't
step did,
catch
but I
that.
don't remember the dash. I'd have to look at photos.
Sorry. So the lever for the hydraulic dump, the bed, and the step did indicate presence of blood.
Correct.
The lever for the hydraulic, the bed, and the step of the tractor had evidence of blood. But could you tell if it was human or animal?
At that point in time, you can't unless they test it.
Once you spray the illumination onto the blood, if you didn't swab it first, you're screwed.
Yeah, you just contaminated.
You just contaminated. Can you hear the sirens?
It's not very loud.
Okay. So didn't collect all that before you sprayed it? And if you can't see it unless you spray it, there's not enough to test it.
So sometimes.
Depending.
So if you wait long enough with Blue Star, the blood will go back to its original, and I think you can test it then. But I don't know. I'm not a blood expert on that, so I don't know.
But what bothers me with this is a tractor that they have put deceased animals in.
Yeah,
to take them.
Exactly, because Blue Star will, like he was saying, will eliminate the exact same with animal as it will with people.
You've got to be able to just to determine whether it's human or not, and it doesn't sound like, from what I've seen, that there was enough to do that. We'll see.
Did he say he could see it, or once he sprayed Blue Star on there, then he could see it?
It won't be too far back.
It was a nice, I mean, obviously it was set up for equestrian stuff because there was a barn, there was chicken houses, and it was just a small kind of do-it-yourself
Oh,
type.
horse blood.
Kind of a blue collar farm, or more of a hobby farm?
I guess that
Little combination.
little combination of both, probably.
When you were at the scene and you were
Blue collar farm.
So make money off of it versus a hobby farm that you just do it because you
I
like
would
it.
say, was this a working profession? I don't like the white and blue collar stuff.
I
That
don't
to me
either.
is, it's like negative.
Yeah.
I guess Chris Shaw, was he the lead CSI person?
I would assume. So
And you had other people, Millie Thrasher, William Ballard.
yeah, we were all out there.
What was, tell the jury, when you got there, was there delegation of duties or assignments or tasks for your response team?
Yeah, so typically, on a scene like we're talking about right now, it can be large because you don't know what you're looking for. So basically, it's a lot for one person. So it might be you go over here, you go over here, you go over here, you go over here. This is the kind of stuff I want you to do. This is the kind of stuff I want you to do. Because if not, one person can get overwhelmed. So it's easy if you break it up into individual, like anything, you break it up into individual duties, and it makes it everybody's more mission focused instead of all over the place. If that makes sense.
When you arrived, so I'm going to turn your petition down to July 5th, 2018, it was a Thursday. Do you remember about what time you got there?
I don't. I mean,
When it comes to emergency.
Yeah.
And when you came,
I'm trying to get to that part.
Military time,
No,
I'm
you're
sure it's like
fine.
17
the fractor that was parked over next to the barn.
And we're going to get into the pictures, things like that. But just to cut to the chase, did you get any samples for blood from the tractor?
I did, sir.
Now, this is a tractor, and there's an RTV there too. Is that right?
Yes, sir. There was.
But we're talking about the Kubota tractor.
It's a mid-sized farm tractor, no cab, with a loader on it, with a loader on it.
What kind of tractor you have?
I've got two. I've got a New Holland 6635 and an LS MT122.
Now, the Kubota tractors, those are they nice tractors?
They are.
Are they easy to drive, this type of tractor?
I mean, I think they are, but
And so, what size of a tractor is it compared to a regular tractor on a farm?
I don't remember the exact size of like the horsepower and all that stuff of the tractor. I'm gonna have to look at a picture to tell you, but
We'll get those.
it was an adequate tractor for, in my opinion, for what they were doing.
And on this tractor, so I want to make sure we get this. If you were stepping up, if you're sitting on if I was driving the tractor, sitting in the driver's seat.
Correct.
This is left side, right side from where I'm sitting in the
Correct.
driver's seat. So on the left side, there's a footstep. Did you take some swabbings from blood there?
I did, sir.
And did you follow your procedure and how you did all that swabbings?
Yes, sir. I did.
Did you properly seal it, bag it, package it, send it to the sheriff's office, and then it was sent off to the GBI?
Correct.
And was that the blood that came back on the foot there, on that step?
You talking about the one that was tested at returned? Yes.
Did you check for any other type of evidence on the tractor?
Yes. So I also took touch DNA. I did 9 touch DNA.
I don't think
swabs in
he
various
answers.
locations around the controls.
I don't think he did either.
I don't think he says one way or the other.
Oh, yes, we're listening to the kids' testimonies. I just wanted to get some background for those who've not watched this.
Blood on the step of the tractor.
Yes, sir.
And then I think, did you help, you were working at times, helping, assisting, watching, being present when other crime scene technicians did things?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Ballard, who was that?
So Lieutenant Ballard, he is actually the lieutenant over the crime scene unit. So he's assigned to CID as a
Yeah, you knew that one.
department head.
I was gonna
So
say,
under
did
CID,
you have
there's
to look
several
that one up
departments. So
before you came
prime
in?
example, and I may get the names wrong, but we have white collar, we have general crimes, we have major crimes, that stuff. So what they do is they have them broken down into
Definitely
sections.
better than yesterday's
He's a
trial.
lieutenant over each section. So he's the lieutenant over. I'm not sure what he does. He's over the crime scene unit and another section. So we're also a duty he has.
Very good guy, very smart guy. You like
Yes,
working with him?
I do.
He may not testify because y'all were other people were with him at the time, but
Correct.
Is he over the crime scene?
He is, sir.
Very, very good guy. Like working with him. Now, when he was spraying the Kubota, the RTV, he was using something called Blue Star. What is Blue Star?
So Blue Star is a chemical that's designed to enhance specimens of blood or where we think blood may be. And when you spray it on, like you would any kind of household chemical or cleaner or whatever, it's out of a spray bottle. You spray it on, and when you spray it on, it fluoresces.
So it's a technique you use, a chemical used to see if there's blood present.
Yes.
Now, when Blue Star, can it interact or react to other things besides blood?
Yeah. So Blue Star is designed to react to blood of a mammal, humans, other mammals. And also, it's designed. I mean, it will react to, because what it's reacting to is the iron in the blood, and it will also react to iron as well. But if it's just straight iron and not blood, it will show differently, basically.
So mammalian blood.
Yes.
And
So
mammal blood.
I don't know.
I'm just
So if it's just a sample of iron, it'll flash real quick and go away. Typically, if it's a sample of blood, it'll flash and stay for a period of time and slowly. I guess the illumination will slowly go away.
So let me go back to that. So if you spray it and it's not blood, it pops.
It'll pop real quick and go away.
Okay, but if it is blood, mammalian blood, mammal blood.
Correct. It'll stay and it won't stay forever. I mean, you've got to, you basically have to be set up ready to photo it when you do it, but you got 30, 45 seconds for it to kind of stay up and kind of just slowly, the light, the fluorescence will slowly dissipate.
And when you were with Lieutenant Ballard and y'all were processing the RTV, it too is a Kubota?
Yes, it's a Kubota RTV, which is it's a side-by-side, like a Polaris Ranger or a Kawasaki Mule or whatever. It's a side-by-side used by construction workers, people working on farms, stuff like that.
The lever for the hydraulic dump bed in the dash area, when it was blue star, did it fluoresce?
It did.
When you went over the tractor, the dash area, did it also fluoresce?
Give me just a second. Let me look back at my report for a minute.
there was a 7.2 and there is a tsunami warning.
Don't remember. I have it. I in my report. It says.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab the package outside. So
Sure.
don't take it.
So the lever for the hydraulic dump, the bed, and the step did indicate presence of blood.
Correct.
Now, at some point, you're processing the house. Did you go into the actually inside the house at all and help out?
Yes.
And I think there were some things you were looking. What things there did you notice?
At what point?
Well, let me go back to so I think you were there on the 5th, and y'all, when you processed the tractor and the RTV, is that right?
The tractor and the RTV and I took photographs of the barn and whatnot.
Right. Lots of photographs. We're going to see those.
Okay.
And then did you come back on July 6th, which is Friday, the next day?
Yes, sir, I did.
And I think you probably went to the house in the basement at some point?
I did.
What did you notice down there?
So I went in there and assisted Sergeant Carter while we collected and helped him collect some evidence. We collected samples of hair that was on a wall. We collected various other things, and then I was tasked to process several garbage cans that were in the downstairs office in the house.
When you processed the garbage can, I believe it's the trash can out of Gary's office in the basement. Do you remember what was anything in particular that was in there broken?
Yeah. So you want me to tell you everything that was in the can, or just the broken items that were in there?
Go ahead.
So in the can there was cigarette packs, leftover food, papers. There was also a broken plate that was in there. It was all taken. And when we process stuff like that, I had to take it out and lay it out because I had to photograph it all. So I took it out, placed out a tarp to keep it to where I could lay it all out and take a picture and photograph the whole thing.
Sometimes when I go to a crime scene, I stick my hands in my pocket and just kind of let the scene talk to me. What's there and what does that mean? Do you look for evidence to see where you can take an inference and say, okay, I see this evidence. This probably means this. You ever do that?
I mean, sometimes, but what we typically do is we give the information we find to the detectives because they're the ones that have been talking to people. We say this is possible, this may not be possible, this is the evidence we found, and then they basically put it together with their statements and people that they've interviewed and whatnot like that.
Yeah, Gary Farris was dead on the day that you went out there.
I'm going to have a comfort break. I'll be right back. Y'all keep listening.
Was there any indication whether or not he liked Mountain Dew?
Yes, there was a plethora of Mountain Dew cans.
Lots of them?
Yes.
Was there? Did you also help process some, I guess, C or some shoes and a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
At one point, we were kind of coming through the master bed. I would assume the master bedroom in the house, or in a study. And in the closet in that bedroom, there was a red color shirt that had several stains on it, which was photographed. And then there was also several pairs of shoes that I think one was a teal color pair of shoes, and the other one was multi-colored pair of shoes. They were in the same closet, and both of them had stains on them, which were tested, and obviously I photographed the shoes.
Did you find anything that was consistent with soot or ash or anything like that?
So on the red shirt that I photographed, I noticed a black stain. I believe it was on the back, down around the bottom, and it had the appearance of ash or soot.
And then someone else was processed that?
I'm assuming yes.
And the garbage can, did you think there was possible blood on that, or did you?
I did.
Try to test the samples?
So that on one of the garbage cans downstairs, I noticed two reddish brown stains, and at the time, based on the scene, I assumed that they may be blood based off the color. So I did collect them so that they could be tested to see if they were in fact blood.
The parts that stipulated to the GBI reports, those are going to come in, but do you even know what the results are on some of those?
Not on all of them, no.
And it is what it is, and we'll bring those in. We stipulated those, but everything that you processed, the tractor, the RTV, helping with that, the cans, the garbage cans, the swabbings from those and everything else, did you properly follow your procedures to bag those, maintain those, and make sure that they got to the GDI properly for testing?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever go over to the barn and check out the barn and see if you find any evidence over there?
So I believe it was the second day. Let me just verify.
I know you say the 6th, if that's right.
The 6th, yeah.
Be right back.
When I went back out there, I was asked to do a walkthrough of the barn with the detective. So basically, I walked through with one of the detectives, and I had my camera on my neck, and basically we were checking each other. So we walked through. Does he see something else? Oh, based off of how the investigation is moving. Okay, now I need this as evidence. Now I need this as evidence. Now I need this as evidence. So then we start taking more photographs and start documenting more things. And if we need to collect something else, we collect it.
At that point, what did you know about a gun being involved, or what was your mindset, your present sense of approach at that time? What was going on involving the gun?
I knew we were potentially looking for a smaller caliber handgun of some kind.
When did you know about the bullet in the rib?
When?
Do you remember?
I want to say it was I can't remember. I know it was either late the first night or early the next morning, but I think it was the first night.
When you arrived, was a bullet found in the ribs, or was that after?
I can't recall an exact timeline.
But is it fair to say most of your investigation while you're processing the scene, you were investigating a murder?
Yes.
Or investigating a crime, I guess I should say.
Yes.
I didn't know if when you first arrived, if you thought it was an accident, someone had a heart attack, or were you actually, it was an investigation?
In a situation like this, obviously you assume the worst and hope for the best.
Sure. And you've worked with law enforcement officers a long time.
Yes.
Gallows humor sometimes, they can work things off, or they're cynical at times.
Correct.
Do y'all begin with, oftentimes there's a theory, or maybe there's a crime and you work it until it stops? In other words, there's no more evidence.
I would say that's fair and accurate. And
in this case, when you were doing your task in that, were you just focused on what you were assigned to do and try to find any type of evidence?
So I hope this answers the question. So, like, prime example, when I was tasked to do the tractor, I was looking for any evidence I could find on the tractor, whether it be blood or any other substance that would indicate any sort of criminal offense or other explanation. So does that help? So sure. So basically, we're kind of so when we get there, we're kind of geared. We talk to the detective. Hey, what are you looking for? What do you need? And then that kind of gears us in the direction of what we're looking.
And then you independently at times can just follow the scene where it goes.
Correct.
Now, when you went into the barn, did you find a gun?
Yes, we found a 32 caliber. I think it was a 32 caliber firearm, revolver.
Now, does Cherokee County have many murders per year? Do y'all respond to a lot of murders? Not really.
Not really.
So
comparative to other surrounding, more metro jurisdictions, no.
So not a lot of major violent crimes. Had you worked a case like this and a burning or something? Was this the first time?
This was the first time.
And would you, for most of the other officers, the same thing was true too?
First.
I don't know.
The first time.
The other crime scene technicians training experience, but I would assume it was,
So when you're working a case and there's a bullet in someone's ribs that's been burned, why are you interested in finding a gun?
Because at that point, I believe a reasonable and prudent person would believe that there was some kind of foul play.
And when you found this gun, what did you notice about the gun? First of all, where was it at? What type of gun was it? And what did you notice about it?
It was a 32 caliber revolver. It appeared to be old. I believe it was in a cabinet in the barn, kind of off the tack, like a tack room, I believe. And obviously the first thing, one of the first things we do is we photograph it. And then obviously we inspect it to see if there's any rounds that have been fired or anything in it. And that's easy with a revolver recently because you can open the cylinder and look, and you can look at the primers on all of them. And none of the primers in that weapon that were loaded in the weapon had been fired. So it was photographed and left in place.
So it did not appear to be recently fired?
No.
How about the ammunition? Was the ammunition accounted for?
I remember taking pictures of lots of different ammunition for different caliber firearms.
But didn't see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
No blood, no dirty, no moved, or anything that looks like it was recently used in any way?
Didn't appear to be to me, no.
All right, tell the jury if you would. Are you a gun guy?
I am.
Like guns?
I'm not an expert, but I like guns. I like to shoot.
You have more common knowledge. You think somebody doesn't use guns?
Probably.
I'm not going to ask you how many guns you know because I want you. To
I
ask me
thought
now.
all police officers were expert shooters.
Yeah. 38 and 357.
Size.
Huh?
Size, speed, weight of the cartridge.
Wait.
Know,
Would you consider yourself an expert?
An expert shooter?
Mm-hmm.
well, technically I qualified as an expert sharpshooter, but when it comes to firearms,
How does
no,
that
I
not
wouldn't.
surprise me?
When
No.
it comes to like just the knowledge of fire, no, I would not consider myself an expert.
Expert marksman? God almighty.
Start on this side, going from small to large. 22.
Oh, this is a great time to say, Papa,
38.
'cause look who's here.
57.
Correct.
Are those, can those be shot in a revolver?
Yes.
And are usually in revolvers?
Yes.
What's a 380 and a 9?
Typically 380s and 9mm.
Yes, Mama.
They're semi-automatic. They're not revolvers. They hold magazines with 7.
Hello,
7,
baby.
10, 15 rounds typically.
What's up?
And cowboy gun is kind of what the revolver is, like a cylinder.
Correct.
And don't get upset when I say this, but oftentimes people say that.
I almost said something.
I know it's a magazine, not supposed to but that's where you put the magazine and charge it bracket.
Correct.
Down,
And
boy.
It's the most commonly used in a revolver.
As far as
Mamma
I know,
mia.
but, there could be
Mamma
something else out
mia,
there, as far as I
mamma
know,
mia.
it's a revolver.
How about a 38 special? Can it be shot out of like a 357 or a 44 or something like that?
Yes.
So it's small enough to go through the bigger barrel.
So I have a 357.
What brand you got?
Ruger SP 101. So a lot of times if I'm just target practicing, I'll shoot 38 ball ammo out of it because you can't go the other way, but because it's cheaper and it has less recoil and it's just fun to shoot. Now you can't put a 357 in a 38. It won't work, but you can go backwards.
Okay, so you can go up, you just can't go down.
Right.
I so want to touch that.
I have no idea.
Have you
I
ever seen
so want to touch that.
Yeah, we looked at quite a few.
I have a
of those there.
story that
I'm
could
going
go with
to,
that.
State's Exhibit Stewart 1 through 131. I'm going to enter those into evidence at this time. Okay.
Y'all, I could go so bad. I could do bad on that. Sorry, guys, for the noise.
Oh, good, sir.
Trying to find something for somebody.
Go out here. This is State's Stewart 1,
I'm getting hangry.
131. I'll bring them up on the computer.
Okay.
Okay, zoom.
Yep, well, I was about to
No,
say that.
some things in question.
We want to
Okay.
see this.
This is Stewart 1. We're going to walk through. What I want to do is, obviously, the jury's not there at the time that the processing is taking place. I'm going to ask a question, but I really want you to kind of think through the eyes of a juror. And you've seen it. You know
No.
some things may not be in their mind as is yours.
What the hell is that? You can't do that crap.
What? Like I said, he says that attorneys don't have to be smart.
Yeah, he said it. How do you like my bling?
I like
My native bling. Pow, pow. I love this one.
that one looks like something Cheyenne has, like very, very similar.
Yeah. The problem is getting them off. Yeah, I have problems with that. Big problems. Look
Yeah,
at
why
you.
would you say
Look at
that?
this like a juror. No.
That's like the opposite of what he's supposed to do when he's up there as a law enforcement.
Facts.
What?
You can't speculate.
Mm-mm.
The hell?
As we come into this, and we know that you come up the driveway and you turn right to go to the barn. Is that right?
Correct.
And tell us what we're seeing here in Stewart 1. I probably just refer to it as 1 or 2 or 3, but we're talking about the Stewart exhibit. So in States 1 here, what do we see?
So
Oh.
What you see off to the left is the barn, where it's got 2 sliding barn doors on the front.
Naughty,
And just off to the
naughty.
right of that, you see basically 2
Oh,
sheds
wait.
where obviously various equipment. I mean, you can keep various equipment, and then
When you're looking at this, the barn on the left, and where was Scott's apartment be, the son's apartment?
above the barn, so the second.
I want to wonder, what do you see here? It's a
That's
trailer.
beautiful. Oh, I couldn't tell if it was what the little shiny piece
It's like a
was.
flatbed. It's a flatbed. Right next to that, I don't remember when and where, and it may not have been here. It may have been a picture that was not shown in court. They had a 4-wheeler with the little bed on it. What do they call those? ATV, all-terrain vehicle with a little mini flatbed on it.
Yeah.
Where's that?
So I think that's what they said that they tested the first time, but I don't know where it's at in the photo.
So I want to know, see, are they not supposed to set up when this photo was taken? They're not even, you're supposed to, how are you bringing this into evidence when you cannot, what's the word I'm looking for? You can't bring it in if you haven't set it up.
Yeah.
They're just throwing it in there. Who took the photo? When was the photo taken? Show him the papers, copies.
Right.
Is this a
And-
part of your investigation?
But
they've just been throwing up photos and entering them without.
But that's what happens when
And the other side's not objecting.
well, when you get law enforcement and prosecution up there, everything's fine and dandy. You get law enforcement and a defense attorney up there, then all of a sudden, who's ever testifying tends to have a brain fog and can't remember anything. Stupid.
Second story, second floor.
Kind of describe that.
God, I'm so hungry. Don't talk about food, and my stomach is growling, and we have nothing here.
It's a standard apartment, bedroom, bathroom, living room area, kitchen.
Kind of more equivalent to a hunting cabin, or more equivalent to like a fancy apartment down in Atlanta?
I would say more equivalent to maybe a man room, hunting cabin, something like that.
Like a bachelor was living there,
Basically, yeah.
who's a hunter or something like that?
Correct.
What do we see?
That's a nice barn.
What are those things?
Talking about what trailers parked in front of?
This is now two. What do we have here?
Those are basically, I mean, I consider them storage sheds. So like you can back trailers under them, you can park equipment under them, trucks.
Okay, here they moved it out.
Tools in them.
Look, now they moved out the trailer. Why did they pull it out?
Yeah, that's
Basically used for storage.
I'm never good at this. My wife has to correct me all the time. Is that lean-to or is it pole barn?
I don't want to. I could go there so bad.
What would you call that?
I mean, I call it a pole barn, but
And states 3. What do we have here?
That's not what I'm talking about.
One on the left, I believe. Basically various tools in there, lawnmowers, shovels, tillers, various household, outside working tools.
4, moving to the left of that view, that same shed.
Okay.
What do we have here?
Just the other side, you have a tiller, a trailer, gas cans, a small pull behind looks like fertilizer spreader, a push mower, sprinklers, just various lawn equipment.
All right, stage 5. What do we see on this wall?
On the wall, you have basically what you call I would call it a sickle on the end. You've got a shelf, you got rakes, shovels, chain,
Tools.
Tools.
Stage 6. Looking at the front of this, just other things in that shed. Is that right?
Yeah.
Look at the lawnmower
shelf,
inside the
buckets, gas
basket.
cans, and then to the left of that looks like you got a climbing ladder stand for like a hunter.
Just going
I
down.
noticed
You
the
just
weirdest of
you try to
things.
capture the scene as it is, not knowing whether or not it's relevant at the time.
Correct. So when you take photographs, the first thing you do is you take overall photographs. So basically, if you had to go back and overlay something on top of it, you can completely recreate the scene. And then once you find out what your evidence is, you go back and you take the other photographs, mid-range close-ups, stuff like that.
Stewart 8 here, the right side of the right sheds here.
Yes.
Is there anything in those, or are they kind of? I guess the right one's empty. Is that right?
I believe the right one's empty. Yeah. Well, except for looks like a planter.
Number 9. And when you look at this, it looks like a planter and some things have been strapped to the top.
Yeah, that's probably where my guess is where they put the seed, to hold the seed. It looks like a planter.
I don't know if you call those toe straps. What do you call those straps?
I mean,
Come along straps. Is that
ratchet straps, is what I call them. But
you use those as farm?
I don't know if that's the technical term, but that's what I call them.
Stewart 10. Just empty,
Okay,
right side of the
we
shed here, is
don't.
that
We
right?
can see this for ourselves.
All right. Stewart 11.
Yeah. There's a
Tell the jury what we see
Okay,
in the photograph.
this is where the issue lies. Okay, you're going to hear a lot about this. That tractor is in the wrong place. I think that's the burn pile. I'm not sure. Can't see enough. And I know I'm looking off because I have a big screen over here. I can see
Yeah,
it
you're
better
fine.
than a little thing here.
Mhm.
So this tractor is really supposed to be back behind, pulled underneath here behind some of this stuff. This is going to be a bone of contention in
Now,
this
where is that
case.
in relation to everything else on the property?
So this is behind, so what I see here is like, obviously you're looking kind of at the side of the right shed, looking down, there's obviously another lean-to or pole barn or whatever you want to call it off to the back, but there's various other equipment. And then like wheelbarrows, storage ladders, and then down behind that, parked next to a mulch pile is the Kubota tractor that I mentioned processing earlier.
And this Kubota, what does it have on the front and what does it have on the back?
So on the front, it's got a loader, which is, commonly used, farm stuff. Then on the back, we'll have to get closer, but there's a farm implement on the back, like a small set of harrows or some a drag plow or something like that. But
Stewart 12 just showing a view looking at, I guess, the front of the tractor. Is that right?
correct.
Now, describe for the jury what is to the left of the tractor and is there anything in it or is it empty?
The left?
This is the whole lean-to issue with me. You see that,
Oh,
that
okay.
roof that comes over?
I'm looking at it from being on the tractor. So, okay.
All right. So as you're looking at this photograph,
Right.
tractor's to your right?
Correct.
To the left, that little shed area, what's in there?
Looks like on the left, it kind of looks like a wood chipper. Got some various piping hanging on the wall, a wheelbarrow, and then looks like a plastic storage, like a storage container to store liquid. Or
Did you learn where the tractor was normally parked, whether it's normally parked under there or out like this?
I don't recall where it was normally parked. I know me personally, I keep my stuff under the barn because I want to take care of it, but I don't know if some people keep stuff outside.
Stewart 13, we're looking at the right side of the tractor.
Correct.
Want to kind of focus in on those tires. Did you notice anything about the tractor, its condition, whether it's clean, not clean, or otherwise?
It looks relatively well taken care of, cleanish. It's got some dirt on it. I've got some dirt on the tires.
So at 14, going back, looking at that, what I call a rake, or what would you call the implement on the back of the tractor?
A rake of some sort. I don't know what the technical term is. Some sort of harrow, rake, something like that.
And what is that usually used for?
That in particular, I'm not really sure. I would just be assuming it's for moving ground.
All right, say Stewart's 15 on the back side.
I'm going to come back because I don't think I saw that.
So that's interesting because I think that back part, I could be
Is that-
completely. I don't know if that's it. I don't think that's it, but I don't know.
I think so. But I will tell you, see where this is here? It's
Mhm.
always parked underneath.
Oh.
And this is where they focus on this quite a lot. I'll get back to where y'all were. Okay.
The ground.
All right, say Stewart's 15 on the back side. Who's that gentleman standing there to the right? Do you know?
That looks like Detective Kuykendall.
And he's not crime scene. He's just
a detective. He's a sergeant in our criminal investigations division.
So this is a back view of the tractor. Has that what I call a rake on the back. Left side, just seeing the tractor's position on Stewart 16.
Yes.
Stewart 17, kind of another going around it. You just try to walk around. Is that what you're doing?
Correct. So I'm doing overall. So I'm taking pictures of the overall piece of equipment going around.
And Stewart 18 is going to the scoop or the bucket or what do you call it?
The bucket.
19, a little close on the back. All right, 20, I want to go around through. I think we got pictures of the tires begin on the right side, the right back. What do you know about this tire?
As far as, there's dirt on the outside of the tire. It's
Stewart 21, as we're going to the front. Stewart 22, what do you know about the front right tire?
there's dirt caked in the tread of the tire on the front where it's stopped.
Stewart 23, front bucket. If I said that bucket is about 5 feet in length, would you disagree with that?
I'd probably say close. I don't know the exact dimensions of the bucket, but I'd probably say that's close.
All right, 26, that's the front right.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm going to back up just a little bit. You see on Stewart 22, you see that white round part on the tractor.
You talking about the oil filter?
Yeah, the filter. So Stewart 26, you're talking about the front right.
Yes.
Stewart 27, what is this picture of?
It's the front right tire.
The mud on the tire.
Yes.
Stewart 28 back, picture of the right front tire. Is that right?
I think so. I can't really tell.
And then Stewart 29, the back right.
Yes.
Stewart 29, the back right. Stewart 30, excuse me. All right, now on the left side, the writing's on the other side. Let me go back so you know this.
Orton, why?
The Stewart 20.
I was
see,
gonna, start.
it's
What
using
I,
right there.
I don't understand why any of this is relevant because you can't prove when that happened.
Now
Like
on
if
the
I
left
was
side.
driving a tractor
So
and I
left
just
back
put the
tire,
first two
describe that for
tires
us.
in,
Look,
doesn't,
that is
that
a
doesn't-
fairly new tire. You can tell by the tread,
yeah.
but it is so common. Some people have 4 different stages of tire life on their tractors.
Yeah, because you pop them and you get stuck, and that doesn't like. I don't understand why this is relevant.
And the right side of the tractor can be covered in mud and the left cannot. Because why? Because the right side ran over the mud and the left did not. I'm like, I'm about ready to blow a gasket with this.
It's got some earth, looks like earth debris on the, or dirt, leaves, whatever on the top.
32, just another picture of it.
Plus that picture.
33, this is the left step.
Correct.
Now, Stewart 34. What are we focusing on here, kind of towards the top of the step?
So about, I don't know, 2/3 of the way across, the very top of the step, there's several small reddish brown stains, and that's a close-up photo of it.
Is that seen here?
The answer is earlier's question.
Do you have training in detecting blood or seeing blood?
Yes.
What kind of training do you have in that?
So, in my career, I've seen lots of human blood over the course of 26 years of working the road, being on wrecks, answering calls. But
Whoa. I have seen a ton of blood. But that could be a deer.
I was gonna say, I don't care how much training you have. There is no way at that time to just like what this guy said. I don't care how much freaking training he has. How are you gonna sit here and say that that's not animal blood versus human? Like,
and that's enough to test, isn't it? I would think that would be enough to test, but
it depends how long it's been in the elements too.
That's exactly where I was going. I know people who have deer on their land and they go with the front loader, scoop them up and carry them over to where they clean them. Or even if you want, my friend and co-chaplain, you don't want to, if you tried to test the back end of his pickup for blood, you're going to have pig, chicken, turkey, all kind of, every animal that can be hunted is going to be DNA left in the back of that thing. Good luck with finding human.
Yeah,
in my career, I've seen lots of
I don't understand.
human blood over the course
Doesn't
of 26
prove
years of working the
anything.
road,
Now, before they spray it, they should
test it, especially if it's right there in your face. You can see it.
You know, when we were doing the Canton Karen Reed trials, I was sitting there telling everybody how you actually do a proper swab.
be on wrecks.
It's like,
but we also, as a crime scene technician, there's a 40-hour.
you don't have to be smart. You just have to have common sense.
So they help you. They help you learn
I
how to
should
identify
take that.
difference.
Oh, what if where's she? Dawn's not here. Anybody here? Can you take that and make it a sound bite for me?
I was thinking about that earlier. You don't have to be smart to be an attorney. You just have to have common sense.
I want that as a sound bite.
Different stains, stuff like that.
And what do you learn in those classes? So it's just basically what, when it comes to blood splatter, blood patterns, or things like that.
So you learn how to determine, like in certain things, like certain instance, area of impact, area of origin. So like it doesn't really apply in this case, but because obviously we don't have anything else and just one piece of evidence. But so if you have, a blood spatter.
One piece of evidence.
I'm surprised defense is not objecting. He's not a blood spatter expert.
You say, well, I don't think that's the case.
That's exactly what I was ready to say.
Learn how to pull measurements and strings and whatnot to kind of determine. You learn directionality of blood drops. So you learn, basically that 90-degree droplets are round. You learn various patterns of blood. There's all kind of patterns of blood. White patterns, saturation patterns. Basically.
But you've not been qualified as an expert. Why are you testifying as such?
So, for example, if it's a white pattern,
her attorneys did not.
Somebody tried to clean something up and they wipe it in a circle. You can tell obviously that that's what they call a white pattern. It means it looks like it's been tried to be wiped up. or you have a swipe pattern, which means
They did not.
if I'm bleeding from the
I'll be
hand,
honest.
this wall and I
They
brush
didn't
it,
do
you know,
crap.
so that's two different
Oh,
looks.
they should be
Oh,
objecting
swipe,
and
I
shutting this
swipe
down right
something
now.
across it. I swipe
Oh,
it.
they should have shut it down a long time
Oh, that's
ago.
what- So if I was shot in the arm, held my arm out, and blood would drop 90 degrees down vertical, what would it look like?
It would be completely round.
And can blood be transferred from one place to another?
Yes,
From one substance or thing to another?
correct.
When you look at this, can you tell if this has any indication of any of those things you talk about?
I mean, it could be any number of things. It could be a transfer stain. It could be.
It could be a drop.
It could be a drop because you have one looks like 90-degree on the right, but I mean, that could have come off something as well.
But could have been transferred
Could have been
too?
transfer. I mean, there's no way I can definitively give you the answer.
Stuart 36?
Yes.
Just a closer of that?
It's another close up. It's done with a AVFO scale that we use those to in close up photographs so that people can get a size reference on how the size of something. So if we have to, we go back and recreate something later, if something has to be recreated later, you can get approximate size.
And technically, I think this was going to be GBI out of 1919B, and it's a swab 2 sample that you took. So this is the sample of the blood from the tractor that you took and was turned into the GBI.
Yes, sir.
And when you take swabs, we're stipulating this, it doesn't really matter, but when you take a swab, how many swabs are you doing?
So it depends. So on something like this, I took, because I have one sample, I do 2. So when you collect this sample, it was dry. So if it's wet, you don't have to do anything. You can just swap it up. If it's dry, you have to use some sort of substance to be able to lift it. So we use sterile water, denatured water, whatever you want to call it. So the first thing that we do is we're going to use 2 swabs. The first one, we put the water comes in little vials. If that helps you guys out, you kind of picture it. So you drop the water on top of the first swab. It looks like a big Q-tip basically, and you put that in. You package that so that way they can go back and you can go back and show later that the water was not contaminated. There was nothing wrong.
He is correct so far, right?
Yeah, well, we do 3, but every department's different. But yeah, I mean, he is right. That's how technically you do it.
But he still has not been classified as an expert.
Yeah, but I don't understand why they are not saying objection.
See, if I was her and I wanted to go ineffective counsel, look at all the objections he did not do. And this is just day 2.
Yes, and we've even skipped through some.
So do you want to skip through him and get to who's this dude?
No, sir.
You've got most of the evidence.
No, sir.
You would not tamper or otherwise mess or do anything else to the evidence?
No, sir.
Who's this?
Prevention.
Does the sheriff put an emphasis on compassion and community policing in this way?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Now, when were you post certified?
Started the sheriff's office in 1999. Did the academy. I think I
He's
graduated
ancient.
in probably May of 2000.
Where'd you go?
To North Central.
Where's that at?
It was down in Kennesaw. It's in Austell now.
And after you got out of the academy, what'd you start doing did you just go here or somewhere else?
Here. So worked in the jail for a little bit, did court staff security, then I went to uniform patrol and then CID.
That seems to be common starting out in the jail. A lot of officers do that.
Yes, sir.
Is that mandatory or something they just do?
For most cases, it is. There are some lateral people hired in laterally that are already in for patrol or CID. They can hire in directly into those units here. But generally speaking, most people go through the working in the jail.
And at some point, what's your rank, sir?
I'm a sergeant.
Okay. No, we just had Lieutenant Stewart, and I forgot to ask him his rank, but obviously he's a lieutenant, but ask him about the rank structure. Sheriff's office. Sergeant's at supervisory capacity?
Yes, sir.
And how many, are we fully staffed in the sheriff's office around the world, or are we down because of everything?
I think we're down still. I don't know the exact numbers, but we're still doing hiring and
Hey, will you
promoting.
will you pause it real
positions.
quick?
Now, I want to turn your attention back to July 5th, 2018.
Sorry, my mom texted me and said for us to wave at Super Baby because she's watching us right now.
Hi, baby. Who's a little baby?
That's all I wanted.
I love babies. I haven't held a baby in 20 years.
Yes, sir.
And did you call out 11% Lane, the Ferris's residence?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you went out there, tell the jury just what your aspect was and what your kind of your duties and what you did that day.
Okay. So I was a criminal investigation division, and I was a supervisor on the evening shift, crimes against persons. We responded to and assigned cases mostly for family violence. And that particular day, we came in on the shift and were told that there was a
missing persons slash death investigation going on at Purcell Lane, and we were asked to come out there and assist.
Now, July 5th was that Thursday. Do you remember about what time you got out there that afternoon?
Probably late in the afternoon. I don't remember exactly, but I'd say somewhere between 3 and 4 o'clock, somewhere in that area.
911 calls around 12:45 or so. So you got it after that.
Yes, sir.
When you got there, were you assigned to? Did you go and actually do anything right off the bat, or what were you doing?
We were standing by at first, waiting for some direction. Crime scene was there doing some stuff. And then we were tasked with different duties. I assisted in the area where the burning pit was, where trash had been burned and where the body had been discovered.
Now, the parties are not arguing over that. Was Gary Farris was found in the burn pile. So when you got there, from what you knew when you arrived, was this you were there responding to medical emergency, or you were there responding to something more? You responded to the scene. Did you know, hey, this is a criminal investigation?
Right. Right. It was a criminal investigation. First responders already been out there, secured the scene, and the day shift crimes against personnel were out there, start leading the investigation. So we were called out to assist.
Did you go out to the burn pit?
Yes, sir.
Did you see it?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the remains?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything at some point that catch y'all's attention?
Yes, sir. When everything had been kind of sectioned off and pieces of the remains were being placed on a table, and there was a section that was identified as a part of the chest cavity, and I saw something that was inconsistent with the rest of the burned and charred material. It looked almost like a pencil eraser in there, and pointed it out to forensics, and it was identified as a projectile from a bullet, from a cartridge.
Dr. Goody, was she processing the scene?
Yes, sir. She was there.
Did she put into a grid system?
Yes,
you
sir.
helped with any of the systematic search or sifting of the remains?
I helped set up some of the grid off system and removing some of the other brush that was not part of the fire.
Do you work with other detectives? Is it detectives or investigators? I think we say detectives.
Well,
Looked like a pencil eraser?
Yeah, I didn't understand that part. I've seen a lot of stuff, but I don't know what he's talking about with that one.
Well, at that time we had
It could have ash all over it.
different rank structure: investigator, detective, sergeant.
Now
Now,
that's gonna make it really confusing.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna refer to them as detectives.
Okay.
Were there other detectives there?
yes, sir.
I can know one of them.
Yes, sir. He was.
Did you end up going and looking in the house, the main house?
Yes, sir. I went in with him, starting some of the preliminary searches.
You ever go into the washroom area and find anything in the washing machine?
Yes, sir. There is a mud room and a laundry room that's off of the garage that goes into the main part of the house. There's a washer and a dryer there, and in the washing machine there were some wet towels.
Did you go into the garage and see any vehicles in the garage?
Yes, sir. There were 2 vehicles: a Toyota Sequoia and a.
How many of us have wet towels in
You
our
know that
dryers?
Sequoia was one of the defendant, Melody Farris.
Right? I get in
Yes,
trouble
identified
for
as
that by
much
with Cheyenne
Did you see
because I
Melody Farris there
forget.
at the scene?
Maybe from a distance. I think she was talking to.
I hate doing
some of the
laundry.
detectives
I do too.
earlier in the day.
Well, my problem, I don't
yes,
mind
sir.
doing it. My back
You weren't really
hates it.
interviewing people or anything like that?
Not at that time, no, sir.
But when you
I tell them, you get it in and out. I'll put it away. I'll fold. I'll iron.
But also at the same time, I don't know what the wet towels say. It's also if she's so OCD, I feel like all of that would be done. Like that she wouldn't just have wet towels hanging out in the dry. I get in trouble
Not unless
when I
they
do
were
that.
fresh and they were just, currently
had-
going.
Right, you had to do like another cycle. Didn't quite get dry enough or something.
Or she just put them in.
Right.
But that doesn't mean anything. We're going to zoom from the towels and go straight to the wallet.
go through it, make sure that's the wallet and has those credit cards and stuff that you found.
I'm not really OCD'd, but I am OCD'd about my phone. When you have all those little red numbers by the apps,
Yeah.
can't stand it. Got to clear them.
You would hate looking
Yes,
at my phone then.
Yes, it is.
Why do people have 5,000 unread emails?
Yes, sir, it is.
I have to keep up on that,
Yes,
but my iPhone, I have like 1,600 unread text messages. I just let them sit. I'm never gonna read them.
Somebody's going to send you some money or something.
Nah, they have that number, then whatever. If they have
I'm gonna make a record. So I'm
my
gonna talk about it.
Samsung, then I'll talk to
I had
them.
Westbrook run one which is Gary's wallet in my hands. Is that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And do you see me taking out all the cards and things inside?
Yes, sir.
And I'm putting that down. Then the rest
With
of
no
the wallet,
gloves on.
pretty
Okay.
much empty. It looks like.
Yes, sir.
Your view, your understanding. This is
Always have
trial.
gloves on. Always have
Glove or
gloves
no
on.
glove.
Always have gloves on.
Because if
you
this
don't-
ends in a mistrial,
Exactly.
he just contaminated both of them. Just contaminated this entire thing. So that
And he-
means they can never be retested.
Yep, and he didn't even show like breaking the seal of evidence or that it had the initials on there, date on there, evidence case number on there, nothing.
Well, at least we could see the bag a second ago with some writing on it, unlike Canton PD.
Good old Canton.
Bag, no tape, no nothing. On the floor where dirt and crap is everywhere. And solo cups with icy snow, bloody snow.
The one that has a light bulb.
Blood tainted.
And if you zoom in, then it will.
Listen, I'm a lawyer. Don't stop. Put it past me now.
If you do the dial on top, it'll zoom in and then it'll autofocus when it does that.
So you're saying
It
that
appears
blue
to
right
be
there is
Black
illumination?
leather wallet, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So that's the wallet. And then
You
what
just-
I'm going to do.
Wow. You're grasping at straws here.
1, 2.
We don't need to watch how many credit cards are there. Look, I don't want to do that because there is personal information, even though
Some reports in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
it's probably closed. Just a minute.
A dare. That's not nice.
Oh, a dare? Please. Let's put it this way.
Westbrook.
I will wash, in my marriage, I stayed home, took care of the kids, took care of the clothes and all that. That's fine. But if I'm working outside the home and inside the home, honey boo boo, you doing your own laundry.
And
If you're
also-
working outside the home and bringing in the income, then I'll do your laundry.
And also a dare. At least we don't sit there and act like we're dying just because we might have a hangnail. I'm sick. I'm a hangnail.
Oh, yeah, right. I have a bladder infection. Give birth, dude.
Broke fence 2.
Kidney stone's the only one I'll respect on the
That
man.
is
those hurt.
also a photograph of the
I
electronic
know I've
parking
had
receipt,
one.
as well as a receipt of something, customer copy of something, correct?
Oh, well, at least there's their dog groomer. Good advertisement for the dog
Yes,
groomer.
there's Something Farms and Company, Birmingham Highway.
You can you see, well, you've actually got it. But
And Lowe's
I'll zoom
receipt.
in a little bit here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it looks like Scottsdale Farms.
Yes, sir.
Okay. July the 7th.
We ain't gonna talk about the
2018, you see
groomer.
that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looks like, at least this receipt is for $118.51.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Westbrook Defense 3.
Dang, that was
is
quick.
A copy of a bank receipt.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Wells Fargo bank receipt. Be specific. Is that correct? Wells Fargo?
Now,
Okay.
that looks like it was placed there for the photo.
Mm-hmm.
Before, it's a little better photograph.
Am I
Looks
wrong?
like it's, no, it looks, I mean,
the
we could be
chicken
wrong, but it
looks
looks like it was
like
moved and placed.
Yes, sir.
Where
See, if you're all right, that's next to a cup holder on a curved surface. If you were driving around and that was laying there, the first turn you take, it's sliding right off.
Yep, going right off of it. Or any wind, anything. It's going to make it go.
Yeah, that to me is a
looks like money had been withdrawn, approximately $100.
Yes, sir.
okay. But I want to know. Give him a piece of paper. Do you recognize this? Yes. Did you take this? Yes, I took that photo. Okay, may we enter it as evidence, Your Honor? Nobody is entering anything as evidence.
Well, they get it right at the very end. They're like, because he said, I think the last guy said, all right, 1 through 137 entering into evidence.
But that's not how you do it.
No.
You have to authenticate. That's the word. You have to authenticate it before you could submit it. Oh, and with what camera? Yeah. Someone's cell
You can
phone,
also
I'm
see from that
sure.
receipt that the available balance, at least in that main, what it actually says main account, is
Can y'all do that?
$11,026.85.
Yes, sir.
But then you can manipulate it in your cell phone.
I don't have it in front of me.
Let
no,
me
sir.
ask you first, and you may not need it.
Date,
in your
time,
report, you had listed out things
everything.
You had identified
And you do?
listed out the
Take it with your
Lincoln
cell
Island
phone?
receipt, AJS pit
Sometimes
stop.
if we need to. Like, I mean, we'll take it with, like initially we'll take it with our cell phone, but then like when crime scenes, they come and step in, then they take their own.
Well,
with an
I
actual
understand
phone.
take an initial just to preserve.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
show
get
it in
that.
court. Like I would,
But
if
it
it
would
was a
not
cell
be
phone.
admissible.
Right, because I can take a screenshot and then crop it out and completely change the date and time of where it shows up that I just took that photo.
All you have to do is backdate your phone.
Or that, yeah.
A MAPCO receipt.
I do that all the
York
time in my
City,
Switch. I
New
time
Haven
travel.
receipt.
I call it
But
time
when was
traveling.
this? Do you recall that?
I don't recall seeing that, no, sir.
Okay. If it wasn't listed in your report, why do you think you need that?
I don't know, sir.
And just to be clear too, when did you search the car on the 6th?
I believe that's what the ECR says, yes, sir. The 6th.
And did you actually take the physical copies of these receipts into evidence?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay, but you did take photographs.
What?
It's not how we do things. Oh, boy.
Well, that may be stipulated. This is true, but still. Thank you, Rachel. I was trying to think of that word earlier and I couldn't. Exactly. Can they not call your person?
We get work phones.
Oh, okay. But you wouldn't do it with your personal phone, is what I'm saying.
Unless it was extreme circumstances.
Yeah, that's true. But
this
here,
in particular is not.
he can't remember taking into evidence the receipts?
No, sir, I didn't take the photographs.
You didn't take but you were there when it was searched.
I was there when it was searched, yes, sir.
Okay. Because that's what your report says is that you searched the car.
Yes.
Okay. You also did one other thing. You interviewed a woman named Angela Phillips. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was Gary Phillips' former secretary?
Administrative assistant, yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe it was you and Detective Kuykendall.
Yes, sir.
Interviewed her. Y'all did that interview down at Bourbon Foreman offices?
Yes, sir.
And that interview was, I think it was audio and video recorded, correct?
I think you got the gist of that.
I got
It was audio, but not video.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not, did you interview Ms. Phillips anymore or only that one time?
I don't recall talking to her again. I remember interviewing there during that session, but I don't recall talking to her again.
Okay. And you had, I believe you interviewed her around the 11th, right?
Yes, sir.
With Kuykendall.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Her demeanor when you told her what happened is that she was extremely upset, correct?
That's what I documented.
Okay.
I don't really recall a whole lot about the
Exactly.
interview. I don't recall.
More
a lot
so
of-
than the
I
son
don't recall a whole
was.
lot about the interview as far as her demeanor
Yeah.
and stuff, but I do remember documenting and just using some of that information.
Okay. And because Detective Kuykendall was actually kind of lead on that, right?
I was doing a forensic victimology
Yes.
of Mr. Farris, and Kuykendall accompanied
Okay,
me.
do you know what that word is?
Victimology. I thought it was when you go back. So where you could be a victim of something, like who basically do you have a problem with, or you might have a problem with. But I could be completely wrong on that one. That's not in my department, so I don't deal with that.
Victimology is a branch of criminology that specifically studies the relationship between the injured party and the offender.
That's
That
what I
was on
thought.
my test last week.
To do that.
Okay.
You did a good job. I think you probably quoted that like dictionary definition.
I left a word or two out, but yeah, pretty much a Google definition on all of our stuff. Dr. Boober. Yep.
Yep.
In ASL, that.
One thing, during the interview that you had with Ms. Phillips, do you recall her establishing that she had had an ongoing affair with Gary Farris?
During that interview?
Yes.
No, sir.
Not during that interview?
Not during that interview, no, sir.
Okay. Since you had searched the Toyota, what we'll call Melody's car, did you not also search Gary's car, the Mercedes?
I don't recall.
And lunch gets here.
Honestly,
Can
I
you
know
get
they
it?
were there. I listed the cars in the report, but I don't have a.
Why am I just getting the
Okay,
toenail?
you recall, because we have no photographs of Gary's car. You recall you or anybody else taking any photograph of Gary's Mercedes?
Not in my presence, I recall, no, sir.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Sorry, can I see your photographs from that?
Yeah. Oh, I'll put them up there.
Okay, you want to zoom or you good?
Zoom.
Yeah, this is a lot of what I want to get to is okay, who is this lady?
State your name for the record.
Melanie Thrasher,
Spell it for us if you would, please.
MELANIE THRASHER.
What is your title at the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm a crime scene technician.
And how long?
My
have you been doing
son.
this type of work?
I was certified in 2018.
Do we want to watch her?
and Then I went, and it was extra duty.
I want to get to
I
like
was
more of the
also
family
evidence,
people.
Oh,
and these up
definitely.
there.
Okay, we'll get into that. Oh, let's look at this. Okay, guys. The first time I did not show it because I didn't know what was coming. I don't like to show remains if there's identifying stuff. So this is going to be pictures of the burn pile. You will see skeletal remains, but it's pretty broad, I think.
I change your banner to graphic, warning graphic.
Oh, I was just about ready to go there. I'm ahead of you. My finger was on the button.
Getting some pretty good heat. And I own firefighter rated boots because I do sometimes have to go into arson scenes. And I wasn't willing to walk close to that in those boots. I was like, let me see what the actual temperature is. One, I wanted it to be safe. And two, I needed to document it because it was still radiating quite a bit of heat for this condition.
All right, wait a minute. What
That
did
goes
the EMS
completely-
person say?
She physically put her hand. What?
Yeah, we're going to zoom, but this is important. He's saying he took the temperature and it was hot.
Yeah.
Compare that. How hot is that? Just over 200 degrees.
We boil water at 212. We can get scalding burns.
And she said she could pick it up.
160.
She
It's
said,
hot enough
yeah.
for me to go.
She didn't
I'm
feel any
not
heat
willing
coming
to
off of
melt
it.
polyester to my skin, and I'm not willing to risk the firefighter rating of these boots. We get an expert out here, see what the temperature is, and see how long we need to wait before we can actually work.
Shaw 14 as I zoom in.
But the very, very tippy top
there's-
where
What did you
the
notice
there's-
first when you got to the pile?
So this one, I'm on the left side, and I'm shooting.
See
over.
it?
Yeah,
I
I
can
see it.
see what appears to be part of a hand. At the time, what I think is a hand. I see what appears to be part of the rib cage, and I'm starting to orient myself. I see parts of different degrees of
EMT.
what I believe are temperature variations. So when we look at something, we say clothing initially blocks heat; it won't burn evenly. That's what I'm seeing in my head, and I'm trying to figure this out. But I see that it's compact too. I'm like, okay, is this someone who's fallen over? Because I don't see what we would traditionally think of as a full skeleton of a human being. So did someone fall over? Did someone experience some sort of issue that caused them to fall here? All these are running through my head as I'm taking these pictures, trying to process this and think of next steps to go. How am I going to document this, and what am I going to look for?
And at this time, you didn't know anything about a bullet in the ribs or anything like that.
No, sir.
15, 16, 17. Now we're getting on to 18. And who do we have in this picture? What's going on?
So these are the start of the forensic anthropology examination. So we're marking flags, and you start to see wooden
That's a
stakes
big
go
burn
down
pit.
for our datum
Very
lines.
much so.
And then we have master's candidate students and the deputy coroners in helping.
But he was
make things
6'5".
clear while we're taking pictures.
That's a big dude.
Like
And
4,
so
6,
you
5.
look at the exhibit, Shaw 18, the photograph. I've got the
We're-
cursor here.
We're going to zoom. This is where his remains were. And
So
look,
he's kind of showing the angle that
my question is a firefighter. Do you know where I'm going with this? I'll see if you know where I'm going with this.
I mean, I wonder why up on the top right there, why there's, yeah. There's
Why is
no-
only this side burned and not that side. If you're burning trash, wood, whatever, you're going to burn the whole pile.
Yeah.
Why is this isolated? In my humble opinion.
Oh, I agree with you.
So here's the grid that they were talking about they did. And I don't see any clothing.
No.
So this is that one side of the pile. Okay, now we're getting into skeletal. Oh, yeah, I'm going to zoom. Just give quick ideas. But what bothers me is it should be more, the ash is too thick here.
Especially,
it's not thinning.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like it was scraped up and scraped. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like stirred, like you had said earlier.
Bye, Gabby. Thanks for joining. Yeah, that's more of the remains. We're going to, but I think we've seen enough, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, I take it back. That is where the lead was found, I believe. Let's look at that real quick. See, look how hot that fire was.
That has to be hot to do that.
Consistently hot.
Yeah.
Okay, they're talking about tire marks, shoe marks. Okay, we're going to go find the family in day 3. So, yeah, I'm really struggling with the amount of what's the word I'm looking for? That burn pile. I didn't catch it because I was bouncing 2 trials. So I'm enjoying coming back on this. But when you have a burn pile, the whole thing burns.
Yeah.
So was there accelerant used?
It's just, I mean, the only other thing I can think of is where it wasn't burned. If that's like a lot of dense, like dirt
Wind?
right there.
No,
I don't
hold on.
even at that, it wouldn't, it would still go, the very, very top of it would still have the ash and would catch on fire, especially with the temperatures, and to be able to control and not have it spread
I'm
a
going to let
little
you keep
bit.
talking. I got to go grab it. Keep talking.
You're fine. But even, again, I'm not an expert, I have no idea, but just the way that the pile was and how hot things would have to be, it would char some of the things around it just due to the heat that is coming off of it. But I don't know. And I don't know. Rachel, I mean, I agree. She said if Melody didn't do it, then she really set up her son, because he didn't have to call the police or the fire department about the fire. The remains would have been burned away and they could have gotten rid of whatever. I agree, except for one part. People are going to realize that this guy's gone. And so sometimes they'll call and have the police come out because they're trying to also point the finger away from them. And it sounds opposite of what I guess the logical thing would be to do, but that's what a lot of people do. Yeah, you are right, Ronnie. Some parts are hotter than others. And I think maybe she was able, like the EMT might have been able to touch it, because sometimes the very, 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 very top has cooled down and kind of gets back to whatever the temperature outside is. But you don't have to go much deeper where it can be hot, but he said the opposite. He said it was too hot. I don't know. This one's a tough one. And yeah, Haley, some of it could have been added after the hide stuff. You're right. But that's why we do these, to go back and look and kind of get your mind working. Think about different scenarios, different possibilities. I can tell you something I have not done today. I have not looked at one email today, and it's been fantastic. It will not be fantastic tomorrow when I have twice as many. So, Adair, this guy testified in another trial? This police officer? Yeah, no email Thursday. Honestly, I completely even forgot it was Thursday. I'll probably look at maybe a few of them later. I have to work until 7 a.m. at least, so yay. Yeah, Rachel, I feel like I can't ever keep up on my emails, ever. And it's what I put in Discord with the movie Liar Liar with Jim Carrey. I said, this is what I want to say to people. And hold the phone up. Stop breaking the law, a-hole. But I can't say that. I want to. So what do you guys think right now?
I am so sorry. As soon as I get somebody shows up.
It's okay.
Oh, same. Yeah, that's you. And that's yours. Oh, I have grown to love DoorDash.
Oh, I know. It's my best friend.
Well, costs a little more, but when I add the cost of gas and everything into it,
yep,
we're good to go. Okay, so let's zoom. He was on there for days. Okay. Yeah, I want you to see this.
We believe was similar to the projectiles that we
Watch
had gotten
this.
back, and had several old vests that we had returned to us at the sheriff's office that we were discharging the projectiles into. And so the vest would be straight over the mannequin, set up in the house, and then we were all on a talk around radio channel. I would give them a countdown, and then you'll hear shots fired, shots fired, shots fired, and then they know to record their data. And
Was this done in a manner so everybody was safe?
Yes, sir.
Good shot, Satterfield shoot?
Yes, sir.
So you nod your head, very good shot?
Yes, sir. He's a national champion.
So in this environment, where were you mainly at during this time?
Right next to Captain Satterfield.
Now, the marshals that were involved, make sure I get this right. Gene Peluso was one, Matthew McMullen was another, Dakota Smith was a third, and then Richard Rigas, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then they were set up in different places, and we have the videos and things that we have. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through those, and I'm going to ask you about the recordings as we go, probably. Just at this time, by agreement, the state tenders into evidence CMO for Cherokee County Marshal's Office, CMO 1 through 28. We don't.
In the house.
That's what?
CMO 1.
And yeah, look what they took all of
I'm just going to play it.
I have never.
They took all of the delicates and put on the floor, put a vest on, a dummy, and put it in the house and shoot it. Have you ever?
No, and if I ever did that, I would, my Like my supervisor would be telling me to get a new job.
You'd be fired.
Yep, in a heartbeat. I mean, I guess if you're firing a dummy round, but even at that, but they're not. They're not firing a dummy round.
Uh-uh.
I mean,
No, but there's a
if
mute
something
going on.
goes wrong, you have no. I wouldn't. That's a. Ugh.
First of all, they're saying fire in the hole type mentality, right?
Yeah.
If you can see the window, there's what if someone didn't hear it and just comes around there?
Exactly. You have
What
no
if it
berm.
ricocheted?
Yeah, you have nothing there to stop that.
You may have a vest on, but your head ain't covered.
Exactly, and sometimes that
Your
vest.
leg ain't covered. You can hit an artery.
Right.
Oh my God, this is so messed up.
Never seen this. Never even heard of a department
Are you
doing
going to
this.
show some of your colleagues this?
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, WTF is this? And I'm gonna tell my lieutenant to watch this trial.
Where's the rest of the? Well, it's in the vest, but what good is having the vest on? If you want to see the trajectory and everything, what good is the freaking vest on it?
Yeah, go get. If you want that, then go get some pig flesh, because that's the closest thing that you could use to human. If you really want to know how it worked.
But they don't have enough evidence on the body.
Right.
They don't even know what rib bone it was.
I don't even. I don't understand why they're. Because I don't understand this. Why shoot the vest? It shows nothing.
Next to you out a little bit to protect that Kevlar.
I think at one point they talked about the sound. I'm sorry, I'm eating, y'all. I'm just. In that beautiful home.
Yeah, I agree with Ronnie. I bet she was mad that they messed up her house.
I think she was in jail at this point, wasn't she?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume.
Oh, did you see that? Did you see the bottom of the
Yeah.
skirting move?
Yep.
Not the way it did with the other ones?
This is exhibit
Look at Melody look
702.
over at her lawyer like,
It is about 37 seconds long.
okay, now this is downstairs. In the man cave.
I don't understand what they're trying to prove.
No lights but the flashlight on the gun. That gun didn't have a flashlight. If you're going to do this accurately, turn off the light.
Yeah.
So here we moved from upstairs to downstairs, is that right?
Yes, sir.
This is CMO 3. About 32 seconds long.
So why do you have the light on? She wouldn't have had it on.
Mm-mm.
I don't remember it either.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shot fired. Shot fired.
All right. Why I always apologize for eating. I've had a couple of viewers message me negatively that they have a condition where they can't stand to see people eat or hear food being chewed.
Ah.
But at the same time, Honey Boo Boo, I come back in 10 minutes. First of all, did you hear the volume? I can't hear the volume. If you're going to be firing a weapon inside a home, you should be firing. I mean, you should be yelling right?
Yeah,
Are
because
they?
that's how it would be bouncing. Yeah, they're just like, ooh, fire in the hole. I, I I don't even understand the point of this.
I don't either. There's a lot of
They're,
things they're doing I don't understand the points of.
I
And
mean,
this is why I think this trial, even if she did do it, I don't think this was an adequate trial or an investigation.
no, and it really sucks that her defense hasn't said a word.
Very few objections. Put begging.
Kilo 4,
The puppers are begging.
41 seconds.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired.
Oh, that's what they were. All right, here we go. The sound. I think they were doing it for the sound.
33 seconds.
But they're older. Take out the hearing aids. I wouldn't hear it. I can't hear it now.
And who's to say that it wasn't just him and one other person home at that time where you ain't gonna hear it? There's no one else around to hear it.
We're gonna back this up so that the middle of the recording. You need for the screen where you're actually looking at the device and stuff. The
They
device
did find a
has
drop
some
or
sound
two.
levels. Can you just tell us what the low levels are and the high levels?
Specifically for this device, I'm not sure. I know for.
I just went, what's on the.
Oh, theirs, they set their low is 30 to 100 decimal meters. So that's their range when they have it on low setting. These.
If it's 32 to 100 and it rings up 40, 42, that's pretty damn low.
Yeah. I don't.
That's right. And it's not a 300-pound dummy.
Yeah. And you're shooting it into a bulletproof vest that's going to have a completely different reaction.
Mm-hmm. Gonna sound different.
It's a high setting.
Exactly.
As indicated in their reports with a max.
Have fun with the hubby.
So their high setting ranges from 60 to 130 decibels. And so they have their plus or minus, and the read device plus or minus is 1.4.
So you just shot yourself in the foot on this testimony.
10. About 23 seconds.
No pun intended. Sorry.
Pun intended. Okay, well, that was high. But you're right next to it.
The other thing that they're not taking into consideration is they've moved things around. The way that sound will bounce, the amount of people that are in the room, all of that will change how that
About 2 minutes,
registers.
32 seconds.
Well, and they're standing right next to it. If you want to get a better reading, if you think he was unalived in the kitchen and you're saying that her son could have heard it outside the house, if he was up in his apartment, you're going to take that, you're going to go up in his apartment, then you're going to have them fire it and see if anything triggers on them. Standing right next to it as it's firing.
Of course it's going to be loud.
Stop.
That's why you wear ear protection if you're right next to a firearm, because it's loud.
I don't. Well, I leave my hearing aids in.
That's yeah.
I just turn them off.
It's-
One
I
gun
don't-
range. Oh, I go. I'm deaf. I can talk, but I'm deaf. Take these off. I hear nothing. Okay, bye.
Right?
But this is stupid.
Yeah, this doesn't.
Yeah, I would love for you guys to do a watch party on this and tell me what they think.
Well, I can say automatically some not nice words that they would say because it's county versus federal.
Hey, what we ought to do is do a Discord thing so nobody can get in trouble and we can all say, watch it on Discord with them.
Yep.
Why are you putting that down in the same room?
don't get it.
We can move forward.
39
Yep.
decibels for shot 9.
We're stuck on this. Are we up in the attic now?
Mm.
What's this about?
I think that might be where he was, and so they're seeing what it would pick up. I don't know, because there's also other things
Oh,
that
here, outside. Why is it jumping everywhere?
well, because there's wind, which is gonna
Well, mm-hmm.
it's gonna mess with what the real accurate number is.
You need to look at the weather that day. You need to look and to see what the wind was doing that day. Sorry, let me get a little closer so I don't feel like I'm yelling. You cannot recreate this the way they're doing it. And unless you hire a $15,000 team of people who know freaking exactly what they're doing, that they can go back and take some readings and then go back in the computer and get all the weather conditions, map out per inch how far away or whatever. This, honey boo boo.
This is them
Go back to
trying
school.
to be smarter than what. I'm not saying that they're dumb. They're just trying to be smarter than what they really are, because that's not their expertise.
As Forrest Gump said, stupid is as stupid does.
Shots with doors would be open, not open, is that right?
And my granddaddy used to say, and that's what you get for thinking.
Yes, sir.
That's my favorite. That's what you get for thinking.
Time to break. All right, take a short break.
I think we would have fun.
So, just to
Oh,
clear
yeah.
up, regarding
Absolutely.
the RTV tractor with the Blue Star, the only thing that you can testify to this jury that based on your training experience, based on the Blue Star fluorescence, is that it is mammal blood, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's on the RTV and the tractor.
Yes,
Or
sir.
anywhere it comes.
Anywhere Blue Star is deployed.
But you would agree with me that you can't definitively say it's human blood,
Correct.
and you can't definitively say if it is human blood, whose it is.
Correct.
But you could determine those things if it was swabbed and sent to the crime lab.
Yes, sir.
Now, I can't remember from your Mr. Focus's direct examination of you with the how long you had done it. It's been a while though, right? Been a CSI.
Yes, sir.
How long has it been?
Since 2010,
2010. So when did you leave the sheriff's office?
2021.
2021. So by the time we got to 2000,
Ricky Collette.
Where do you work? What do you do, sir?
I work for Cherokee County Fire and Emergency Services, and I'm a battalion chief.
In Cherokee
Okay,
County,
he's
it's
going to be
law
the one to
enforcement
talk about the
and
fire.
fire
Do we
department
want to
are
watch him or
separated.
zoom zoom?
I know some
Zoom.
counties they're combined. And
I really want to see what the
both are in the same house. Here, but
like
did
people
y'all
of
ever
the
talk about
family and
guns or
stuff
anything?
say.
Not that I recall.
I don't remember that. Oh, they were looking in the pond for him
And that's called a 17. It was
or for the gun.
39 seconds. Into that too.
They spent all that money looking for the gun.
No, Jay.
Okay, I hope this was that the boyfriend we just saw?
I don't know. I don't know what he looks like.
No, I think.
He has a
Oh,
type.
what does that mean?
Mr. Braswell, did you ever expect?
I don't want to be here.
No.
This is the first boyfriend. The first
That is
fling.
Like I said, she does have a type. She was consistent in her type.
She was.
If you would try, I'm trying to relax you a little bit in this, and if you can, just.
Are
take
you
your
hearing the
nose
volume
up.
okay?
How old am I?
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
fine.
I'm 68.
And Mr. Braswell, don't give us your address or anything, but do you live in the county?
Yes.
And how long have you lived here?
43
I won't.
years.
And what do you do as your occupation?
I'm a grade contractor.
Someone said once you were required to, if they ask for your address in court, that you're required to give it.
Yeah.
I would say, Your Honor, for my safety and the safety of my family, can we do that can we do that sidebar? I wouldn't want to
Yeah.
give my
All my life.
physical address.
Part of that, what type of work is it that you actually do? What all things do you
Well,
do for the
This
business?
is as loud as it goes, y'all.
I usually just
Sorry.
on horse arenas now.
And when you do that, what type of machines and stuff do you use to do it?
Bobcat, farm tractor.
Do you have a big business? Do you own it?
Yeah, I own it.
Do you have a lot of
I've got
employees?
it gained up.
Me.
Just yourself? Where in the county do you live? Don't give us your address or anything like that, but where in the area?
Off of 372 Birmingham Road.
And do you know the defendant, Melody Walker
He's not
Farris,
too
here
bad
today?
for 63.
Did I know
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And do you see what she's sitting in today?
Good
The type of clothes
skin.
She has on? And she's sitting here. at the
Good
table
head of
with
hair
her
too.
counsel.
Hmm?
And how long have
Mhm.
You got a good head of hair. Yep.
Mhm.
Probably since 2016.
I bet it's
maybe.
silky. Why do guys get the nice silver, silky, smooth hair? We get the wiry, crazy shit.
And they
My
walked
grandpa's
out
hair
about where
so
I lived, and
silky.
I was cutting grass, and the other neighbor that I knew, I'd done a lot of work for her, and they stopped and just got talking.
I like gray hair.
Introduced me to Melody.
And is that Sherry Cooper?
Not on me.
Did you know her? Did you know her Sherry? Is that what you knew her by? Did you know Sherry Cooper by Sherry or Sharon?
Sherry's all I've ever known her.
There he goes
Where
again.
is she from?
Oh, don't say it like that, bud.
Not from Georgia.
No.
Different accent than you.
For some people, that's
She had a
natural.
different accent.
Yeah.
And if, for
Not like
him,
my
I
accent,
guarantee
but
it
just
is.
not a Georgian
Right,
accent. And about how long did the three of y'all kind of interact and know each other?
There we
They
go. Sorry,
walked
guys.
And, we'd see each other, see them at the restaurants. They'd go to eat at the restaurants. And, my youngest daughter went and played with Melody's grandkids when they were in town.
And you were previously married,
I was years. Yeah.
and your wife has some issues with, I guess, drugs a little bit.
Right. Mhm.
And you kind of adopted her daughter
Right.
and raised her.
A dare.
And so, how many children do you consider you have, including?
What is it with you and bedroom hair?
There, you barely even have hair. You don't want to talk.
Why are you talking about my hair? This is not bedroom hair, honey. You don't want to see my bedroom hair.
Including your youngest that you raised too. I mean,
Well, I got two of my own and her, so three. Yeah.
she's your daughter too.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Y'all close family.
Yep.
Yep.
Now, do you remember back in July? I think it was around July 7th of 2018. Detective Kuykendall and Detective Pope from the sheriff's office came out and talked to you.
Mhm.
Were you expecting them to come and talk to you?
Figured so,
When did you hear about something happening to Gary?
I guess it was that day or the day before, maybe.
And how did you hear anything?
Melody texted me.
Text and tell you?
Mhm.
What do you remember her saying about it?
She just said, well, she first said Gary was missing, and then she said they found him in a burn pile.
And do you remember what day exactly that she?
I don't.
If he was found on July 5th, do you know what day it was that she?
Probably the 4th, maybe. The day before, maybe.
But you're not certain of the date.
No, I'm not.
And that was basically all that she said to you.
Right.
And y'all tell the jury, how often would you ever walk with her and share?
No, I never walked with him.
You basically just hang out with them, eat lunch.
We
a little
just
bit?
had fun in the
Ranch,
bedroom.
lunch. We'd all went up there to eat lunch.
We had
working and
we
whatnot,
we played with sheets.
In the family, the Farris family, who all did you interact with?
They played
Scott and
Twister.
her's the only ones I knew.
How much interaction did you have?
I
with
said
Scott?
they played Twister.
Eating lunch and
In
seeing
the
him on the road
bedroom.
at Tractor Supply.
The bed version.
Did you have any problems with Scott?
No.
Did y'all get along?
Yeah.
How about you and the defendant? Any problems?
Do I?
Did you and the defendant, Melody, have any
No,
problems?
no.
Did y'all get along?
Yeah, I thought she was just a.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think he is. I'm not sure.
He might be the neighbor. I think
Did you
Adair
ever
said
go
he's
to
the
her
neighbor.
house?
I went over there to pick up Emma a time or two. Yeah.
Emma's the youngest.
But she did have two affairs.
And did you ever go in the house or anything like that?
Inside the kitchen.
Now, how many times do you think you actually physically stepped on their property?
Is this the one that had the grand piano?
How much time when you would go on the property would you spend there?
A few minutes.
Anything longer than 15 minutes?
No.
Now, around what I want to talk to you about is you've met with us and talked to us, haven't you? And we've gone through your timeline to see where you were around July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Did you remember that?
Yes.
What I want to do now is kind of go back through your timeline. I think on July 3rd of 2018, you talked about, were you working on some polo fields?
Yes, I was working on Post Road on polo fields. Mhm.
Just tell the jury about on July 3rd, kind of your day, what you were doing, where you were at.
I can tell he's struggling.
We were stripping grass off of a grown-up horse arena and putting down new footing, which is M10's gravel dust, and but that took us several days.
Now, what is that? What type of material is that? How's that?
It's
different
gravel dust. It's ground up granite. Yeah.
Where was this at?
Polo field.
You want to
Post
zoom?
Road that
Yeah.
runs between Highway 20 and Highway 9.
Let's do it this way.
Did they yell at you, scream at you?
No.
They have to use bad cop, good cop with you? Did they,
Oh, his interview.
from the best part that you know, was it a nice conversation?
Oh yeah.
Were they gentlemen with you?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did you resist or try to hide anything?
No. Hour maybe.
And when they took it, did they get the phone back to you?
Oh yeah.
So a cordial interaction. This is the exhibit. This is the cell. What's that number?
That's my phone number.
I'm at 125
Here on
speed.
page 2 of 15. Over here on the left, you see where it says from, and then it's got
They
it's got a
talked
number right
real
there.
slow.
Now we know the one over there, the first number you dial, the number. All right, so this is from her. Looks like to you, and it says, "Does that say finally quitting? Can go no more. Finish in the morning." Is that what it says right there?
Yes. Sir. Yes.
That part. And then looks like probably help if I
Yeah,
highlight
right,
it
yeah,
right
yeah.
there.
Mhm.
And then you respond. Wouldn't even go get.
I think we could read it
Say,
faster
wow,
than them say
and
it.
he'll-
Yeah.
It's there, so
I want to get to.
is that on page 3 here? I think.
Yes, sir.
I just on the road. I mean, we talked hunting a little bit because he was a big hunter.
Have you ever discussed or knew about his temper? Did you know about Scott having a temper?
No, not really.
Did you know about Scott serving in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, this is
Just
good.
knew that he
You
did.
knew of it?
Do what?
You knew of it?
I just knew of it.
Okay. Did you know of any difficulties that Scott had been having with his dad?
No.
All right. Did you know?
I didn't, no, he never talked about that with me. Fuel, and I was getting fuel, and I mean, Dad had passed away.
All right. Did he tell you anything?
Huh?
Did he tell you anything?
Oh, no. Mm-mm.
Anything he thought had happened?
No.
All right. And you remember being interviewed in this case?
Being interviewed?
Interviewed,
Yes,
remember
yes,
that?
yes.
And they did a phone dump of your phone.
Mhm.
All right. And I want to show you.
This is all cross-examined. I don't think he gave a whole lot. All right, this is where we want to be.
And I can put them on the big.
Very nice.
Go back to the 2 cell phones. I'm going to try and move real fast on this question.
Hoover, Alabama, suburb of Gurney.
Everybody get your boots on.
Chris, how is it that you
This is her son.
from the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court to do the truth?
You're getting comfortable now, right? You're like, okay, I'm getting ready. I'm getting the pad.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
This is the son
Christopher Wayne
that
Farris.
wanted to kill the other son.
Chris, how is
Uh-oh.
it that you know the defendant in this case?
She's my mother.
I'll be right back.
And I
Grab the
want to
door.
go into a little bit about the background of your family.
Okay.
When did you move to Georgia?
2005. Where did you
Excuse
me, 1995. Sorry.
Okay. Are you? Is it fair to say?
15,
you're
5,
born-
95,
Okay.
same
It's my
thing.
first time.
Joking.
Sure.
And move the microphone in front of you, and she'll just talk over it. You don't have to talk into it.
Okay, great.
So is that 1995? You said.
Yes, 1995.
And where did you move from?
Hoover, Alabama, suburb of Birmingham.
A suburb of Birmingham.
Correct.
How old were you?
15.
And do you have siblings?
Yes.
Okay. How old were your siblings when you moved?
My brother would have been 12. My brother Scott. My sister Emily. I should probably know this, but I would say 5 or 6, and then Amanda would have been. She's the youngest. Would have been around, I guess, 4 or 5.
Why did you move here from Alabama in 1995?
My father came to open the Atlanta office for Byrne Foreman, his law firm.
How long had he been with Byrne Foreman when you moved here in 1995?
So about 5 or 6 years, I would imagine. So that was, yep, about that.
Were you around when Gary went to law school?
I was.
How old were you?
Well, I started kindergarten when he started law school. So
5 or 6?
5 or 6, yeah, correct.
So you got to see him work through law school?
I did.
And how was that?
It was great. I mean, from what I remember, I mean, he used to take me to the law school, and
we'd play laser tag, and when he would work security, he had a job working security. So I had a lot of, for a little kid, big law school to run around in. It was, it was fun.
So in law school, did he also work for Burn Foreman?
I think he clerked with them in the summer, from what I remember.
Okay. And then in 1995, he came here to open the Atlanta office for Burn Foreman.
Correct.
Did Gary like his job?
Absolutely, yes.
And when you moved here, what city did you move to? In Georgia?
Alpharetta, Georgia.
What school did you end up going to? What high school?
Milton High School.
And after high school, what did you do?
Went to the University of Alabama.
For how long?
I left there in 2002, so it would have been 3.5, 4 years.
Did you eventually come back to Georgia?
I did.
Okay. What did you do after that?
I had like a job at a local restaurant, and then I met my first wife right around then.
When you were working at the restaurant, did you live at the home in Alpharetta or did you live somewhere else?
When I was working at the restaurant, I lived at home.
At home. And so you said then you met your first wife.
Mm-hmm.
What was her name?
Kendall Lee.
Okay. And how long were you with Kendall Lee?
Well, we we eventually got married and had 2 children.
Are you wanting me to zoom?
2007.
Yeah.
What are your children's
I mean, just a
Ella
little
Grace,
bit, because
Addison
it's just
Marie.
his background right now. Yeah, I got about an
Correct.
hour more I can say on here, and then I gotta hop off.
And did when you were in Alabama, did you guys have family around?
Oh yeah.
Who-
We were mentioning how they lived in Nashville. Or was a huge Alabama football fan, and he loved to talk about football, and so it's kind
Did he own
Look at that emotion. That's
That's
honest.
raw. Yeah, that is raw, honest emotion.
I don't know how many. I mean, I know he would take us to shoot 22 rifles at this was 2017.
I'm trying to get past. Oh, don't give me the zoomies.
What caused suspicion to you?
Well, I think what my dad told me is he was kind of suspicious. My brother, I believe, was the one who kind of initially had those suspicions. But my suspicion, I always thought Ted Wiley was just a little bit too, I don't know, like I guess maybe flirtatious with my mother.
Who is Ted Wiley?
Ted Wiley was actually in a relationship with my Aunt Sherry.
She had a relationship with her sister's boyfriend.
Keeping it in the family.
I remember when I was a
Good
child.
job.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm going to end at 5 o'clock.
and
Okay.
maybe 7 or 8 years old, and that's when I don't remember the dates, but I was young.
So you knew of Ted Wiley long before any, as you say, suspicions of Ted and your mother.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
How well did you know him? Would you hang out with him, have conversations with him?
Oh yeah, he was very friendly. I remember, Christmases, we would always go to Christmas at my grandparents, Mama and Papa, which is my father's parents. So I was still watching TV. If I would maybe was kind of in and out of drifting off to sleep, and I remember Ted and my mother sitting next to each other, and I just kind of thought it was just weird and uneasy. But this was actually November of 2008.
So 10 years before this
Think
happened.
about that. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, but he had an affair with his paralegal.
Oh, hopefully.
And when they stopped it,
And
well,
how
it
did you
wasn't
know, how were your suspicions confirmed?
it was a hanky panky.
Well, that's
It
what, but
wasn't-
even with his testimony now, that it doesn't show any sort of motivation for her to do it. That was 10 years before this.
I was living in Buckhead with my ex-wife Jenna, and my father told me, he's like, I need you to come up to Alpharetta tonight and have dinner with me. I said, okay. So meet me at Outback Steakhouse at the corner of Jones Bridge, Stage Bridge, and Alpharetta. And he sat me down. He said,
How do you remember all
we're gonna be
this?
able to have Christmas this year. And
When you're lying.
to explain that, why we wouldn't. He told me that my mother had withdrawn, I believe,
Sometimes that maybe not.
$1,000 from
That's
her
why he remembered.
home equity line of credit without
makes
his
good
knowing about it, and he told me, I don't know if we're gonna be able to have Christmas this year because of this.
Ah.
Who was at that dinner?
I think it was, I know I was there, and I think one of my sisters, I think
It was a family thing,
but I can't be sure about that.
generational.
What year was that?
Oh, that's a good question.
That's an honest answer.
It would have either been Christmas,
Your nose got
right
real
before
red.
Christmas of 2009.
It does that.
If I had to guess,
Hot.
that would be it, but it's been so long.
Well,
I don't
yeah,
remember.
the way that my
what
face will
happened
get red
after
and
that?
stuff, they'll do that.
Between your father and
This is Chris.
Well, I know he filed for
I'm going to zoom. He filed for, oh yeah, he filed for
served your
divorce.
mother with divorce papers, and that's how I found out.
And when was that? What year was that?
That's important.
I would say either 2010 or 2011. I would, if I had to say, I would say probably 2010.
And where was your mom at the time?
She had locked herself in an upstairs bedroom and refused to come out to talk, I guess to avoid getting served.
At any point, did your mom leave your dad?
Can you clarify what leave means?
Leave the house for a significant period of time?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
She would leave and be up in Florence, Alabama for months at a time. Weeks, sometimes months.
How did you know where she was going?
My father would tell me.
Was that around the same time as the Ted Wiley
Yes.
affair?
Mhm.
Okay. Is that what prompted your dad to file divorce papers?
Yes.
Did they end up getting divorced?
No.
Do you know what happened?
She came home. He called me one day and said, "She's coming home. I want you to forgive your mother and accept her back."
And did you do that?
I told him I would, but I would say I gave it my best try.
I want to go back a little bit to when you mentioned you moved to Maine.
Sure.
And you have two daughters. And did you have both at the time you moved to Maine, or just
No,
one?
that was 2 weeks after Ella was born. Ella's my oldest daughter.
Okay. And why'd you move to Maine?
Well, because we didn't have any money, and my wife, the mother of my children's parents, had a house in Maine on Lake Sebago, this beautiful house, and they said, "Hey, come live up here." And I had visited Maine a couple times, and I was all for it.
How did your parents react to that move?
They weren't happy about it. My mother was not happy, and my father, he understood, but if I had to say, I don't think he was happy about it.
Prior to moving, well, you ended up having Addison in Maine.
Yes.
And did your mom come up and help out with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The reason why we're watching is because it all
mixes, intertwines.
And she's always been supportive with your daughters,
Yes, very,
as was your dad.
very much so.
They love your daughters.
Mhm.
Yes.
I want to move forward a little bit. You mentioned this line of credit that your mother took without your dad's knowledge.
Yeah.
Did that change? Did that affect their relationship moving forward, to your knowledge?
It affected it financially, I know.
It's so heartbreaking to look at the look on her face.
It affected it at some degree, their trust, his trust for her,
Oh,
I can't speak for him, obviously.
love, it happened already. This morning, she got life with the possibility of parole on the one count. And then she got 5 years on doing something with the remains, something like that. I can't remember.
Not reporting.
Not reporting. Okay.
But
I think.
for sure it affected.
But go back and watch the beginning of this live, please.
It gets crazy.
You will be glad you did. Go back. Don't watch this. Go back. Because girl, I thought Sarah Boone's statement was horrendous. As horrendous as that was, this was oppositely spicy.
I can say I've probably heard well over a couple thousand testimonies like in court. That hers will forever be one I remember. It is there.
Saying, I'll come to your funeral, but that's it. We're done. And so that's pretty harsh of me to say.
And you were reacting.
Well, she tried to attack me. She tried to hit me, and she didn't hit me, but she went. Father, he was either at the farm or there. I was trying to get him to come up there to like help with the situation, and his phone was going straight to voicemail. So I just left. Like, it was getting very heated. Like, she was very, very, what's the word? Like, very angry and just screaming at me. And I was screaming, I was yelling back. And I just got out of there because I didn't want any part of it. And on the way back to Buckhead, my father called me, and he's like, come on back. And then I went back and I got my kids.
And what sort of words were exchanged when you were there between you and your mom?
I don't remember what kind of words. I mean, I know that I said to her the next time, I was very angry, and I said, the next time I see you, you will be in a pine box, by saying, I'm not going to talk to you ever again while you're alive. Okay.
And not that I'm going to cause you to be unalived,
we're done.
Right.
But
And,
I burned the bridge.
So that was pretty harsh of me to say.
And you were reacting.
Well, she tried to attack me. She tried to hit me, and she didn't hit me, but she went like that to hit me. And
Isn't that woman's do?
What, 37 years old at the time. I was caught off guard by that. And I told her, I was like, if you hit me, I will defend myself. And
That sounds like something my son would say.
Going back and forth. And
I could
ended up
maybe say it.
recording,
I could never do it.
taking out my camera and recording.
Say that? What?
I might like, even as mad as I could possibly be, I might say it like, well, if you hit me, I'm going to defend myself. If my mom didn't, nope, I couldn't do it. I could.
You
never.
might push. You might.
Yeah, I might create distance. My mom would never do that, but like, I wouldn't. As he kind of comes off saying,
We've
like,
been
"Oh, I'm gonna
close."
yeah.
Moms have all been close.
Oh, I was a hell of a child to raise, so I knew she was close a time or two.
You know, there were time or two you deserved to be pounded into the ground, and you ended up keeping your head above it.
Yep.
This exchange. Later on, deleting that recording, but it was hard. It was very hard.
What ended up happening when you went back, when your dad told you to come back? What ended up happening?
I came back. My kids were waiting on the porch with their suitcases, with their clothes in it, and we went home.
Who was out there with them?
My mom was out there. My dad was out there, and my girls were out there. And I was out there.
And so then the girls left with you.
Yep, they got in the back of the truck, in the back seat of the truck, and we went home.
You can tell that's bothering her.
I want to jump forward and go back to your dad's birthday weekend. That weekend, did you hang out with your dad?
Yeah.
You talked about.
Wasn't that his birthday weekend and the 4th of July?
That's what I thought they said
We would
this
eat.
morning, but I can't.
All of our gatherings were focused around food, which is very, that's just how.
That's what they're trying to say.
Southern,
Yeah, don't you see the logic in that, Rachel?
Guys, we are all mothers all of us who are mothers and have been mothers, especially all the way through adulthood. There is a point where you're just like, if you don't get the hell out of my house, I'm going to beat the crap out of you. Some people, not everybody, just saying. Doesn't mean we're a bad parent. Doesn't mean that we have a fight with our child, we're a bad parent. We might need better coping skills. We might need somebody to give us a timeout and say, hey, go get your hair done. I'll take care of the kids.
Yeah. I can tell you, I pushed my mom to her limits, and how that woman remained calm, I don't know.
But it's worse when you're adults. So he's an adult male, and he's saying, as an adult male, if you hit me, I'm going to defend myself. Now, I kind of think that's fair. There comes a point, not that he would actually hit her, he could push her away, he
And
could,
that's, yeah,
he's gonna block, he's going to protect himself.
yeah, create some distance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, and daddy, but you know what? I'm not blaming the kids because daddy set it up. Mama and daddy allowed it from day one. You can't blame a kid that every time a kid has something, wants something, here you go, here you go, here you go. That's on the parent, not the kid. They taught them, they groomed them. That's how they raised them.
Yeah, I mean, they don't know any better than having a silver spoon in their mouth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Eat together, we would talk. That particular day,
I think
we had a
one
new
juror
baby.
did, and it was BS.
So I remember, playing with Olivia and recording videos. It was, I mean, I had met her before, but they lived in Nashville. So, they get to see her that often. So, we were celebrating my father, but we were also celebrating Olivia.
At that point, was your mom at the house?
Yes.
So had you guys made up?
What?
How did that happen?
Before Olivia was born, my sister had a baby shower. This was beginning of October.
We don't need to hear about baby shower.
2017. So
No.
I want to get to let's get to the meat.
but that
4th of July.
party is, we definitely discussed the upcoming trip.
That's struggling for him.
We were supposed to leave to go there.
So after Ella had expressed this to your dad, were there further conversations between you and your dad about beach?
Yeah, he told me to pick out a couple places where I thought we could go.
This
gave me
becomes
recommendations.
a bone of contention. He didn't have the money to pay for a family vacay. And apparently his dad did not go through Melody concerning the family vacay. And so he invited his dad and to go with him and his family. If I remember correctly, dad was paying for the motel and that, and he was paying for all the food and that stuff. And his sibling says he was broke and didn't have money. And that and Melody was mad that he was going to be paying thousands of dollars for a vacation for his family and his dad to go on when he couldn't afford to pay for it. If I remember correctly, this becomes a bone of contention. Pissed off the sister beyond no end.
But I ended up picking a couple places, and he said, "Oh yeah, that place is good," and he booked it and paid for it.
I would like to talk about, you mentioned your dad booked for it and paid for it. Did
Yes.
your dad pay for a lot of things?
Yes.
And did he pay for a lot of things for you?
Yes.
Like what?
He would always pay for my children to fly down. He would pay for Ella's horseback riding lessons. He would pay for the girls' dance
Grandparent.
lessons, recitals, costumes.
Yeah.
He would help me out with bills. My dad helped me and paid for a lot.
Did you have a job at this time?
When you
Yes.
get a divorce or you have a problem,
At the time,
no, I didn't have that luxury. My mama, my adopted parents that raised me, once you graduate, you got 2 weeks to get out. We don't pay for another thing unless we just want to because we love you. When I lost my husband, so not everybody's like this, but as a mom, if my kid needed help and I have it, what do you think I'm going to do?
Right.
I had my own painting company.
Sergio, do you need to go outside?
Was your dad that helpful
I
with
think-
everyone in the family?
I don't think
can
it's
use through my phone. I gotta take my dog. My dog's telling
Oh,
me
no,
it's got
no problem. Guys, it's not that he doesn't have a job and can't pay for it. Sometimes expenses and things come up that you're not prepared for or is more than what you have in your savings. I'm just saying his father created that problem.
I believe so.
To your knowledge.
To my knowledge,
Probably.
How was your dad?
Miss
and
Mercy
Scott's
here.
relationship?
they had a great relationship.
Would he take care of Scott
Yes.
financially?
Yes. Scott worked at the farm. So they kind of had a, yes.
I'm going to
great
hold this for
relationship.
her 'cause she needs to hear this. The one thing that frustrates me, it is so easy for people, including me, to sit here and say, well, the daddy paid for too much. So daddy did this, the daddy did that. But do you know what? If I was making the kind of money that he was making and I could afford to pay for my grandchild's ballet, horseback riding, whatever she wanted, and my children are still kind of building their nest egg and they're, they're young, their kids are young. They're not like 40, 50 years old at that age with the young kids. I would help. I can't take it with me. Of course, I want to have enough to take care of me, but if I'm not hurting and I thought it would benefit them, then I would help. Honestly, I would. If I had the money and my kids had children and the kids wanted to do an activity that I thought would be helpful, i.e. dance, maybe football, whatever. I would never let my kid, I don't like football, but you know what I mean. Many grandparents step up and help. So I don't have a problem with that. Now, if he's going to him every month for years, and depending on the rent, the water, the electricity, all the time, I would have a problem with it. Now, when my kids were young and they needed braces, and I mean, they pretty much medically, my daughter needed braces. So when my daughter needing braces to the point that it was almost medical, and I didn't have the money, but grandma said, look, I'll take care of it. That doesn't mean I'm a mooch. I just am not in a comfortable place financially to fork out $5,000. So she made payments. I'm
sure
very
that,
careful about judging grandparents for stepping up.
yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's times like with sports and stuff that my grandparents, I don't know, but I'm sure there's times that my parents didn't have it or whatever, so my grandparents stepped in. Like, I don't.
If he had a hard time and got behind on a bill and daddy said, okay, and you pay it back, that's fine. That doesn't bother me, but you're going to want to hear coming up next. I stopped it.
Would he take care of Scott?
Yes.
This is where all the siblings
Scott
are
worked at the
against
farm.
Scott.
So they kind of had Scott worked at the farm. I mean, it was a lot of work, and my brother did not have another job, and my brother had to have money to live. So it's, I didn't know the details of it. I didn't know if they had like a, agreement of how much, or I don't know what that looked like, but yeah, I mean, I know the money my brother would be from my father.
Would you and your dad ever get
If he can pay his son or he can pay a ranch hand.
Wouldn't really consider it an argument.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd get mad at me for
Hey, my son.
spending money or asking him for money, or there were even times, I mean, when I had his credit card number, I mean, then I would use it without his permission, without asking it first. And he'd get upset with me, but it wasn't an argument. It was more, he was just upset with me.
So when it came to the beach, he was okay paying for that.
Yeah, he was going with us.
And was there an agreement between the two of you with what that would look like?
I was going to pay for everything there, the dinners, whatever, things you pay for at the beach. And he was going to pay for the condo.
Did you eventually pick out a condo?
We did.
And who booked that condo?
My father.
Did he tell you when he booked it?
Yes.
Do you remember when he booked it?
I don't remember, but I remember he texted me. He said it's booked.
Was it prior to, well, it's obviously prior to the vacation itself.
Duh.
Was it prior to July, let's say 1st?
Yes.
So it was the end of June.
Yeah.
Did you discuss it at his birthday?
He told me I had stopped and bought a raft to take to the beach because I was actually buying his birthday gift at Academy. And I called him. I said, hey, I got a raft to take to the beach. And he's like, yeah. He's like, don't talk about that while you're here.
Okay. Well,
Mama didn't know.
At the house.
Was your mom going to the beach?
No.
How do you know that?
Because my father told me he was trying to get her to go to the beach and she refused.
Okay. Did you talk to her about the beach?
I did.
And what was her reaction to you?
She told me she had too much going on and she couldn't go.
So
Yeah, she's going to go with the boyfriend.
If the trip came up, who would have gone?
It would have been me, my wife, Jenna, both of my daughters, Ellen, Addie, and my father.
Let's talk about Jenna for a second. When did you and Jenna get married?
July of 2015.
And did your dad help you out with your engagement or wedding to Jenna?
Yes,
How so?
he helped me with the engagement ring, and he also paid for the rehearsal dinner at our wedding.
And you said
Help. That means he invested too.
Wedding.
the wedding was in 2013. Okay. So you had been married to Jenna for 3 years
Yes,
at this point. And when the girls came to visit you, would they stay with you and Jenna?
they would stay with me and Jenna, and then they would stay at the farm a lot.
And this is important because they were there when they found
Conversations
Grandpa.
about the beach with your mom, was that over the phone, in person? How did you guys discuss the beach?
I'm going to skip through some of
Most
this.
of the conversations with my mother were, we spoke, but I don't remember exactly how.
What did you do the next morning on the 4th?
Addie and I got up
Important.
very early and went up. I lived a block off of Peachtree Street, so we went up and we watched the Peachtree Road Race and come through Buckhead.
Who's we?
Addison and I. Jenna did. Jenna came up eventually, but I don't think Jenna was trying to get up that early on 4th of July. So we, Addison and I went up there. We took our chairs and set up, and it was nice.
How long were you out there watching the Peachtree Road Race?
I had to put a number on it, maybe an hour.
So what time would that put you at?
That's hard to say. Around 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning.
I'm going to see if I can
So you
speed
were
this
done
up
watching
some more.
it at 8 or 9, or you started, or you were done at 7 or 8?
I think we went up there. I mean, we didn't watch the first people come through.
That's still okay.
I don't remember what time, but I know it was early.
Early morning.
Early morning.
You were
Yes.
out there for about an hour.
Yeah.
What'd you do?
That's pretty fast.
Cracker Barrel in Norcross.
Why Norcross?
Because I had my own painting company and I would have my guys that I would have to pay. And I had this one guy and he's like, oh man, I really need my check. So I was like, okay, fine. And he lived in Norcross. So I went to Norcross to give him his check. And Addie and I, there's a Cracker Barrel there. And so we went to Cracker Barrel for breakfast.
Or Cracker Barrel.
After
Is that on your bingo card?
What were your plans for the day?
We were having a pool party, our apartment complex, condo complex, whatever you want to call it. We always had a pool party every year for the 4th of July.
So did you go to it?
We did, yeah.
Who's we?
Me, Addison, and Jen.
Okay, where was Ella during all this time?
So now
She's
he's
still
starting
there.
that time.
Incoming.
Incoming, yes, at the horse park farm, you know,
Were you checking in on her?
very much so, yes.
And so throughout that day on the 4th at the pool, what was your intention for that evening with Addison?
I thought we were just going to hang out and stay at the pool and just hang out at home. Ella had called me and asked if she could stay over again. I said yes.
Again.
That was my intention of the day. But that changed.
Okay, how?
My mother called me and said, hey, I'm on my way back from Lake Lanier Islands with Cameron. And does Addie want to come spend the night? So I walked over to Addie was swimming in the pool. I said, hey, do you want to go have this sleepover? Hoping she would say no.
Why?
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to
It's
go.
a child. Of
I didn't
course
wanna
she's
go
going to
have
say yes.
But she said yes. So
There's a real cute moment in this trial about the two girls in a hot tub.
I don't remember exactly what time.
It's appropriate.
I have to say it was later in the day. Maybe I don't want to misspeak. I don't know exactly what time.
Was it evening time, after lunchtime?
Late afternoon.
Late afternoon?
Mhm.
So you drove up there.
Uh-huh.
Did you make any stops?
I did.
Where'd you stop?
I stopped at Wendy's to get Addison dinner.
And then went to the farm.
What did I just eat?
What did you do when you got to the farm?
We pulled up and my mom and Cameron had already arrived, and we went inside the house. That was pretty much it.
Did you stay for very long?
No,
About how long did you stay?
maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Did you see your dad?
No,
Did you ask your mom where he was?
I don't remember.
When you would stop by the farm in the past, would your dad sometimes not be there?
Of course, yes.
Was that normal?
Yeah, it was normal. I mean, I was in a hurry to get back. You know, I had no reason. I mean, all my friends are at the pool. Addie was where she wanted to be. So I was ready to go back and enjoy my evening.
Did you and your mom speak to one another?
Yes.
Anything out of the ordinary?
No. The only thing out of the ordinary was on the way up there. you know, because I had asked for her to meet me so I didn't have to drive all the way to the farm.
You would ask who to meet you?
My mother, to meet me somewhere, because she was coming back from Lake Lanier. So I was like, well, why don't, instead of me driving all the way to the farm and you're coming that way anyway, why don't we meet? She said, no, just meet me there. I was like, okay. And then I actually said, well, I'm gonna stop and get Addison dinner. And she's like, oh, no, we'll just make something here. And I was like, okay. But I stopped anyway because Addison it was before we had eaten. We were cooking at the pool, but we left before the food was done. So when she was hungry, she would let you know.
Do you want me to zoom?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so what?
Because I don't want to run out of time.
And eventually got Ella.
Ella came to the farm, and I think
Basically, his ex-wife met him at the farm.
I think she brought Ella to the farm, but I guess
I don't know,
don't think she
something like
met
that.
Beth.
Yeah.
Ella was brought to the farm because
Do you know what days Scott's is?
So
Hmm?
from my phone call,
Do you know what day Scott testifies?
she could at least
Next.
half an hour to get there. So
That's who I'm the most interested in.
No, okay, Scott is.
bring Ella back.
I'll look.
I
Let me look.
Somehow, Ella and Addison went home with Jenna.
Yes.
Okay. Did Cameron go with them?
Yes.
To Buckhead.
Yes, to my apartment in Buckhead.
So once Jenna left with the kids and you were there with your family, did anyone else show up that wasn't law enforcement? Did Emily show up? Were there friends and family?
But also, you want to see the
Chapter
boyfriend.
showed up. Emily showed up later that day. I mean, I called Emily to tell her what had happened
When did you call Emily to tell her what happened?
in that time period of after EMS told me what they told me about, sorry for your loss. And I began, letting people know who needed to know what was going on.
So at that point, did Emily get in the car and drive down?
Yes.
So while law enforcement was at your house, everybody arrived, lights, all of that. Did you and Scott talk?
I don't remember.
Did he mention anything about a gun?
Yeah.
When was that?
Right about that time after EMS was the first to arrive. So my brother was out talking about it, and I heard him say something about he saw a gun in the basement, something about, sometime before all this happened, and about he was having to get a remote control, something like that. And
It wasn't to you. It was just someone else.
I don't think Scott and I sat down and had a conversation one-on-one.
Okay.
I think I was just hearing what he was saying.
And you caught that information. Did you think
yeah.
that was weird?
Yeah.
Why did you think that was weird?
Because I just thought it was weird. Like, there's a gun in the basement, and I don't know. I just thought it just didn't make a lot of sense. Nothing made sense to me at the time, but I just remember that, thinking that, well, that's strange. I don't really remember what made me think that.
At this point, what did you think happened to your father?
I was going through scenarios in my head, how I didn't know what happened. I just knew what I had just seen, what was happening, what was going on. And I'm trying to figure out, running through scenarios in my head, how in the world, I thought, could he have had a medical thing? I thought maybe he fell in the fire. Maybe, that's where my head was at that point.
Did you talk to law enforcement on scene?
I did.
Do you remember who it was that you spoke with?
Well, specifically law enforcement, the only time really anybody asked me about what was going on at the time was when I sat down with, and I apologize, it could be Lieutenant, I don't know police
That's
ranks,
okay.
and
Titles.
Kaikanal or something like that. He's the one who interviewed me first
Okay, where was that?
in his police vehicle
On scene?
on scene.
At the farm?
Correct.
How long did you talk with him? Do you remember?
Oh, honestly, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been an hour. I don't remember.
At that point, did you think anyone else had been involved in your father's death?
I don't remember specifically.
That doesn't answer the
I
question.
remember
You
our
either think
conversation
it or
kind
not.
of started, had me thinking of maybe that was the case because he said, well, Chris, things like this happen. We assume foul play until we know it's not. Okay. So when he said that to me, he then asked
I
me,
found it.
"Did your
Nope,
parents-"
that's him. That's
not
before.
quoting, I'm paraphrasing something about how was your parents' marriage? How was their relationship? And I told him.
Oh, here it is. Are we on day 4?
I told him the truth.
At that point in time,
No, that's day 3.
how much, if anything,
He
did
wears
you
the
know
same
about this?
jacket.
I know a lot
Okay,
about Rusty Barton
we're
at the
going
time.
here. Here we go. Let's have fun. You only got a few minutes, right?
I got about 50 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Walker Farris,
How old are you today?
41 years old.
And you know why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
I've drank so much fluids.
Identify your mother for the record, please. You see your mom sitting in the court?
Yes, sir.
Just describe the clothing.
She's wearing a gray jacket with a black shirt, glasses on her head, pearl necklace.
What I want to do is I want to go back and kind of introduce you to the jury. So let's go back and I want to talk about your childhood. If I asked you where are you from, what's your answer?
I was born in Muscle Shoals, Florence, Alabama was the hospital. Lived there short period of time, and then we moved to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where my dad went to law school.
Let me ask you about that. We're going to break it down and go through it. How old were you? What were your memories? What age do you remember law school with your dad?
I was very little. I remember going to law school. I remember when my dad graduated and seeing him jump over like a big mud puddle in his cap and gown. There's very, very little I remember of actually being in Tuscaloosa because I was so young.
But how old again were you when you were there?
Probably 5-ish, around in there.
And how old was your brother Chris?
But he's 3 years older than me, so he would have been around 8, 9 years old.
Do you remember doing anything with your dad at law school? Did y'all play together or do anything when you were there?
We're going to zoom through this.
I remember going to wrenches all the time, and I got into selling cars.
You got the training that you received. At some point, did you just decide to get out and go do something else?
No, sir. I actually was let go from the military for reduction of force during the Obama.
No, they really did.
And, they basically kind of did a lottery system. If you join between a certain time and
Oh, I know they did, but I was reading something else about him earlier that they don't know if that's incredibly true.
That's why. Did you see the smile on my face?
Yep.
They really did.
on so many days of service, that's how you were selected. So on my DD 214, it says reason of separation is reduction in force.
Now, let's talk about this secret marriage of yours. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. Look at the jury and tell them about this secret marriage you had and what was going on. Who was it with and what was going on?
So it was with Gina. We both in process at Fort Bliss together. She was in the military as well. She did financing.
Is this when you would have these spells? Is it any sign that was coming on, or were it just all of a sudden just started happening?
We talked about it. And he said, yeah, he could kind of feel, the first thing that he would notice is he'll feel, really tired. Like he wanted to go lay down and take a nap. So,
His dad.
Once he started feeling that, that's when his speech started getting slurry. It's like he had a real thick tongue. And once that happened, that's when he would just go and lay down.
And when he would lay down, did he miss work because of these spells or anything that you know?
Well, you mean, yeah, he was sleeping, but
How the frequency? How often were these spells come on, and how long would they last? Is what I'm trying to get at.
He'll have, it'll happen like one day a week. I really don't remember him having like 1 or 2 spells a week.
I can't imagine.
So he'll have about, he'll have one.
And he's not the most handsome fox in the force. But without that beard.
One day during the week, and then 2 or 3 weeks down the road, he'll have another one.
Was it to a degree that it dramatically interrupted his life and things he was doing? Or was it not that?
I remember one time we were working on the farm. I think it was when we were building the fence, and he said, I feel like I got a spell coming on. And he will go and sit on the RTV, and I'll just kind of look over there and check on him. And I remember that day, I was like, are you feeling all right? And he was like, yeah, I need to go lay down. I'm like, okay. I was like, I'll, come over there and check on you.
Outside of that, did he, I think you told law enforcement he didn't even have kidney stones or anything like that. Is there anything else about his health that you saw that was an issue at the time, around the time of his death?
I know, well, before his death, there was one night, Melody called me up and said, get over to the house. Your father's acting very strange. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, he's seeing like, I think he said like seeing palm trees and stuff like that. He's just talking weird. And so I immediately jumped off my couch and left the barn and went over to the house. And yeah, I've never seen my father like that. He was kind of talking like a child would. And we wound up taking his blood pressure, and she bought a blood sugar thing, whatever. She pricked his finger and tested that. I don't remember what it came back as a reading, but I called a friend that was a nurse and asked her what should we do. When I told her the reading, she was like, get him to emergency room now. And we took him to the emergency room.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was definitely within a year prior to his death. So it was fairly
Okay, so
Melody. I was like, okay, take him in. She's like, no, you take him in. I'm like, no, I got to park the vehicle. Take him in. He's your husband. You know more of his medical history than I do. So, take him in. So she took him in.
I'm going to get the long story short. The kids were called. They thought Dad was on death's door. Then they show up or FaceTime or whatever, and he's, hey, this is blood sugar.
They'll mess with you. If you've never seen anybody before it's out of whack, it's something else.
It's scary. Yeah.
How would you get?
I carry that test and glucose tablets and the gel and everything in my med bag.
Yep. I have the exact same things in mine.
He always slept naked in the nude.
Just what he did?
Yeah.
None wrong with that.
I believe your dad was
Well,
about
each their own.
Yes.
Was your mom
What?
about the same age?
Yes.
I said to each their own.
They've been together for 38 years? I want to talk to you about your mom. I think I understand that you refer to her as
I have, do you know those, no, you wouldn't know. Your mom would know. Those flannel nightgowns, like Little House on the Prairie with the little lacy here and
Yeah,
those flannel were like, they weren't fire retardant. They were just most horrible, cheap flannel. And and it didn't matter how nice your sheets were, when you get in bed and you go to roll over, it's like Velcro. I get claustrophobic just thinking about it. I wasn't allowed to, but I wanted to strip out of that thing.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to remove it.
Now, up to this point, though, until this occurred, did you get along with your mom?
We had our good days and bad days. We did a lot of stuff together because my dad was at the office, and whenever she was home, she liked to decorate the house, and I did a lot of the projects there at the farm. Like I did the backsplash on the bar down in the basement, and finished out the so-called wine cellar.
It's a lot
she
of
would always
work.
be, decorating or wanting to paint something.
Let's zoom.
Yeah, I'm sure.
About her other children?
Oh, definitely. Chris, she kind of favored Emily and definitely Amanda.
How about your dad?
My dad was harder on my brother and I. He was a sucker for my sisters.
Isn't that
baby
normal?
girls.
I was gonna
My
say
dad was old school.
that's normal.
Maybe.
I remember growing up, if I needed $5,
I don't know. My parents were
brand
pretty
new,
even.
that was.
Okay, I'm going to get to the good stuff.
Honestly, I want to kind of say in between, but it was
Fair
no,
enough.
there was no,
How about your dad?
not country.
Did they grow up having horses and things like that and animals?
No, none of us ever had that.
So when they got this hobby farm, did any of y'all know anything about horses and how to take care of them and ride them?
No, we did not.
Was it a learning experience?
Yes.
How many horses did y'all have on the property? Where'd you get them from?
We had 4 horses. The first horse we got was Rebel. some people down the road, they were moving. He was at Older Horse.
In those days. I want to now turn your attention and start talking about Thursday, July 5th of 2018. About what time do you
Trying to
remember
get to the-
waking up that morning?
You good?
It had been somewhere around maybe 8:30 to 9 o'clock. I don't really remember the exact time.
What were your plans that day?
My plans were
Now we're
go ahead
getting
and
to
take
it.
care of animals, and then I was going to go and get my hair cut, and then meet my buddy Ted at the PGA store.
Did y'all a day or so before or sometime get a connection with somebody at the PGA store?
Yes, I believe it was the weekend prior to all this that we played golf with some friends at the Manor Golf Club. And one of the guys we played with, he works for TaylorMade, and he works out of the PGA store down in Roswell. And he was going to go and have me get into a simulator to get, fitted for clubs my size, because I'm a tall guy, so I have to have extended clubs.
So where were you actually going? Where was the store at you're going to drive to?
It's down off of Holcomb Bridge off of 400 in Roswell.
Who's going to go with you
Ted,
today?
Yeah.
Were they involved with you at the lake and things like that?
Yes, sir.
How
When
far do you want
got
me to
up,
skip?
At some point that morning, did you leave to go?
It doesn't. I don't know what he's gonna say, so I don't
take
know.
off down the driveway?
Yeah, so after I got done taking care of all the animals and everything was situated for the day, I got
This
them
is the
a
timeline you
truck
want to pay
start
attention
heading
to here.
out. And I happened to notice that my youngest sister, Amanda, her vehicle was over there. So I decided to pull up over there to say hi to her.
Did you see her or just her vehicle?
I didn't see her at first until I pulled up into the house driveway, and I saw her sitting with Melody on the front porch.
He just calls his mom by her first name.
I don't think that's his biological mother.
Thrasher
Is it?
too. When
I don't
you
know.
say front porch, is this what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, is this his biological mother? I thought this was their second marriage. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. But my kids call me Ada sometimes.
It's right there.
But if he's burnt the bridge,
Yeah, that's true.
Front door is.
Oh yeah, should turn the TV back on.
I think I haven't seen her since my dad's birthday party.
Was she there to pick up Cameron?
That I didn't know. I didn't know the kids were there.
When you walked in, did you start talking to him?
Yes,
yeah, that
sir.
is her
What y'all
son.
talking about?
The very first thing I was asked is, "Have you seen your father?"
Who asked you that?
I want to say it was Melody.
Did you think anything about that at the moment?
I mean, when she asked me that, I was like, "Well, no."
Welcome
And
back.
she said,
Now that's why we're
"You can't
watching
find
this.
him." I go, "What do you mean you can't find him?" They're like, "Well, he's not in the house." And I looked and I said, "Well, his Mercedes is right there in the garage. The RTV is parked right there in the driveway. He's got to be here."
Where was
That's
the
why we're
RTV
watching
parked,
this.
remember?
It was parked. I know there's like a little parking spot right here where the concrete is.
Before you get to the garage?
Yes. So if you're pulling up to the house, it would have just been right there to the right.
Just kind of a pull in, is that what it is?
Yes.
His car's at the house, RTV's there. Why'd you think that was odd if all that was there?
Hi, Lion
I
Fire.
mean,
Welcome.
if they're saying that he's not in the house, there's only going to be two things he's going to either be on or be in, and that was on the RTV or he's gone in his car.
Would your dad just kind of disappear? Was that something normal would happen?
No.
Did he take many business trips or anything?
Not really. I mean, he, would always let me know if he was going to be, going.
I
somewhere
want
with
to speed
clients.
this
Wait,
up.
he just said,
He was
he
definitely
just
gonna
said,
be gone.
would your dad just disappear sometimes? He said no. In the prosecution's opening statement, they said that he would disappear sometimes. The prosecution said that one.
So that's one thing. I'm not in law school, but I would think that whatever I said in my opening statements, I have to prove. And then I'm not going to make any assumptions with the risk of not being able to prove them. I'd rather prove something that I didn't say in my opening statement in the middle of trial than to risk being it disproven after stating it in my opening statement. Am I wrong?
No, because I look at it as that's a first impression and you can't take it back. And especially
That's
the
your
trials.
roadmap.
Yep, especially the trials that the jurors can have, they can take notes. Like, you better make sure your opening statement is good.
I have believed that there's enough reasonable doubt that you couldn't convict. Especially now that we're going back over this, because we were doing 2 trials at once and I was kind of split. You guys had one focus. I had double. So I haven't heard anything that would lead me beyond reasonable doubt. What about you?
No, I 100% agree with that. There's no way that I could have convicted her at this point.
You're right, Rachel. Opening and closing is not evidence, but you can win or lose a case by your opening statements. Because if you say, we can prove this, and you don't,
Like overnight,
Excuse
he
me,
would have
sir.
said something to somebody.
Hi.
When was the last
Oh,
time
hi,
we had seen
baby.
your dad?
At Cherokee Ranch on the 3rd.
Once your mom asked that question, did she ask anything else or do anything else?
There was a lot of questions. Once from there, we tried to figure out where he could have possibly gone.
Did you ask her about the CPAP?
Eventually, yes, I did ask. I was like, well, have you checked to see if a CPAP machine is here?
What'd she say to that?
And she said, no, I haven't checked.
Yeah, if you're
Did you
really
ask,
bad, you don't go
what
anywhere
all people
without
had-
it.
Where they went to check for him, or how long they've been looking for him, or anything like that?
If I asked
Unless
them
you have
that,
a travel
I
one.
really
Right.
don't remember.
Was there any indication about how long? If she asked, "Have you seen your father?" Was there any indication that they had been looking for him, or how long he'd been missing, or anything?
Well, to me, it seemed like they were, at some point trying to look for him because they told me, we can't find your father.
Was this what time of day would this have been when you're up there with him? This started.
Roughly, I'll probably say around 10 o'clock in the morning.
What'd y'all do after that? Was there more conversation, or what happened?
Yeah, we sat there and, try to figure out where he possibly could be. I know one of them asked if I saw him up at the barn. I was like, no, I was just up there. I didn't see him.
I'm going to have to zoom a little bit.
It's okay.
Figure out where he could have gone.
Was there any panic or any type of high energy, or anybody trying to do something really quick, or what was the mood of everybody at that time?
At that time, I didn't notice anybody panicking that, but here, go down and check. And that's shooting or bird hunting.
Did he do that a lot?
He would do that at, not a lot, but at least, once or twice a year. Wasn't there. She's gone up in Tennessee. He would, let me know, hey, I'm going to be coming home late, or
She's playing. I'm going to go play.
This work event or something like that.
How many times in the previous 6 months up to this day did your dad go somewhere like that? I'm trying to get a feel for how many times he would just go somewhere and not be at the house.
I really don't remember because he didn't leave. He didn't do stuff like that much. He literally went to work all the time and came home every single day. So it wasn't often that he did that.
Would it be?
Trying to get to the meat.
I don't remember every single detail of that, but that probably I would have asked that question because my dad texts me all the time about getting food.
See whether or not your dad had gone one of the previous nights to go get something to eat from somewhere or anything like that.
I don't remember anything of that.
At some point, your dad's wallet appeared. Is that right?
Yes.
And that to you, was that odd?
So I know prior to that, my dad would never leave the house, without his wallet. So I think I asked, at some point, it's like, well, have you seen his wallet? Because it's like a process of elimination. I think the first thing anybody would ask is, well, is the wallet?
Do you see his keys?
And then she
Hers?
said, no, I haven't seen it.
Okay. From what you've heard so far, what are you thinking?
I could not. I don't think she did it. There's too many things, even just their day-to-day life and how she was as a person, that don't add up to her. Even just the simple thing that we were talking about earlier with the blood on the floor. She has OCD. She ain't gonna. Her house was always immaculate. She's not gonna. That's not a little detail that she would slip up on.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Let's
And
see.
I've been watching the look on her face, and it's like, I've protected you, you liar.
You
Yep.
We had an AT&T guy come out and do some work with the satellites and all. There was an issue or something. And he definitely remember it being in like a old leather holster.
Oh, the gun.
I can't really remember the type of handle, but it wasn't what you call a blue finish, which is that dark black color. It was more of like, nickel chrome type look.
Do you remember the handle or anything about it?
No, I don't remember the handle. Like I said, I don't remember the color of the handle.
For the jury, if you were standing outside those, what I call again, American doors, if you're outside and looking into where the couches and the ottoman and everything is, where you're dead, where you would hang out and eat dinner.
Okay.
If you walk into the doors, tell the jury where this drawer or this dresser or whatever it is where you found this.
So if I would have had my back to the door, the couch would have been right in front of me, and that piece of furniture would have been right here to my right.
He found the supposed weapon at some point. Yes, it is. No, it is not.
I didn't grab it enough to kind of like look at it.
How convenient
but I
that he
did not
found
pull
it.
it out of the drawer.
You
because
what?
I had the AT&T guy in the
Said-
basement with me.
How convenient that he found it.
Well, I have some furniture in the house that have drawers that I have moved my weapon to from time to time, depending on what's going on. And my kid may not know what's in there, and they open the drawer for something, and oh, there it is.
That is true. Because I do have to remember, like, got to separate myself on how I live. Because like, if I move something, obviously I tell Cheyenne where it's moved to for safety and stuff like that. But they don't live there, so they don't really need to know. So I can see that.
Right.
I didn't want to freak him.
Right. If you don't live there, then you don't need to know. And Melody didn't deal with it. She didn't want to have anything to do with them.
Well, but no, I never really fully picked it up and looked at it.
Fair.
So yeah, that was the piece of furniture that I saw it in on the
Right
top
here.
drawer.
I'm in that door, and it's right there.
Sliding doors coming in on the right.
Yes, sir.
Why did you start thinking about this gun? What made you think about gun, and who did you start telling about this gun?
When?
On the 5th.
On the 5th. So
This is where it gets
after
a little
talking with her and
wonky
comments that she's made previously, everything was just, I was getting red flags and all. And when I went down to check on the CPAP machine and the shotgun, after I checked the shotgun, I remember seeing that revolver. So I just wanted to go over and look to see if it was still in that drawer.
So on the 5th, did you go to see if that gun was there?
Yes.
And what happened?
So I went and opened that drawer, and that gun was not there. And
Did you
closed
tell
door
the
back,
police?
Didn't look anywhere else. And I went back upstairs. And then on my way back upstairs, I noticed a drop of blood on the floor.
let me see this. I never just blamed her or him. I don't know how and probably how and why, but I believe both of them are involved. I was on that boat for a little while. But looking at the reactions of what was said today, how it was said, I'm not sure I'm on that boat at all.
It was smaller
What do you
than a
think?
dime, and it was,
I think the only involvement that she had was protecting him, and until it all came out this morning, and she was like, you know what, I'm gonna just say how it is.
kind of almost right there before you get to the stairway.
Right by the stairs at the corner there?
So I didn't want to bring anything up at that time because this, like I said, this is prior to finding my dad. And You know, I didn't want to be like, hey,
I agree
there's
with part of that.
I went to go see if there was a gun down there, and it's not there anymore. But you know, back when I found it, you know, Melody was gone. My dad was at work, and I just forgot all about it. But you know, for some reason that day when I went to go check to see if the shotgun was there, it reminded me that gun was in that drawer.
Okay.
Just something told me to go.
What is one of the rules? I want to say behavior analysis. What's happening here versus when they were talking about his childhood and everything else?
Completely different tone. He's almost, he comes off to me like he's like, are you trying to convince yourself or are you trying to convince the jury? Versus
He's
the
talking
shot-
faster.
Yep.
His blink rate is faster. And he just double stuttered a word. Just like in the Karen Reed trial. When Proctor was up there, he was doubling his words.
So yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier today. If you're not lying, you don't have to remember anything, such as when he's talking about his childhood, it's not a lie. He's saying things within his childhood. It's not, it comes off very easy.
Fluid.
Yeah, and then now we got a whole different side of him. So I mean, I think he's lying.
And he's talking faster. The blink rate is faster. And I've seen him shifting a little bit over to the jury. Like Jen did when she was testifying, she'd glance over to see if they were believing her.
Just check to see if it was still there.
And this head bobbing
You
wasn't
afterwards
as much before.
When law enforcement came, did you talk to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them about this gun?
Yes.
Did you tell them about the blood?
Yes.
Did you tell them about other things you found unusual?
Yes. Or her behavior and stuff like that. Yes.
We're going to do that tomorrow.
Then on.
But do you know what? I hope you can listen tomorrow, at least, if not join us, because this is huge.
I can't. I got to leave here in a little bit because I got to work until at least 7 a.m. today. I actually have to physically go in the facility. And then I have to do that again tomorrow. So I don't get off until 7 a.m. on Saturday.
Okay. I will try and drop it into your Discord. Are you a part of my Discord?
Yeah.
Okay. I think, Ronnie, where did you post it? Well, I'll copy and paste it. You need to listen to that and then chat with me.
Okay.
I think you talked to law enforcement on July 5th, I believe, at the scene. Is that with
Yes.
Detective Cockendall in the vehicle?
Yes. I mean, so I sat in the passenger seat, and I honestly don't remember who all was in the vehicle, but there was somebody in the driver's seat, and then I remember there was either one or two people in the back seat.
And then Detective Hayes is behind me. At some point the next day, I think you went and talked to him again.
I just sent it
wanna say
to
was
you.
him that night, because
Yeah, that night into the next day, down at the Freedom Precinct.
I thought I was.
yes,
It
I
won't
don't
let me
really
copy.
remember talking to Detective Hayes right there on the property. My memory that I think the first time I remember talking to him was at the Free Home Fire and Police
So
Precinct.
one time on the scene, and then talking to the detective at the precinct.
Yes, there was a lot of police officers and detectives and everybody out there, so I can't
I won't let
say
you.
exactly who I talked
Nope.
to at all.
I'll just do it
from
the
my
old way.
knowledge, But I talked to a lot of different police
I can go back on Saturday and
This
listen
time
because
on
I don't
Tuesday,
work
this
Saturday
next
night.
exhibit, No objection. It's internet now. It's like 7. So it's S Fair 7.
You're going to. Oh, did I just do that?
Did I do that?
I think we ought to go ahead and just stop there. But I am sending you this. I think I figured out a way. Okay, so anybody interested in Lori Vallow? What is it called? Whether she's fit to stand trial hearing?
Which one was that one?
Lori Vallow, I don't know. She killed her kids. There's 12 minutes long. Here, I'll let you see the picture of her. But anyway, the whole thing of this, you really need to, in your free time, go back to day 4, part of 4, all of day 5, and it may even go into part of day 6. This is Lori Vallow.
Oh, yeah, I remember her.
So she is fit to stand trial. She's already serving 2 life sentences.
I was gonna say.
So overall, what little you've seen of this case, I wished I could have paid more attention. I'll be honest. But I don't think justice was served here. I don't think there is enough probable cause. First of all, if you're going to go after her, you're going to have to go after many.
Right. And it's just, and I think, I mean,
thank you,
the
Ronnie.
jurors are human, and obviously, but I don't think reasonable doubt and the understanding of reasonable doubt and what that means is pushed enough on jurors, and because I don't see how she was convicted, because
Well,
there's
there's some
so
evidence.
many ways.
Well, but there's some evidence you haven't heard yet. I think like some of the phone conversations, but say her son did do it. And after all the fact, she got that phone call where the lady said, hey, he did it. This is what happened. Then she calls and talks to the boyfriend and she says, but he wasn't supposed to be in the burn pit.
Oh.
She doesn't say where she got that information. I don't think it says how she got that information. But that's what she says. How long is that?
This is definitely an interesting one. And the
That's
other
an
thing
hour
that
long.
I don't have that. I have about 20 more minutes.
No, I don't want to get into it now.
But I hate how much, and especially really like getting into, I mean, obviously like I have to deal with trials and stuff, but not the way that I do it like with you guys, that I really sit down and we watch together, and just the amount of like what investigators should do and they don't. And they get really sloppy, and it sucks because that's somebody's life. And it's, I mean, whether that person was unalived or whether this person is standing trial, that is somebody's life. And I don't think it's too much to ask for them to just do their job. And it bothers me when they don't. And if we keep seeing it more and more and more, that they don't, and you get missing documents here and there, and I didn't do that, or whatever it may be. And it's just like, you took an oath, and that oath it doesn't just stop on the road or what have you. It also is when you get up there and you testify, just be honest and truthful. Don't automatically, when defense starts talking, that you can't remember anything. Just say what it is. And that
if the
it really
facts are
bothers me.
true, are true, then the jury's going to accept them. But if you get up there and play the I don't know card, I don't remember card, I'm not sure card, not my job card. Well, sometimes it's not your job, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But one thing that does kind of bother me with this case is now that I'm watching it fully attentive, there's a lot of stuff going on with the collection of evidence.
Yes, and that's something that I've seen lately with many cases. It's because I'm like, do we all just need to go back to class and learn how to do this again?
Yep.
And it's like, come on now. And it all, like with the evidence, evidence being misplaced, or just like today when we were watching, when we were going back on it, and they're just bare hand. That you can't retest that now. You got everything that's been in the courtroom. If you laid it down, there could be a number of different things that now a whole bunch of DNA is on that. Like with the wallet, when he just took it out with his bare hands.
Well, when they had the lead shooter, that was the weapon.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Take it back. That was not the original. They've not found the weapon.
They haven't found the weapon in this trial? Oh, really? Oh.
I don't think so. Ronnie, did they find the weapon? Don't think they did. That's why they were diving in the river.
Yeah, but I didn't know if they found it in there. But Ronnie, you're also right. I have never, ever, in the almost 10 years that I've been doing law enforcement as a whole, ever heard, seen, even joked about, talked about, whatever it may be, them demonstrate what they demonstrated with the pew-pews and the vest in the house. I don't understand that. Because it
No.
proves nothing. There's too many different circumstances that play into that to be able to be like, well, we did this and this is what it is.
But do you remember when they had that little noise machine and it was like 58 and then they're outside and it's like 58? I'm like,
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I agree with what you said earlier. Where if you're gonna do it, then go ahead and spend the 15 grand or whatever it may be, and get people that this is what they do for a living. It's not like the state won't give it to you. Like the state pretty much lets you spend whatever you want on a trial. It's just.
so I hope you will share this with your buddies.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to, especially tonight. I'm gonna be like, hey, I need you guys to watch this. I
What, y'all don't
guarantee-
do anything at night?
Oh no, we do, but well, I'm gonna share it to them. Be like, you need to watch this, and I'm gonna give them some clips because I know they're gonna be like, "Are you kidding me?" And then I'll just rile them up, and it's fun to do that.
Yeah, it's fun. But that burn pile, I did not see that one image because, like I said, I was bouncing back and forth. And that half of it not burnt, but the other half was. So I believe an accelerant and a very hot burning accelerant had to be poured.
Yeah.
Because if it was a regular burn, it would have spread to the entire pile. I think this is more of a hot flash fast burn with a lot of accelerant maybe added to keep that temperature up. But I just find it odd at the way that burn pile looked.
Yeah. So I
No.
made me like, do you not do anything at night?
I'm not a
Yeah.
forensic fire person, but I find it interesting
Yeah.
that looked like that.
Yeah, it didn't fit. That's not how nature works.
I ain't touching that.
I was about to say that can be answered in many different ways. But yeah, no. We'll see what's today? Thursday? Aw, man. Yes, we'll be
What?
busy tonight. We will be busy.
Did I start something?
Dang it.
Well, I just thought it would be nice to watch some of the stuff because a lot of people didn't watch this trial. And I've got to go back and watch her thing again because that was pretty dang spicy.
Yeah. And I also think it's good sometimes to go back and watch for things that you missed. Like when you didn't quite catch it the first time and you're like, wait, what did he say? When you go
But see,
back.
jurors can't do that. And that's
Right, that is true. That is very true.
And that's one thing is that a lot of jurors were not taking notes in this case until later. They did have one female juror speak, and there was something that they all kind of based it on, and I can't remember. So I'll see if I can find that. Maybe we'll pick this up on my Sunday Night Live. Can you join me Sunday?
I don't know yet. I am technically scheduled for mandatory overtime on Sunday night, but we just did a massive, a lot of people just got cleared, so they should be fully staffed, and I should not have to be there, but we'll see. I won't know
If you're free,
until.
you're welcome to join. But I am going to go over this phone call. I'm going to kind of find it, target it, and then we're going to go through her thing again, and we're going to talk about it a little more because there's some more interesting things that we've not touched on yet. One of the things that kind of really got the antenna up was the marriage license, birth certificates. Why would you need birth certificates of both mom and dad and the marriage license in your vehicle?
Yeah, unless you're gonna go do some insurance claim.
I mean,
mean,
if
I
you were
can't.
if you were on that property and you looked in his car and saw that, what would you as an investigator think?
I would start putting my focus more towards him because unless you can come up with a valid reason why this is in your vehicle, because I can't think of any scenario unless both my parents like were deceased or something that I would need all of that in my vehicle. I don't even know where they are because that's the other thing I find weird. Why do you even know where that is?
Now, if I did genealogy, and that's fine. But for someone like him in his position, and he lived on the property,
Yeah, it's just I would just love to know his answer on why that was in your vehicle.
but see, I don't think they ever, well, she didn't, she said it today. I really would like to see them at least entertain opening up an investigation on him, revisit it.
I think
there was enough stink made today.
And there's some, even though the private investigators might not be doing it for the right reasons, might just be trying to make a name for themselves. But if they can crack it open and they can get this, present some evidence and prove some things, have at it.
Well, I love my kids. They know where mine is because something happens to me, they need to know where it is. But there's no reason for them to have it in their possession.
Yeah,
She can do an appeal.
Yeah.
But
so
number
hard.
one, all the stuff that she would put in the appeal, she knew at the time of trial, and she did not testify. So that can't be entered into the appeal. She has probably more ground as ineffective counsel if she doesn't have the same counsel because they didn't do a great job with this. There was hardly any objections. There was a lot of stuff that got in that shouldn't have gotten in. There's a lot of hearsay that got in. I was like wanting to hit him. Object.
Yeah. Especially what you were saying with the hearsay, the massive amount of hearsay that is not supposed to be in there, and that they never said anything. And it's like the police officer that was testifying about the blood spatter. You are not an expert. You are not supposed to testify. Like when you're not supposed to get that in depth about it.
Well, and here's the thing. At the end of the prosecution and then the defense, they asked her if she wanted to testify. And he told her, you have a right to testify. And she said no. But once again, when you have a lawyer and you're told to follow the advice of your lawyers, now Sarah Boone would be all like, I don't give a crap what you say, I'm testifying. But
she's like, my name's Sarah Boone. You want to go in a suitcase too? Sorry.
Are you kidding? Did you just say that?
Sorry.
We had a good day. It was a good day.
And they bring the jury.
The jury is present.
Thank you.
Sometimes things come out of my mouth.
Well, I am blessed to have you.
Yeah,
I appreciate your
much fun.
friendship.
Yeah.
It's been a hard week, and I thank you for today because I didn't cry yet. I'm not going to. I cried before I came on, but anyway.
I get it.
Thoroughly enjoyed having you, and you are welcome to hop in anytime.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much, and I've had an absolute blast. I always get nervous doing these because I'm a pretty introvert, but you guys, you in the chat and everybody make me feel just as comfortable as I am if I do this on my mom's channel. So I really appreciate that.
Hey, that's what it's about. I want people to feel like they're in my living room and we're just sitting here watching it. I can start explaining more and go more into teaching mode when I feel it's needed, but I enjoy this. And most of all, y'all, hopefully y'all do. Before y'all leave, please hit the thumbs up. That's vitally important. You have a safe night at work. Hey,
I'll take some.
after you listen to that
Okay.
thing, I don't know how long your ride into work is.
5 minutes today.
Yep. I didn't know they had a department there. And my mom and dad lived there since 1990.
Yeah, it's just right down the road. I didn't realize your mom is like 6 miles from me.
Yeah, my dad passed away 2 years ago.
Oh,
He used to teach at a couple of schools at Goodrich, if you know where that is.
Yep.
And Gold something. I don't remember.
Yeah. No, is it Gold?
It's Goodrich and
You got Goodrich, Shepherd. What is that one called?
anyway.
Yeah, I don't.
But
I should know.
Well, I will tell you, if I can't get a hold of my mom and something happens, I'll be calling you to go do a well check.
That's fine. I'll run over there.
She's easy to find. As soon as you turn on that main road, you know, it kind of goes to the left. You go all the way down to your dead end. She's on your left.
There. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, if I ever need to run over there for you, I will.
Well, I appreciate it. I do. You guys, thank you. Well, let me say goodbye to you and then I'll say goodbye to y'all. But let's hope and plan for Sunday if you can. And I'd love to have your mom on. All three of us would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. What are you doing Saturday night? Can we switch it? Because I know for a fact I don't work Saturday night because this is my
All right,
short
this week we'll switch it. We'll switch it to Saturday night. Actually, I probably should switch it because I've got to go into San Antonio on Monday, and I have to be there at 8:30 to start my wheelchair fitting, which will take most of the day. So I really do need to get decent. We'll switch it to Saturday. We'll switch it, and have your mom join us.
Yeah, I'll ask her. I know she has super baby most of the week, which is why she kind of took a break this week. Because super baby, whenever she gets a little fussy, she's a little loud.
I understand. Well, and the thing is have her, if she hasn't watched this, have her start listening to some of it. Catch up.
Absolutely.
All right, loves, blessing. You're awesome.
Alrighty. Have a good rest of your night.
You too, love. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Love you so much. Wheelchair. Yeah, it's dark purple. Anyway, yep. Well, everybody, thank you so much for joining. We'll be on tomorrow at some point in time. We don't have anything on the schedule for tomorrow, which is Friday. So that'd be good. That'd be real good. Okay, guys. Love, blessings. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. And remember, I love you. And I cannot express, I'm not going to cry, how much I appreciate the emotional, spiritual, financial support y'all have given my family this week. And I love you from the bottom of my heart. Okay. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.